Startups, also about 150 startups out of 500 we have set up are early stage, actually, and at some point of time they were just nowhere. They were they were probably working in tandem with the MSMEs of the country.
Welcome to ITTV Global Media, the voice of software engineers, and today we have got a giant, and since yesterday I'm listening to him, and believe me, he's got really nice wisdom and clear thought to give it to you too. So sir, first of all, let me ask you your name and your designation.
I'm Sri Atluri. I'm from New York. I am an executive of one of the Wall Street firms.
Oh, that's really awesome. And regarding your visit to ISF 2023, any specific reason, or have you ever met somebody which clicked your business?
Actually, more than startups, I'm here just to support the festival. I see a lot of talent and a lot of positive energy. I just want to be able to support the festival, and I'm connected with ISF.
So you connected with ISF, and I think with the startups running right now in India and the development of rural areas, and I think today in the keynote speech I could see that many of the people are speaking about rural. Do you really think we'll be able to focus on rural and get startups from there?
Oh, absolutely. If you see some of the stalls here, the innovation and the way they're actually thinking is amazing, and also the startups that are coming from the rural India are going to take its leaps and bounds and be able to get to where they have to. I'm positive. Thank you.
You're really positive about it. And I think we're definitely positive too. But sir, I think one question I have, which was that one business or one startup which you really liked today?
Some of the social entrepreneurship, particularly giving back to the community, and also the diversity-focused, accessibility-related software that is built is amazing. It is not only to solve the problem, but it helps some of the sectors of the people that are ignored. And that is what I think is very, very useful and important.
That's great. Apart from all the Wolf of the Wall Street, we have literally got one with a very big and kind heart. Thank you for giving your time, sir. It was nice talking to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So the event is amazing. Actually, the kind of folks who came in, the startups, and the mentors that came in across the world, and the way the positive energy that's created here is amazing. And in fact, there are startups, I heard there are 150 term sheets were given. That itself is showing the level of depth and the breadth of this organization and the way ISF is moving. Congratulations, ISF, and thank you very much.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
My name is Tarun Gulati. I'm the Chairman, President and CEO for Squared Watermelon in the UK, but I also happen to be the co-founder and co-chair for the India Startup Festival. I live in London, but I've been a banker all my life. I've been chairman of a bank. I've been CEO for several entities, including UTI, the largest asset management company globally, and sat on some 48 boards. What brings me here is obviously my involvement with the Startup Festival. I've never seen anything like this. I've, as I said, lived all over the world. This is unique. This is not about one day running a startup or a 2-day festival. It's a continuous process around the year. The idea is some startups may need money, Some startups need mentorship. Some startups need the next stage. How do they go about doing that? So that is the whole idea. And I'm trying to bring my experience, global experience, and try and help startups and scale-ups to go to the next road of their journey and make them all very successful with indeed a societal angle. I do believe that one must give back. So I run several not-for-profit entities, including a award that is very global called the 21st Century Icon Awards, where winners and finalists have come from 44 countries, and media is, with CNBC and others, have shown it in 80 plus countries. So you can start small, but your vision has to be big, and if everybody thinks like that, they'll at least reach somewhere. So that's the message I would like to give today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Sadhguru Swamiji Pranam, Honorable Minister, Mr. Chaudhary, and other distinguished guests on the dais, brothers and sisters and other distinguished guests off the dais. I can tell you the talk of heaven on this earth. I've traveled all over the world, lived in 8 odd countries, traveled maybe to 70, 80 countries. Moment you enter those gates, heaven is on this earth here. Hospitality, unparalleled, non-pareil. Never seen it. You go to the top hotels, Niketan and Mohan, the volunteers who picked me up at 1 a.m. in the night, have been there all along. And they are not, I can only name 2 individuals. Everybody I met, I think, Sadhguru, this is tremendous. It's hospitality, not in the mind, it's from the heart. That makes all the difference. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for giving me the opportunity to be part as a co-founder, chairman of this entity. You saw the serene faces of these young people. You would realize there's peace, there's tranquility, and there's satisfaction. That's what the startups are looking for. They're looking for an ecosystem that actually nurtures them, caters for all their needs, mentors them. It's not all about money, because money can come, but you should know how to deploy it, how to make profit from it. Build value, not valuations. As Sadhguru said yesterday, you're looking at bottom of the pyramid. There are those that have it all, but there are those have-nots. The idea of the India Startup Festival is to actually uplift those that are at the bottom of the pyramid. Maslow's hierarchy of needs talks. Right at the bottom, there are these necessary things that we need. Some people don't have theirs, where some of them, well, they haven't achieved self-actualization, but they have everything they need. The idea is if you come here each year, that self-actualization will be possible thanks to the fantastic entity here. I have never come here before, but I've made a self-promise to myself and everybody I've met. I intend to come here every quarter and be part of this institution, thanks to Mr. Chaudhary. The other colleagues who are not on the stage with me, I represent all of them who are part of the core team here. I speak for all of them for encouraging me to be part of this. Without their support and encouragement, I wouldn't have been able to be. So thank you very much for everybody here.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023. Today is day 2, and we are going to start the proceeding Tarun Singhal, who is the director at Soprasteria. He's also on the board of British Business Group. Also, he's part of the Living Bridge concept, which Prime Minister Modi spoke about, which is connecting India to the global and global to India. So welcome to the show, Tarun.
Thank you, Major. Thank you so much. Delighted to be part of this conversation with you.
Perfect. So, let's start by the whole concept of Living Bridge, which you spoke about, before we started. For the benefit of people out there, who are also like you, there are many of them out there who are connecting India to the world and the world to India. So, yeah.
So when Prime Minister Modi was addressing the massive gathering at the Wembley Stadium in the UK, he coined the term Living Bridge. And it's very simple how every one of us in India can do more with global and vice versa. And that's where it's a bridge while we are able to connect with each other, which also links up with the theme of this ISF 2023, which is connect, collaborate and celebrate. So together we can do more, but individually we can't do more.
Correct.
So namaskar and Sai Ram, and I'm happy to be conversing with you.
You're also moderating a roundtable today. Do you want to talk about that in your, as a Living Bridge concept and that whole concept of connecting the world and to India?
It's very simple. I was having my conversation with Swamiji yesterday, and we were discussing about the roundtable because he is personally very keen on this diplomatic roundtable, which I have the honor with his blessings to chair and moderate today along with Seshadri ji. Now, it's all about how as India we can be able to collaborate with the global world. Now let me give you one very small example of how at Soprasteria we are doing it, which I was discussing with Swamiji yesterday. We have presence across 30 countries, north of 55,000 people globally. And when it comes to community, it came out that we are working on one country and few schools in India, whether it is to do with healthcare, whether it is to do with education, and that's the concept we follow. So in simple words, when we were discussing about this, Swamiji said that, why don't you come across and start something like Force 15? And what he meant by Force 15 was, we give at the round table to all the diplomats, whether they're from Finland, they're from UK, they're from Australia, they're from US or United Kingdom or France, where we are actually working very closely as two countries together. One of the concepts which came out from Swamiji on Force 15 was that we give a target of 2 companies per country. So even if 7 to 8 countries subscribe to this concept, together 15 powerful companies, we come and work not on the visibility, because everybody is doing something on visibility. We want to create an impact. Like you saw here, Satya Sai Memorial Hospital. It's an impact. It's affecting so many people's lives, providing free healthcare for many. So I would be revolving around that and try to put that as an agenda as part of the FTAs being signed and take it forward from there.
Coming to your personal mission, what's your mission?
My personal mission is very simple: connect, collaborate, and celebrate. I would give a little bit more value to celebrate, because if you're celebrating and having fun, then you can do anything. Sky is the limit. And that is what is most important. Swamiji mentioned yesterday about $5 trillion economy. वो तो हो ही जाएगा.
Correct.
That is not a problem. The problem is how we can do something better and that mitigation of that. So I want to align my personal goals with the wider society goals. And that is where I am working towards, and that's the reason which brought me here in the ashram today.
So far, we are on the day 2 of the event. What's your take from day 1? What are your thoughts?
I think day 1 was phenomenal. We all saw and witnessed 125 term sheets being signed. It is a world record. People would say startup festivals or startup conferences would be something in small scale, one small boardroom, small discussions. Something like this where you have more than 10,000 people as delegates attending, more than 200 CXOs here, more than almost 100 venture capitalists here. Where else will you find this? Exhibitions area, people are exhibiting beautiful products in the range of education. We saw Sai Sure, which is the food and nutrition concept of Satya Sai institution. It's all amazing, and I think highlight for me yesterday were, I would say, two highlights. One was fireside chat with Swamiji, where he mentioned very clearly how the CXOs and organizations can do more and better. And the other was the symphony, Sai Symphony Orchestra.
Good afternoon. This is the most powerful panel of India Startup Festival. And in fact, a lot of discussions yesterday and today morning also. The gender issue, a lot of people were raising why many women leaders are not actually taking their responsibilities and driving new companies. They are all limited to their home responsibilities, children responsibilities. I think time has come for all of you to become not just leaders in India but global leaders. You have to pave the path for the rest of the women folks, because in India I see if you go to any engineering college, 80% of the students, they're all girl students. Recently I went to one orphan school in near Vijayawada. There also 90% are all girl students. So what are they doing? 90% in the schools and colleges, but they are not getting into the industry, they are not getting into leadership, they are not getting into the senior positions in the corporate industry. So there is something lacking. Maybe I will request Radha also to come, because Radha, come, you are the right person, the model woman entrepreneur doing extremely well in Silicon Valley. Please come, Radha. So all of you are role models for women entrepreneurship. You tell us, instead of blaming us that we are not giving the opportunity to you, you tell us why women leadership are not really taking the ownership and responsibilities to go higher up and lead companies. Come, Radha, please come. So we are expecting a white paper recommendations from this round table, so that this we have to implement by the time we go to the next conference. You have to work hard, make sure that yes, there was an issue in ISF 23, but we were able to resolve, and these are the recommendations which are given by ISF 23 round table, and this is how we were able to get the solutions. I am looking forward to the chairman of the whoever is the chairman of this round table have to give a presentation in ISF 24 that we were able to solve these problems, and that's when we all feel that yes, somebody is working to see that this problem is getting solved instead of blaming all of us. Thank you.
Check. Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible? Well, thank you, Jay Garu, for encouraging us and setting the stage. So, good afternoon, welcome. And of course, we see very less, but I guess all of you are here with an intent to listen to us, so we'll try to get into the crux of the things that Jay Garu mentioned, and all of us here we believe in. So on the stage, can begin to introduce each one of you, but I'm pretty sure that you are here for a very good reason, which is you're all women in business with substance, have gone through many challenges and come to this point of life where you're joining hands on this beautiful stage today to talk about some of the challenges, some of the recommendations, and as Jay Garu said, to set some standards for our next sessions, as well as a lot of the other listeners who are listening to us. So with that, I'll get started. So I guess, some of the things that we have discussed individually or in groups that we do very well when we are in a very set ecosystem. If everything is provided, we do well. But suddenly, when we come out of that ecosystem, we tend to lose the grip or the motivation to go forward. So, why or what are those one or two things that we fail to understand while we are in that ecosystem that puts us in the back seat to deal with the world outside? And an example is that beautiful education system that we have here for women or for girl education. We prepare them to take challenges, have their own mind, but when they come out to start out their careers, that's when we see there's a bit of drop from let's say from 100 girls child to then you'll see 50% of them. So what are the one or two things that we fail to do and which we can address, coming from your recommendations and your experience? So I have set of mics here. So Radha, I see she has raised her hand. So let's hear from Radha. Okay, I think now, yeah. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity. I know I wasn't actually part of the panel, but I kind of barged in. I think I could say that of India, girls are expected to do well in school, have their mind, but I think there is a lot of I would say in their upbringing and even societal expectations, conformity. So when you want to be a leader, you can't be conforming to things, and your ability to navigate uncertainty, that has to be cultivated. If you're just going to follow rules, then I don't think you're going to be able to navigate uncertainty or complexity, which are all like essential skills, to be a business leader. So I think that's the first thing. You have to change the expectations at home and outside, and you should not be you should be totally okay with taking, a stand that is not, expected or contrarian, and be okay with it. I think a lot of times they're expected to please everyone, and that's not really going to work. So it's not like, they don't have a mind of their own, but it's just that they don't choose to use their mind of their own because the consequences, are not really, helpful. So that's kind of my perspective.
I completely agree with what Radha said. One is, yes, uncertainty, you should be ready for it. And one of the other things, I think, as women, we always feel that we have to be good at everything. No, we don't have to be. We are multitasking. I know we can multitask, but then you cannot make everybody happy at every time. But it's a conscious call you got to take, whether at this point in time my work needs me, or at this point in time my family needs me, or my friends needs me. What it is a conscious call that you have to take. You cannot be perfect in everything, except that fact that you cannot be perfect. It's about how you maneuver through it and take it forward. And secondly is, don't be afraid of anything. Right? If you have that fear, I think first and foremost, women don't take that step forward because they're scared they will fail. And what happens if you fail? Nothing happens. You fail. That's all. Because once you fail, only you understand the happiness of success. So that's exactly what it is. It's okay to fail. Fail first, fail fast. Then that's when you will succeed soon. It's okay to fail. Don't look for perfection. You cannot make everybody happy. That's what I feel.
Thank you, Rashmi. Sandhya, I think you have wanted to add a few things.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. I think one of the things when we're in the professional world is just to be a professional. To set aside the hat that, are you a woman, are you a man, whatever. And that's been my way all the way. And even when I had started the startup 30 years ago in STP, that was the way it was. And having just come back from the US and having got a contract to work and needing to deliver on it, I knew I had to work late. So I'd send off my driver in the evening and then I'd drive back home late. So my father-in-law complained. He said, no, you can't come back, drive yourself so late. So the compromise was get 2 drivers. They worked in shifts. But I wasn't giving up on working late. And there were times that I needed to do that. And I'm really grateful for the way the family supported me. It's somewhat about ourselves setting the expectations of this is what work means to me, and this is what I need to do, and how can the ecosystem help to make it all happen.
Thank you so much. So listening from 3 of you, I could pick up that there's a lot which is dependent on the woman herself. So totally agree, and I would say on behalf of everyone here that, that first fire in the belly is to be with the women, and all of you who have listened to them would definitely agree, because you could go to some extent with the support, but after that it's all your journey. That said, I'd like to move to a next set of questions which are basically about the pitfalls and the myths about women-led endeavors. So for example, how easy or how difficult it is to go and pitch something or lead something in a very male-dominated industry. Again, I totally see the point that you have to be a professional first, but that's one the starting point. But beyond that, there are always these myths that after certain age, certain stage of life, you cannot take some roles, or you should not. So some pitfalls and myths that are out there which we have to demystify today, because all of you have gone beyond those and completely taken a new shape. So definitely would like to hear from some of you on what could be those challenges, pitfalls that you have seen in your career so far, which were a little bit different than a usual industry that a woman should usually faces. So Rashida.
Yeah, hi. I think I'll just share a little bit of my story of how I began. So I'm basically a company secretary by profession. I'm a lawyer and born, brought up in Mumbai, got married in Hyderabad. So when I came down to Hyderabad after my marriage, I was having a successful career with corporates in Mumbai. But when I came down to Hyderabad, somehow when I went for an interview, I didn't quite like the atmosphere, and I said that probably that's not the right kind of atmosphere to be in. So I thought, okay, let me just get into practice as a company secretary. And the biggest challenge, there were 3 challenges which I faced. One was, I didn't know anybody in Hyderabad. It was absolutely a new city for me. My family, in the sense my in-laws, my husband, of course, did not have much of networking. There was no, because he was also working, so there was no kind of networking or in the business area. Second was that I came from a minority community, so that was a big challenge for me. And third, it came in as from the point of view that as a woman, right? So all the 3 were against me, and all of them, especially my professional peers, when I met them and I said, look, I want to set up practice. Can you help me at least introduce me to some corporates where I can do practice? And they all discouraged, saying you can't, it's best you go and work in a company, it'll be better. So that sort of, I took that as a challenge and I said, no, I'm going to change this. So there was no woman company secretary in practice. In fact, there was nobody in practice. There were just 2 people who were in practice then.
and nobody knew what a company secretary was as such, and what kind of services we could provide. So from there, I began my journey slowly and steadily, facing all odds. I mean, it was extremely difficult. First 2.5 years, 3 years were extremely, extremely difficult. A lot of discouragement, a lot of negativity. But then, if you have decided, and if you decided that, okay, you want to do it, I think you can do it. It just needs that guts. You have to have that, and a never give up attitude, and a belief in yourself that you can do it. So I think this is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashida. I'd like to hear from Pooja. Can you hear me? No. Well, I would start off by saying, if at least in the limited exposure, global exposure that I have, if a man has to prove 100%, I've always seen female founders, a woman needs to prove 150%, and coming from the Gulf region where it is a male-dominated society, culturally, if a man is considered the head of the family in India, in the Gulf, into 100x. Yeah, but so you should always have the heart for people to discourage you in all ways. So when I was my entrepreneur the first time, I remember my investor asking very weird questions as to what about if you get married, what about this, what about that. But by the end of the day, he got an exit even before my marriage, or I'm not even married. So it was like, he was basing something on a personal event in my life, but it would not necessarily be that. And then also, so even today, I have 3 male partners. One is a local UAE Emirati, one is a Jordanian national, one is a Lebanese national. So it's a challenge by itself to navigate through it. It's a challenge by itself to have a complete board and advisory board of all men. And then sometimes you need to put your foot down and say, no, this is what I'm trying to say. And there are times when I've taken a few leadership calls, they've called it emotional, but then whereas when the other counterpart takes it, it's logical, right? But then I always have the reasoning as to why do you find it emotional when I've written an email, I've done all of the Tarada steps, which ideally would have been accepted. But it's just that core belief of believing in yourself. If 99 people are not going to believe in you, there's going to be that one person who's going to believe in you. But then you, of course, cannot wait for all of you to believe, but it's about you know that you can make it happen and you work towards it. And that's what leads to success. So. Well said. And I heard that story before, and I was so intrigued that, we have a very limited view about the myths or some of the images of our society within our window, and we rarely get to see the perspectives from a different country, different culture, different regions. And just to know or be aware of those will help us to build our confidence, because we think that what we have is not good enough. But in some cases, all the women should know this, that whatever they have today is good enough for them to take that first step. Because someone else somewhere in other regions probably are not having even that minimal thing that you need to go forward. So this was the very insightful personality that I came to know when I spoke to you. So thank you for sharing that. So I'd like to ask the same to Manisha, because one of the interesting point is she started after a good career break, but then she's now the president for HISIA in Hyderabad, and has a very great working career. So that myth as well, that there can be a good work-life balance. Is it a myth or a reality? Something that, if you could share some of your views.
I think work-life balance is unnecessarily overhyped, is my view. Yeah, we need to manage both, but it's just about prioritizing and not beating yourself up in case you are little less in one of the. The way I put it is that that is superwoman syndrome which we have. The women have this superwoman syndrome where they want to be the best and the perfect in everything they do. I would like to say that be the best and the perfect in the things which are important for what you want to achieve in life, and the other things you do so that they're managed well. That's the myth of work-life balance that I have come across. I remember hearing similar thoughts from Radha once, where Radha also mentioned about the work-life balance, saying whatever you are doing on the priority, decide on the priority and do that well.
Well, thank you. Couldn't agree more.
And I heard from her about having 2 drivers and maid. So take support, have support system. You don't have to be the superwoman driving and doing everything. Take as much as, and I'm glad that your father-in-law told you that.
I completely agree with you. It's all about not just prioritizing, but becoming well at organizing yourself, organizing the system around you, and the help is there. I don't think that there are too many barriers. I was in Middle East as well, managing director for 100 countries, and I raised a son who's turned out to be a balanced individual, and yes, it's all possible, and absolutely, you should know when to go home and do what you need to do and work around it and make sure that your whole I wouldn't use the word balance, but you're prioritizing things at the right time for what is required. So from that perspective, it never affected me. I would say no. Having a career of 25 years and no major issues there, and especially in the Middle East, I completely agree. It's interesting, it resonates with me so much when you said professional first, because I've worked with a whole range of nationalities and 100 countries, and when you're the professional first, whether you're male or female doesn't come into the equation at all. It really doesn't, and you bring value to the table, and that is appreciated. That's what matters. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. So on that note, right, I'd like to actually pivot to the future, because all of us have different backgrounds or education, qualifications, experiences that have, and all of us don't do the same thing. So diversity is good just on this table or on this dais. But to, put that into the next generations in the educational systems, since you have good insight about how we can do so that we have quality. It's not just about the quantity, because most of the statistics say that, the girls will get gold medals and so forth, but they're not turning into leadership roles 10, 20 years later. So somewhere there is I won't say a gap, but there's a reason which I believe that we can actually fix it when they are getting into their educational system. So what differently do you think, or do you suggest? Because Jay Garu said we also have to suggest, and this is one of the places where we can do something. So we have lots of other consortiums that are out there which are going to be looking at the curriculums for, let's say, a domain, but I think this is a very important domain, because just from a India population, 50% are women and many are millennials or very young population. So what would you recommend after seeing the experience that you have that can groom the next women leaders?
I think I will just talk about Sadhguru's philosophy and how it's worked here. First thing he teaches very well is to bring out the best in each individual. So there's no stereotyping, I want you to become a doctor and an engineer or whatever. He really focuses on understanding at the teacher level what the skills of that particular student is. The second thing he does is builds a lot of confidence in them, to the extent where if you speak to our students, our undergraduates and postgraduates, they have a total clarity of purpose. So they're not swayed by others, by the community. They know where they want to go. And I've been in part of many of these functions where their clarity of purpose is tested. and they know where they want to go. So I think that instilling that in the generation of girls coming up is very important. Once they have clarity of purpose, they have the confidence. Confidence is about exposure as well. So they get a lot of exposure to all kinds of different backgrounds of people, situations and everything. And the third thing that is again instilled at a very early age is stability of the mind. Again, that comes with clarity of purpose as well. So once you have that clarity of purpose, things don't shake you as much as they would normally. So those are the three, I would say, big success factors where our girls, if you look at the postgraduates, at the age of 21, 22, they can run a whole campus. They can do everything from cooking in the campus to, teaching, to, teaching them, Vedam or Sanskrit or whatever. Very confident. And that's because they've been raised that way. And, one of the messages is anybody with a daughter out there, give them those kind of exposures. Thank you.
Thank you, well said. Your views?
Yeah. I would like to add one more to that. So I would request girls to have that self-confidence and self-respect for their own self, because during the school or college we see that girls being in the toppers list and they get through the jobs, and eventually after a period of time, definitely at the age of marriage and childbearing ages, they tend to give priority to the family and wanted to leave the career, right? So obviously there are a lot of ways of having inclusive spaces for work or giving work from home for a certain duration. But more than that, it should be from within that I want to do this, I want to have, I can take help and I can do a bit more. Probably it will be for certain duration, but that self-motivation during that time, it's a very brief time, probably 5-6 years, but during that time it will be very helpful in a long run. Right? So just leaving career in 5-6 years and again trying to cope up is a very difficult step. Instead of that, having take support, and also companies also equally support in these kind of scenarios. So I think being self-motivated and not losing interest of own self should be the priority at those prime age to be at the senior level eventually, instead of restarting the career from the beginning.
So that's it, right? The segue to that is the role of a mentor or the role of a guru. So unless you are X number of years in your experience, you don't get into leadership trainings. That's what I've experienced 80% of the time. And then it goes back to that individual to absorb, because everything is given to all. It depends on that individual. So whatever I'm hearing right now it's a lot to do with that particular person and the self-motivation. But as an education system or as a corporate or in industry, society, I'm not even going to touch because that's a big far away from us. But the sphere of influence that we have, what is that one thing that we, at least the women here, can do? And I want to go one by one, because those will be some things that are coming back from your experiences and have worked. And I'm not talking about the person yourself, I'm talking about something which has happened outside of you, which has helped you, because that could be a reason for somebody to say, yes, I can do that to support another person who's sitting next to me or in my family or in my society. So I'd like to hear from each of you. What is that one or two things that we can do here that will motivate that person?
Very good afternoon, everybody. And sorry I got a little late, but that's a great question. The one or two things that we can do to motivate the students, or as young children, I think most of us here agree with me that when we went to school, our primary focus was only education, until we came of an age where probably that's when they started saying that, okay, now you have to get married, you have to learn cooking, or you have to now start looking at things other than education. But it's little different for the men, who continue to do their best in their professional life. But my view is, I think when the child is young, each of us should try to inculcate that holistic experience or influence on them where they understand their higher purpose. Like ma'am just mentioned that, they have to understand their purpose and then work around that. So if we can inculcate that sort of a purpose within the students or children at a younger age, they will understand that it's not only about education, only profession or only family. It is everything, right? It's an amalgamation of both. So we should be in a position to have that mindset where we can take ourselves forward in that direction.
So that's for the parents and the teachers, whoever are there, we have an option or a way to tell them that to have a purpose in the life.
Right.
Thank you. Radha?
I'm actually the exec sponsor for empowering women in my company. I was both in YouTube as well when I was working in YouTube. I think one of the main things is in a lot of powerful positions that really matter, it's mostly men. So I think more than just mentoring and coaching women, which has to happen, and I think we need to bring in more men so that they can be a better allies and they can actually support, so it should not be just a dialogue between women, because it has to be a dialogue between people who have the power to change things. And I just want to illustrate with an example. So, I have this meeting with my CEO, Steerco, and it was like a heated debate between a couple of execs, and I was trying to get my point in, and he was like, he stopped the conversation and he said like, hey, Radha is trying to say something. Let her say it, right? So I think it's about men in powerful positions. They just need to, understand what is their role, how they can be, better supporters, of women, and we can't just expect them to just learn it on their own. So I think there is a lot of coaching that we need to do. So one of the things I'm trying to do is just set up meetings with all the senior leadership team members. Like, hey, here is my agenda as an exec sponsor for the women's group, and this is what I'm expecting from you. And this should, actually help them be a better leaders. It's not like, they're just doing anyone any favor. I think just creating a more inclusive organization will make them a better leader. And once they get it, I think a lot of them will actually, it's just that they don't know how to go about it.
So another way to say is he for she. I guess we had heard this term sometime, but the he for she is something that we can take up as one of the recommendations to formalize it in spaces where we can, and look for folks who actually can do that better than us. So thank you, Radha. Rashmi?
Give them a few tangible things. Give them a few tangible things to do, so that they don't have to think about it.
Absolutely. Rashmi?
I think most of the points, I don't know, because you're sitting next to me, I'm concurring with every point that she's saying. But however, I think one of the things that I also feel is, why do we women need empowerment? We are already empowered. We don't need additional, right? So just treat us as equal, except yes, physically, here and there, yes, there are pluses and minuses, but mentally, technically, skillfully, we are all equal. Just go with that and go with the flow. But I think what also is a problem is, as women, we want everybody to accept us, right? It's okay. Some people will not accept us. It's fine. We cannot. Again, I'll go back to the same thing. You cannot satisfy everybody. If somebody doesn't accept you, it's fine. Move on. One of the brilliant decision-making process, or one of the brilliant aids that we have, is we can make a choice. If you feel that atmosphere is not conducive, if that team or the people around you are not adding to your growth or progress, are not being a positive influence to you, it's okay. Just choose not to be there. Make a choice. You have an option. It's not the end of the world. That's what I feel.
So let me sum it up, Rashmi. I guess a very famous author, Carol Dweck, she writes about this on being mindful, and then one of the ways that she explains about the ranking system that we have from 1 to 5, and that means that there is 1 is like a fail, but in their terminology, it's more about not there yet, rather than always trying to get that flying colors. So I guess what you're saying is, in our heads we have this aspect of expectation from ourselves that we have to be having that 5 all the time. But I guess we can keep telling us that, you know, we are not there yet, but we'll still keep trying.
Yeah, we are work in progress.
We are work in progress. Well
and
said.
why ask for equality? We are all equal. We don't have to ask for something that we already have.
Yeah. Thank you, Pooja.
It's so nice to hear wonderful thoughts from people. So for me, for the young leaders, I think as Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful tool that you can use to change the world. So I think education is the key for us to see a lot of women leaders or women to, you know, be on boards, be it anyone, right? So I think that is something I stand for. And today, what I am today is also to my alma mater of all the institutions that I've been in and how they've shaped me to take the bold step to stand against the odds and to stand for who I believe in and for my purpose. Yeah, so I think education is the key. So I would start with the younger leaders. We should, as you know, Shri Sadhguru said even yesterday, we should just work towards the percentage of education going higher in women, and we all should be that supporting force for that. And by doing that, we are, you know, winning.
So I guess what I'm hearing is we all have to go back to our colleges and spend some time with our next batches and give away and maybe, you know, partner with organizations which are already doing. And that's one of the ways where we can, you know, give back, not just, you know, spiritually, but also on paper. So something that you should all sign today, saying that you will go back with, you know, an understanding that you will probably teach one student or maybe a bunch of students from your college. Yeah, each one teach one. I think we have the there's a homework to do. So, Sandhya Garu.
Yeah, I'd just like to put a little bit of a different spin on the whole thing. I don't know why we think women in India are not doing their bit. I think they're doing great. Just look at this awesome panel sitting right here. Look at all the awesome presentations and people pitching right there. They're just doing just absolutely great. And when I think about when I went to college, I was one of 2 girls in the whole class across the universities. And I did happen to get the gold medal, and that didn't work against me, so Praveena, so there. And the point is that even in the US, there is a lot of things being said about girls not being able to take to STEM education and so on. Whereas when you look at India, STEM education is doing brilliantly. More than 50% in all the colleges are women, and they're doing great. So the only little gap, if there is one to be filled, is that you are doing great, just keep doing great, believe in yourself, empower yourself, and keep being persistent, and don't look at obstacles as obstacles, but as opportunities and problems to solve, to keep moving forward. And that just changes the whole dynamic. And having worked 20 plus years in industry, and in the last 15 wearing kind of an academic hat with having a lab in IIIT where I was doing teacher training for teachers in engineering colleges, helping them to bridge the gap for students. This has been part of my yajna, so to speak, and I have found incredible change as the teachers and the heads of the department and women have empowered themselves. Those that used to not sit in the center table, who would sit outside, not speak their mind, I have seen them as I have encouraged them to, you have brilliant ideas. Go ahead, speak up. Just say it, what's going to happen. And from there to see that sea change, and seeing these professors now leading women in engineering sections, IEEE women sections, and getting best, professor awards and all that is just incredible. So I think that's one aspect. The other aspect is that children are natural managers. I remember my 5-year-old waiting for me to come back from work and said, "Amma, I have a chart to do. Can you help me with that?" This was many years ago, of course. And I said, "Okay, what do we need to do?" And she described the whole thing. And I said, "Okay, let's do it." She said, "Okay, here are the colors. Here's the chart paper. You draw so beautifully, Amma, start." I said, "Okay." And then she literally made me do the whole project. I said, "If I'm doing the whole thing, why don't you go to bed? It's late." Said, "No, I'm going to sit here." And she was, quote unquote, managing me. And after I was all done, she drew the borders, wrote her name and class, and rolled it up, put a rubber band, put it on the side, and said, "Now you can go to bed, Amma." So, a lot of our education tends to put one size fits all to everybody, and that's the problem. So we need to fix our education system so that we allow the natural interests of people, whether they be boys or girls, to prevail and not bucket them into engineers, doctors, and one more other. And I think that I'm already seeing in this last 15 years, and I feel very grateful to be in that space right now and having mentored many people. That's what inspires me to keep going. And I think there's great opportunity for more people to just help in mentoring, sharing your knowledge, sharing some pitfalls, which will help someone else to just move out and be more of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So again, I'll go back to the homework that we have to do. So 2 things I heard. One is also talk about the things that are working well. The aspect of the STEM education in schools, specifically for the girls, and how they do it. We say we communicate a lot, but I don't think we are communicating in the right places. So one of the aspects is how much and to what extent we should talk about the successes, as well as the places that all of us have come to. So one statistics I'll give you is that this is the largest ever roundtable I have ever conducted, because we've always had very few women in leadership. So this itself is one good picture that I'm going to carry for some time, because this represents a very that many number of years of experience.
I was thinking that it's the first time that I'm not the only lady in the panel.
Yeah, so I guess this is something that we should celebrate. It's not just happening, just like that. I really want to take this opportunity to say thank you that we are part of this round table here. So that's the first one. The second one is also about, the manager in you, or a certain skill that you may have, which we have to identify early on. And that would go to, someone sitting in that position. But again, we all have those leadership roles in our own organization. So maybe, come up with a way or program, something that if it's already existing with one of you, you can share with us so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. But there's a space that is required for nurturing that skill, which is very raw, early on. So that would be something that's my second takeaway. Maitri?
One more point I would like to add. So we usually tend to give away the credit to the people, to the family or the spouse or the support system that we have. And we take very less credit of our own work, right? And I think we need to start talking about our accomplishments as well and create more role models in this space so that we look up to someone else who have much more accomplished, but and also the next generation to see us as the role models. So we need to set up those kind of examples with our stories and also tell that what was our journey and also what we have done to reach there, both good and bad odds, everything. But we need to create more and more role models and take some I can have a mentor for myself and I can mentor someone else who is younger than me. So this kind of system, I think, will help in making more girls and women achieve what they want to do.
So connecting to that, I feel that we are very bad at marketing ourselves, starting from writing a resume or a profile document. So maybe the other thing that I'll probably propose as part of the white paper is that we do have to first teach how to speak about your own accomplishments in your own words and go completely unbiased about yourself. So maybe a training which is already available with someone can sponsor that and say that we will teach all of them at a very young age about how, making them comfortable to speak about themselves. So Manisha, you spoke about, only women there, most of the time in the, forums, but something that you would like to give away as a suggestion that we all can incorporate going forward.
See, I'll borrow from Michelle Obama's words. She said, have gigantic dreams. I think that is the starting point. Many times we're just happy, like, okay, we're doing job. That's big enough, because even that is not so easy for a woman. So, or we're starting a business. They're saying, I'm doing business, I'm earning good enough, right? But they'll not think about having franchisee and going global. So that gigantic dreams is the starting point. And the other thing which I observed is asking for help. There was a Harvard study which was done, and when they gave a task to be done which couldn't be done by one person, and they gave it to the group to do, 85% of the men quickly asked for help to the others because they understood I can't do it. But only 20% of the women in that group hesitant to take help. While
about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Sadhguruji, J. Chaudhary Garu, and distinguished guests. When Ms. J. Chaudhary actually suggested that I should come for this award, I was a little puzzled. I didn't realize the magnitude of this festival itself. I'm so impressed with what's happening in this festival, I thought I must be a part of this in future also, because the quality of work and I think the thought behind this is extremely good. In fact, I'm honored and humbled by this award. There were two incidences that shaped my life. The first, when I finished my gastroenterology at the PGI Chandigarh and worked in Germany and came back, I started practice in Hyderabad. I had a huge practice. I was seeing 200 patients a day. I was making a lot of money, had problems with income tax and so on. So it looked like a very prosperous life. One day, 4 years since practice, my father called me. My father was a pathologist academician. He called me to the house and told me, scolded me that you're wasting your life. I said, why do you think? I've achieved everything. I've had a huge practice. I'm doing a lot of medicine for society. He said, no, that is not life. He said, have you built institutions? Have you looked after poor patients? Have you taught students? Have you done research? I looked back and realized I did nothing of that. I was just making money for myself. At that moment, I decided to change course and we started building this institution. So the small 2-room chamber that Ms. J. Chaudhary knows, we now have the world's largest gastroenterology hospital. It has, we see over 12 lakh patients a day over a year, and of course treat thousands of them with complex gastrointestinal disease, attracting patients from all over the world. We have around 400 senior consultants, 200 junior doctors, about 5,600 staff. When I look back, I think this incident actually shaped my life. The second incident actually that shaped my life was when I was asked to be a part of the healthcare team for Puttaparthi Sai Baba. Sai Baba, even in his final days, when I was actually treating him, I could see the compassion in his face, the compassion in his eyes, the way he used to hold our hands. It was as if that he was guiding us and not we treating him. This compassion the last part of his life was something that really touched me. We then decided that a part of our life should also be devoted to serving rural poor. 70% of our patients are in rural poor who can't get access, just not alone money-wise, even social access to what is happening in the cities. We then set up these large rural camps where we now have about 20,000 villages in Telangana area, where we look after these rural patients free of cost, supported by several trusts. And what was also very enlightening to us in this is that something is happening here. Our government, all the local governments are doing a good job. Many of these villages now are being given good water supply, sanitation, infectious diseases have disappeared. We don't see diarrheal disease, but something else is happening, unfortunately. This something else is because of Western influences. All these villages are having the so-called ultra-processed foods, Western habits, and Western type of culture. And this is now giving rise to Western type of diseases. We have now one of the world's largest incidence of IBD, inflammatory bowel disease, which was not an Indian disease, never seen before, but now we are seeing such large numbers because of this westernization. Our mission has now become to reverse this. We should come back to our culture, come back to our root, even the eating pattern that we had before. If we come back to our natural circumstances, I'm sure we not only lose our old infective diseases, but we don't get this new Western disease. And this has become a mission for me now. Hopefully, with help from a lot of friends, we'll be able to achieve this. And we at the AAG hospitals are very committed to bringing this transformation. And I'm extremely grateful to Sadhguru for receiving this award from him and Mr. Jay Chaudhary for the opportunity to be here and witness all the good work that's being done by India Festival. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Pranam Swamiji, your blessings always inspires us, motivates us to do more. And all the luminaries sitting here, they are the role models for all the startup companies who wants to build your companies. These are the role models. They are not doing the business only for money. And every one of them in their videos, whatever you have noticed, bottom line is serving the people, serving the society. And I know when I used to go to Nageshwar Reddy Garu, morning he comes at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock to the hospital. I don't know what time he goes back to home. Almost 20, as you were telling, he's working 26 hours a day in the hospital serving the people. In fact, I am also his patient. I've seen many times, many people, they do the endoscopy and all that to diagnose the problem. He never used endoscopy at all. And only with the stethoscope he says, yes, you have got this problem, he gives one medicine, that's it. And that is the kind of doctor India has produced. And all of them are like that in their own rights. They have produced miracles, and it is possible. I think this is the lesson. All the entrepreneurs sitting here, all the people who are mentors, please mentor your startup companies to become like them. They are our role models. Sir, thank you very much for all of you. In spite of your busy schedules, you're able to come and receive the award from Swamiji and India Startup Festival. And only one request to all of you. Whenever India Startup Festival comes to you, because we come to you to help some of the poorest startups who do not have much money, who do not have much contacts. We only bring such people, and they are going to solve many problems in the rural India. So my only request, whenever we come to you, give us some time to our startups. That is the only request. Why, I am asking all of you, because without your help, without your contacts, without your blessings, I don't think they'll be able to solve the rural problems in India. Because urban problems, a lot of people have made tons of money. I don't think I also have started 2 startups. It is very easy for me to, both the startups, one got listed in NASDAQ and we sold it to NVIDIA for $357 million. Other tech company also got acquired by NSE, National Stock Exchange. But when I started a startup company in agriculture area, and I'm a miserable failure. I could not do anything in spite of my putting all the money, 500 acres, and I am a total failure as a agripreneur. Now I know what are the difficulties to solve the problems in the rural area. That's where I need all of your help. You have to, I know you're all busy people, but give some time so that our startups, we are going to find some startups who are going to find solutions, but your time, your blessings to them, your guidance to them will be very, very useful. With that request, I thank Swamiji for blessing the India Startup Festival. He's going to the greater heights, and we are going to help many startups, thousands of startups who are going to follow your methodology, follow your selfless way of serving the public, serving the poorest of the poor. With this, I want to thank all of you for gracing the event. Thank you, Swamiji.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I'd like to express my sincere thanks to Swami and executive authorities. I'm feeling so happy, and this is a real honor for me. It was about 20 years ago, so I found some very small reaction, and based on the reaction, I have a dream. I had a dream. So if it were, it become a very great medicine. Yeah, I'm so happy. Then, so I founded in the startup company about 18 years ago. The road was very tough, but last June, my method was accepted in the very big medicinal company for diabetes production. The market size is a very, very big one. So it's called Blockbuster. So, but the experience was so tough. But I decided to change my experience to education. For example, I had a very nice connection with Stanford University and Stanford Research Institute. It's an old name of the institute name, but already I sent 300 students to the institute. It was a very, very nice experience, not for me, but succeeding our students. I think that kind of innovation leader education is very important. And what is innovation leader education? The most key point is, of course, technology. The technique of innovation is very important, but I think the meeting, coincidental meeting of the best ones. I met several good people in the last 20 years. And today and the last day, I also had a great chance to expand my friend from India and Australia and several countries. So my feeling, my impression, this startup festival is so successful. I think not only me, but all of the audience. So thank you for giving me and them for such a nice opportunity. Thank you very much again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Sadhguruji, my friend Jay Chaudhary Garu, all distinguished guests on the stage here, we also have friends off the stage. It's my great privilege today, after so many years of experience in going through the starting of the industries in rural area, building up the employment and where they need the job. We never had the opportunities earlier. And today, almost about 18,000 people we are employing completely, first time, majority of them into our factory from rural background. Most of them are agrarian culture. And today we are very proud and happy what we achieved. But still, I hope I will have some more things to go through. Now, through the foundation, we have been starting some of the activities connected to the rural area. After my retirement, I living in my village. Everybody says, how to do it? But I got more job now with all the rural, providing them the good access for the quality education, where it needs the preliminary, elementary, high school and higher secondary school, which give them a strong foundation to go forward into their life. And also skill development centers we are keeping. Those who have passed or dropped out from the high schools, government schools, whatever the schools are there. We prepare them to be good skilled worker. Any of the areas of the industry or construction or wherever they can go through that one, there is another contribution I'd like to give it to the skilled manpower to the country. And rural health is another area we are working on that one. Primary health center, primary health care where the rural people don't have the access, getting some of the outside doctors, giving some of the consultation to go through that one there. These are the most of the times I'm concentrating. We'll be hopefully give something, whatever the best service we can do. Thank you very much for the award, and really honored to take this award. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Sadhguru and J. Chaudhary, my old friend for last 40 years, and Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, whose patient I am. And I've never seen a doctor like him in my life. My wife is a doctor. She did practice for about 25 years free, being a gynecologist, but that is nothing compared to what Dr. Nageshwar Reddy is doing. And if you go to his hospital, poor and rich are treated same way. And I was surprised when I went for surgery. It didn't cost me nothing actually. So that is why I realized this is, in his hospital, it will be thousands of people who are there for treatment. So if any one of you have any gastro problem, related problems, I think you should visit their hospital, and they are the best in the world. This is confirmed to me by the leaders in their business. They said there is nothing like that in India. So I'm very proud, sir. You are my doctor. And about myself, I don't want to say much, but I came from a humble background like most of us are. I was born in a village near Vijayawada on the banks of Krishna River. So we had plenty of water. So if you dig 5 feet, you get water. So we had another problem. So when you have floods, not that kind of flood that you see in some other parts of India, but we have islands in the river, so everything gets submerged. And our village have fountains coming up, 15 feet, 20 feet fountains come up from the ground, and all the open wells will be flowing with water. So that is a bounty of water. But other parts of India don't have same problem. Then I went to Delhi to study. So I used to be at Prime Minister's house for some reason. Most of the time during my student days for 5 years, I found people were begging Mrs. Gandhi for a telephone connection. People used to say, मैडम जी मैं बाहर रहता हूँ, मेरा पिताजी का तबीयत नाजुक है, मैं बार बार नहीं आ सकूँगा, कृपया मेरे को एक टेलीफोन दिला दीजिए. So she used to hand over these papers, applications to her staff. And I've seen same problem with members of parliament. Their houses are flooded with people requesting for a phone. And I never knew that I was coming into telecom business after I got married. I shifted from Delhi to Bangalore. I always thank my wife for bringing me to Bangalore because this is the best place in the world to live. In India. Also one of the best places in the world to live. And I used to attend classes, summer classes of Sai Baba. And I still remember, I don't remember anything that I was taught in my school days, nor in my college days. But I always remember what Baba used to, tell us, so many life experiences, and I still remember many of them. And I tell my children, my wife knows him when she was 5-year-old. So we are privileged, but I never met him personally. But I've heard him every summer, every day. So I thought in telecom, when I came to telecom business, we were having a license Raj. I'll take 3-4 minutes if it is okay. So I found we were an ancillary to ITI. ITI was the only company which made telecom equipments, and anybody, even government organizations like state government, cannot even think about telecom. So we were an ancillary to ITI. So we learned our initial technology from ITI, because that time India had only, in 1982, India had only 3 million phone lines. Our family came into telecom business when India had just 1 million phone lines in 1961. The population at that time was 300 million, and in 1982 it became 750 million. And the phone population was just grown by 2 million in 20 years. So the result was there is no connectivity even for state capitals. So there is no phone system in the village or taluka level. So you have to book a trunk call. And people used to say, "Aaj trunk call book kiya hai, pata nahi kab aane wala hai, main to idhar se hilunga nahi aaj." So I hope some of you understand Hindi. I can translate otherwise. So those were the days. You have to wait for 10 years to get a telephone line. And they were all analog systems, very difficult. You needed an operator assistance. So then came our friend Sam Petroda. So without remembering two names, Rajiv Gandhi and Sam Petroda, telecom revolution would not have arrived at all. And around 4,000 engineers, young engineers, like many of you, have started working for CDOT with a lot of passion. So he introduced 5-day week, which was not known to India at that time. So the result was, you can do it, in American style used to say, you can do it, do it. So engineers never left in spite of the best salaries offered by many multinational companies. The passion was there. So we became a licensee in 90s of CDOT, and I bought ABB's telecom division and United Telecom from Vijay Mallya. Both were sick companies. I revived them. So the result is, the government had a budget of 400 crores. It can only buy 2 lakh lines a year, and the revenue surplus was less than 400 crores. So the main problem was that. So then we solved the problem by reducing the cost of telecom equipment by 90%. So we sold at 10% of international prices. We made India can also deliver with local technology and with companies like us. So every 4th telephone exchange installed in India was built by us. Every 3rd village having a telecom network was built by us. And we have actually defeated all the multinationals you can remember. We have been able to compete with all of them. Did we make a lot of money? No. Why? Because we thought we should transform the country's infrastructure rather than just making money. So the rural India got connected fast. So you can imagine from a 20 STD stations we had in 1987-90, it has grown to, in 3 years, to 350,000 STD stations. That has transformed India because this 400 crores revenue surplus actually in 4th year became 40,000 crores. I have felt that excitement, and I have seen that excitement in my Department of Telecom. I was the only elected president of the Telecom Industry Association till today. And Rajiv Chandrasekhar used to be my vice president, and Sunil Mittal used to be my another vice president. So we became very, very popular because I was nicknamed as L1 Rao. Because every tender we quoted, we became L1. I told my staff, we are not working for money. I never took salary in last 40 years. I don't want to say this in public, but this is a fact. I never work for money. I don't have anything in my personal name. So we have done great service. I only thank my parents, my teachers, my colleagues. They are the ones who are responsible for achieving this. And in the COVID time, our organization worked day and night, called Trigen Technologies, and built COVID platform with all of you Indians, got vaccinated, still going on. We had done this with 400 people staying in different hotels in Delhi, elsewhere in the country, because we have done this kind of program in the past with the UNDP, etc. So in the healthcare, we have done some small contribution, and we are now bringing out what used to be banking industry used to suffer a lot without technology. Healthcare industry has same problem. We are trying to address that problem. I will work with J. Chowdhury and Nageshwar Reddy sir and others, and make sure that we deliver similar value that we have delivered in telecom. So we also have, some of you are carrying 98450 series, and in Hyderabad 98490 series. You're all our customers. Thanks for continue to be our customers and support us. And we will support rural India. We'll also support urban India. And last, we made a cost-effective phone. We were the first one to introduce a dual SIM phone. We sold for 700 rupees, Carbon Mobile. Some of you who love cricket probably know about this name very well. We are this year making 20 million phones for Jio. And we have a big factory in Tirupati now. We employ 3,000 people in that factory. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So the main path to success lies in scaling up. It's not about getting it an idea, right? And they say ideas are a dime a dozen, execution is what matters. But even after execution, there's a consistent execution to scale, right? That's an important aspect of startup. And with great panelists here, I'm very excited to host you and listen or learn from you on what this is. And also, bring in a few of those with my own introduction first. So myself, I'm Shekhar Dixit, founder and CEO of Amelio. We are a community-driven social platform for food. And we are formed with a mission of spreading happiness through food. Right? Our whole mission is about making your dining and meeting people more joyful and happier as we go along. I'm truly honored to stand before you to kick off this panel for startups to scale up. In the world that we're in, startups at different stages are facing challenges. Right? I myself, many of you have introduced, saying I had 2 decades of successful career in the US. But when I came back to India with passion, right, I still face a lot of difficulties not knowing what to do or having access to the talent. But I'm thankful to the ISF forum itself to create the connection and the community for people to connect and get the right guidance. I would say further, the road to scaling up is certainly not devoid of obstacles. But we understand the trials and tribulations. As a startup, we are all already going through a few, and we'll go through much more journey of rough rocks to climb the mountain. But however, we see an opportunity waiting to be seized, right? And many of you panelists have been there, done that. And I'll be looking forward to take those learnings. And I would, anyway, the media personnel are recording the session. So our objective is to take those learnings and actions and be able to work in a way so that we can empower ourselves as well as spread this over to many other startups. So with this, I would like to hand this over to our chair, Tarun Gulati ji, and he would take it further with your own introductions forward. Thank you.
Shekhar, that was excellent. Firstly, a very, very warm welcome to all of you who come from far and wide. I've come over from London. Startup and scale up is not for the faint-hearted. It's not like me when I was running corporate businesses. I've been chairman of a bank, CEO of several entities. When I set up my first startup, I started to look grey, hair started shedding, and now this is slightly colored, by the way, in case you're confused. In my, I think about close to 40 years of corporate life, when I started a startup in London, you quickly realize that the world you were used to is different. A startup needs support, mentorship, money, but the main thing is some people look for lofty valuations you need to seek to create value. If you're creating value and you're trying to satisfy a certain need, solve a certain problem, you will find that that product or that service or that proposition will tend to make a difference. People will invest and the valuations will go to lofty heights. It's also requiring a lot of perseverance. It needs effort. I don't think you look at the clock. If you look at the watch, like most people would be used to in the corporate world, it wouldn't work. It can be a lonely place.
Sometimes you may not see much friends around, but there are friends there if you seek them. And that friend will only come if they find that your proposition is great. So the idea is to find, unearth a certain need. It need not be a very grandiose idea or something like that, but sometimes it's pretty simple. It's right in front of you. I'll give you a true story, which many of you may not believe. I launched Xerox in India. It was many, many decades ago. Computers were slightly non-existent. And the Xerox guys thought I was a smart guy, so gave me a good segment, the UN bodies and the embassies. And our USP was we're trying to sell the word processor, trying to say, look, wouldn't your letter look better if there was right side justification? It was emboldened and underlined. Think about it. Our phones do that today.
B2C. Personal finance management for people like us, right? Which was about aggregating all your financial records, bank cards, loans, mutual fund, capital market, all stuff, right? Then we kind of realized that how do we make money? Tech guys, right? Not business guys, not domain guys. So which meant that thankfully we had right advisors, and I think also the part is the co-founding team had made their first venture successful. So there was a bit of resilience in both the investors and the team to pivot. We pivoted from a B2C to a B2B. And I think it was also a lot of it to do with the Indian ecosystem, the environment, right? JAM, the Jandan, Aadhaar, mobile. These were three factors which came into play. Obviously, you had already the wallets, like the likes of Paytm, maybe MobiKwik. Now, lending was becoming a need. So, we became the data plumber. We became the pipeline which enabled this process. So, which is where today you have loans being given out. It's not just loans as a matter of fact, right? As low as 5,000 rupees to almost 50 crores. All of it technology enabled, right? So in a way today, 90% of digital lending in India runs through our platform. Same. From that we obviously expanded to merchant onboarding on e-commerce platform in terms of insurance. But the part is what technology was largely able to achieve. Bring down the entire cost and time. I mean obviously this is a generation of instant gratification. We have no patience. If our Swiggy guy doesn't deliver in 20 minutes, we cancel it. Okay. On an app, if the app is too slow, you don't want to process. But if you look at a startup journey, the first journey was 0 to 1. Getting the first customer is a very hard problem. And we were in a space where we were creating a category. It was disrupting the way the industry performed, getting people to believe. It took us 8 years to sign SBI. From 2010 to 2018, right? Today SBI does roughly around 500,000 requests a month with us on our platform. So obviously the initial journey of scaling, I think resilience was necessary. It was also probably given the part that we had quite a bit of experience and age on our side, gave us the ability to kind of stick it out, right? That was the part. Then as we grew, once we kind of demonstrated we are viable, I mean from 2014 to 17, we acquired around 150 customers, okay, going from a few, let's say roughly around 20 transactions a day to 10,000 transactions a day. Okay. Now today we do around 30 lakh statements a month, we process, correct? So, second part is as we kind of demonstrated that this was a category which was viable and disruptive, then it became the organization scaling. So at that time, the way you run is very different. And from 20, I think from 17 to 20 was a phase. 20 was a jolt. 90% of our business disappeared in the first quarter. So which meant that will we survive was a question mark, but then we realized that we had a viable business. And then after the third phase, it's been about going from an organization to institution. So at each stage, you need a different outlook towards how you build it. All of this is in hindsight, okay? The part is I know we in 2013-14, when there was hardly any revenue coming in, the question was pretty much in every last quarter, should we continue? But I think what helped was a largely investors or angels who are invested in the process, a lot of resilience, and also the ability to adapt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. That was excellent. Many congratulations on the journey. One needs to wear different lenses as you go through the stage, and that's clearly evident from what you think. Sheshadri would like to say a few words on talent, how IFIN Global and other entities can help startups.
Thank you all. I think I see, first of all, good evening, and I see a lot of luminaries here, inspiring entrepreneurs like Eliman sir. So I'm also the co-founder of ISF, as you all will be knowing. So I'll talk two things. First of all, and also regular ISF, context. So first, as for the firm, I represent a firm which is into global workforce solutions called IFIN Global, and basically we are a 98% woman-owned firm. I repeat, woman-owned firm across right from Jammu Kashmir to Kanyakumari to, of course, Velmani sir has always been tech values. We are also trying to kind of get on his thing. So we had we started close to about 5 years now, and we are in 10 countries, but headquarters is India. So taking the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister thing. So it's basically we are in India, but across all rural segments, we got about 75. But again, the last 4 or 5 years, we had almost, we measure in terms of not how many placements we made and all that, the impacts, whom we had, what is that they have really done in terms of those companies. And I see some of the customers area like Morgan Stanley, Chakraji, welcome there. I know, but you remember Sheshadri. So it's basically, apart from that, we now have also started the mission. We did a mega job fair, which basically we had 20,000 people into jobs. This is a Smart Institute Campus for 2 days, and for specially able and all of that. That's where we have been trying to do when I say impact. With that, we have all these initiatives, not only doing what we call typical standard box placements, manpower support and all that. What we wanted to do is what these guys are really going to do and what is that really kind of impact. So with that, we have grown, not only in terms of the revenues, but also in terms of valuations, in terms of the values that everybody recognizes it's something that we can do. Coming back, Sanjay, I'll take 2 more minutes with the ISF. As you all know, thank you all, first of all, for coming in terms of this role. JSR, as you all know, my mentor. I always telling everybody, I know him from my Chetty days I used to see, and today I have the opportunity to work along with him in the last 4 months. And of course, the journey that we had only about few to what you see today, every day we are kind of dynamically getting in. So initially we had about 5, now we are almost close to about 10,000 volunteers across the globe. That's what we always see. And thanks to our Tarunji and also Preeti, who we did, the first international roadshow happened at House of Lords, where you have the honorable ministers, all of them coming in. So all the industry leaders, what we are looking is, what this is not another event, that's the whole idea of the whole thing. That's why we said festive. The reason why this is festive is basically everyone look forward to that. It's not that we typically say, this is another GAN session karenge, and I had the opportunity to work with Ramji and SHM. But the whole idea was to really make it happen, and we need all your support, and also initiative. Whatever you said, I know all the great initiatives, but how we can all come together to build the new India, which our mentor JJ and of course Sadhguru has kind of there. We had a first of this kind diplomat sessions yesterday. So with that, I will conclude.
I was hoping you'd talk on startup and scale up. That's perfect. The whole objective of this round table is not to hear some experts, as we clearly heard, is to come out with some objectives which we will measure, monitor, track, and indeed present papers so that it's tracked every quarter. So I'm going to go around the table, quick 30 seconds. What would be a one take? What you present? I'll start with the doctor who would please enlighten us. What do you think we should be looking at to make sure that the startup scale-up ecosystem from your wisdom tell us, and then we go around the table.
Right. So I think in told 30 seconds I became nervous. Can I? Yeah. I think this gentleman is very young, so I will ask him a question. Can you lift a buffalo? Right. This is a very, very courageous answer. Normally people say no. Right? Say no, please. Okay, right. So generally people say no. Then I ask them a question. Can you lift a buffalo calf just born today? They will say yes. Can you lift 1 day old calf? Yes. 2 day old? Yes. You don't keep a gap and keep lifting every day. On a 300th day, you lift a buffalo. So this is scale up. In my opinion, this is what is scale up. Many people don't understand. And overnight, if you try to pick up, it won't happen. And then a quick couple of punchlines. जो काम करते हैं वो बुढ़े होते हैं, जो काम कराते हैं वो बड़े होते हैं. So काम कराओ. Many people sit and do the work. जिताओ. जो जीतता है वो शायद हार सकता है, लेकिन जो जिताता है कभी वो हारता नहीं है. If you want to become a billionaire, please create 1,000 millionaires. Then you become the powerful billionaire. Plan to lose. You must be wondering what is this advice all about. Plan to lose. जो खोना चाहता है वो कभी खोता नहीं है, जो खोने से डरता है वो कभी पाता नहीं है. So take a decision and implement that. And then focus. I think there are only two kinds of people, one who is successful, other did not focus. Right? And I see people who have failed in business, there are only two kinds. One did not have enough people, the other did not have enough work for the people he employed. These are the only two kinds of failures I have seen. Having said that, the last punchline, grow or go. This is the world order. If you have grow or go. If you have not grown, you are gone. I think this is the minimum time I can use for getting these punchlines.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Can I have that? 2 minutes were allocated to somebody very special. Keep it short, please.
Allow me a concession to laugh this out first. I thank everybody for this opportunity, and sir, you've chaired this, and sir has been like a mentor here for everybody. So, in a nutshell, there's something about rural India which I was looking at. I was working with an automobile company called Honda Four Wheelers as a design engineer long time back. And prior to that, I was working for a short period of time with Suzuki. During that time, they had this study where they tried to map out in rural India a new customer segment. And what they did was, they identified clusters of villages which were maybe 10,000 to 20,000 or 30,000 strong. And then they could optimize their cost, and then their pricing would improve, and then their market access and their other logistics, and the viability of the business became better. And then they understood, okay, why don't you target not just geographies, but link geographies with the kind of agricultural produce they're into. If they're into high value agricultural produce like turmeric, or maybe mushrooms, or perhaps apples, target those village conglomerates, so to say. But as we are today, I don't think we need to really stick to that thumb rule alone, that we start identifying patches of islands of prosperity within rural India to reap benefits from the prosperity that they already have. I think the model for scaling up now would be to leverage technology that we have today, because what I'm talking about was done more than 10 years ago. And what I'm talking about today is that even the biggest challenge, which is the dispersed market segment which is seen in rural India, I think that can be countered or counterbalanced with technology. So the dispersed market segment can be accessed, and I think it should not be a barrier for anybody who's in innovation to leverage that and look at development from the perspective of the people living there.
Thank you. Thank you. She's got to go, so you take first. Ashwinda. Thank you, Lakshmi. Quick 1 minute.
Yes, absolutely. I need to rush the airport. But just want to say just 3 pointers before I leave. Firstly, I'm absolutely honored to be sitting amongst such dignitaries in this round table. I want to say a few things. Firstly, it's very important as a startup that you delegate your job. That's very, very important for you to scale up. And people often, because they are passionate about things, they often fail to delegate their work, so you end up not growing. Second thing is reinvest back into the business. That's very, very important as well. Often I see when people start making profits, they invest into materialistic things. However, you need to invest back into your business and ensure you grow. The third thing that I want to say is knowledge is power. I always believe in this quote said by Benjamin Franklin that investment in knowledge pays the best interest. So it's very important as an entrepreneur, even if you're passionate, that you gain knowledge so that you reinvent yourself and you mold your team accordingly. Thank you very much for a wonderful evening.
If you can pass it back to us. Excellent.
So quickly, Tarun, without taking much time, there are 3 startups that ISF has already allocated to me who are pretty serious. One is in smart homes. One is working on smart parking, especially for malls and large commercial offices. And the third is on sustainable buildings and green buildings, and they're doing a lot of work on, clean water and clean tech. So what I would do is I would kind of pick them up and help work very closely with you and everybody on the right.
Receive a little one pager on that.
Yeah, one pager on that, so that we have a measurable thing and what we are really doing it and how they can progress. And anything to be related, which is related to either fintech or real estate, whatever it is, if it comes in the white paper, I'm happy to contribute.
Inspired by this is my second panel, we were together in United, having heard enough punchlines. I'm also an acronym man, so it seems we are talking, initially with less action in the middle of nowhere. I want to move to acting now here. So I would love to contribute my efforts with ISF as well as with, more importantly, the rural population here. I see the, stalwarts, Murli sir is sitting, he's been a mentor and very good friend last 12 years. I just want to quickly share 3 ways. Again, in the interest of acronyms, I said act now here. So you take ACT, the first thing is awareness. And my typical style, Tarun, if you permit me, the 2 anecdotes I want to give you in 2 lines. I'm not going to take time. My great-grandfather founded in the middle of nowhere the institute which is called BITS Pilani today. 1948, he moved to Pilani under the guidance of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And in 30 years, he set that up, right? If that can happen here, if we are all together here, right, what is it which we can do is a question I ask myself, right? If a desert could become an oasis of education. The second C is basically to connect and communicate. So I'm part of, as an alumnus of IIT IIMs, also on the board of IIT Madras, Jodhpur, BITS Pilani. So Tarun, my commitment is, for startup to scale up, I would love to connect this initiative with the best of accelerators in India, right? And T is the last thing, I'll end with that, is basically, as a result of all this, let's also introspect how is the startup to scale up externally leading to our transformation, right? So what are we giving back? We heard some great anecdotes here, but what is it which we are going to contribute to Sadhguru's mission here is something which, I want to leave as food for thought.
Sure,
Thank you.
We'll be delighted to hear that. Excellent.
I would like to say thanks once again to everyone. I'm really delighted to be here with all of you and to ISF, and I'll keep it very short and sweet. If you have an idea, create a vision and execute it. Don't be afraid of failure. You'll be all right. And definitely knowledge is a power. You should keep reading and keep updating yourself with tech, because if you can't adapt new technology, then it's very difficult to grow these days because technology is everywhere. Thank you.
Chakra, please.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here and to interact with all the panelists. It was lots of learnings for me. So in closing, all I'd like to say is lots of interesting and great things have been said here. I hope everyone learned something here. The thing I would say is, it's all about the people that you have. It's all about people, any company, including a startup. So get the right talent that is experienced in the domain you're in, and also people that are resilient. Startup journey, as a couple of people have shared here, it's not going to be easy. It's not for everybody. You need people who are fungible, who can pivot, and who have the strength to remain there with you in good spirits through the tough times. Because everyone is going to face tough times, all startups. You hear all the success stories and think that they just kind of became a big success and it's very easy. It's not. Every given company goes through ups and downs, and you need to stay resilient. So you need to have people on the team who can stay there. and work together.
Thanks, Chakra.
So with that,
Ram?
Thanks. One from an ISF perspective, we have a key level up program, which is for early startups, a small kit, starter kit to use our APIs. We are building on tech solutions. That's something which we can work on. And at other part is, I think, apart from a startup, I think one of the most challenges people don't understand funding, and then they don't understand contracts, and that's why they give up too much away, right? So I think just the colleague over here, but from that aspect of mentoring people and giving them the right kind of framework, and could be even a policy or a handout, right? We can create something that helps to mitigate that kind of a challenge which startups face.
Hi everyone. One thing which I would like to leave you all with is that Google for Startups accelerator applications are now open. So if you are seed to Series A funded AI first startup, please feel free to start applying, and it closes by August 22nd. So this is your opportunity. Think of ways, because AI is a buzz now, and not just now, it's been around for a while now. So what I would think about how you can take data to AI to accelerate your business insights, and whatever business it is, you will have opportunities for AI. Make sure you have a solid pitch and solid whatever it is asked of you in that submission form. Please go ahead and submit before 22nd August. Thank you.
Raju.
From Succeed, we already have a skin in the game. So we are, I think, issued a term sheet to the 9 startups selected day before. So anyway, we are going to be there with them and to scale up, see that they will succeed.
Last but not least, Philip.
Thank you. Yeah, I was also had the privilege of sitting in the HR roundup, and I think overall my take from here, I was taken around by Sunil, the head of CSR. And I thought what I can do as a company GM for people who are coming up is basically invest in diversity. When we talk about diversity, it's not only gender diversity. It is people who have disabilities, people who come from colleges and schools that don't give them that ability to get jobs. So basically have a percentage of employees recruited, maybe team up with Shashidhar sir, and we will do something.
You have the last word, Sesh.
Yes, to add in quickly, I think I would like to add that we at Beehive run a program called Startup Program. To eligible startups, we offer space at significantly discounted price, at almost at an operational cost price. So that's something any startups you would know, please do recommend. Otherwise, I think if I would add anything around current times from my own experiences, I think building startups takes time. I think people burning very fast money and trying to build too fast, I think that's been happening around. So what I really see is I think people should manage their runway, build the right people, take their time, build the time to build the team, right? And I think that patience, if you try to do too fast, the learnings you will not be able to implement. Maybe you'll implement in the next company, but if you survive through, you can implement in the same company.
Thank you. This has been...
I think we should, I think he's already done a program for ISF.
Oh, that's tremendous. Thank you. Thank you. That's excellent. Firstly, it's been excellent as a panel. So Shadi, would you like to give one word? Keep it one word, please. We are short of time.
So, first of all, as I said, sir, I always go with the slogan, networking is better than not working. Learning from you also some of the slogans, sir. So, basically, ISF as such, I know you should have heard all this. We are first of all, we are not a not-for-profit, we are non-political and not an event management company. Obviously, the whole idea from there, I know most of them have been there. So, our intent is definitely there, it's not just again there, but next session, I hope, you should already we have 125 term sheets in one day. That's a kind of a record, as you all know, we can think. So, I hope this is something with all of us coming together, we can really make it, and we all need your support. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. This has been an excellent panel. I've learned a lot, notwithstanding perhaps with your permission, I might be the oldest. You look younger than me. So, no, my thighs may be brighter. And I think there are some takeaways. I'll distill them and try and make some sense out of this and try and circulate some things in due course. So we come out with some objectives that actually then become some things that we can work upon because there are so many good ideas that we can't work on. And indeed, for questions, if somebody has any burning questions, Please ask, only time for 2 questions. Just in case there are none, that'll be fine for the panel here. None. I think that's fantastic. We'll draw this to a close. Thank you very, very much for your indulgence today. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
How do you learn internet? So you learn internet through playing. You just play games and you learn internet. So this is all the methodologies. There are placards, there are wall. This string is thrown to different people, and a network is created, and that is called internet. You have symbols of what are the symbols. So you play game because this is LinkedIn, this is whatever. And then you have a snake ladder game here, which actually safety and security of internet. You learn from that, and all this is there in the in this box. So this box is in a place. You learn internet, you learn digital, and so on and so forth. Recently, I discovered that Gandhiji left charkha for us, right? Everybody knows charkha, right? There is no innovation in that.
It's the ISF logo also.
So can you take it out? So this is a box charkha, right? It comes for 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 6,000, right? Now, if you want to use it, it's one.
Yes.
So this is a charkha. Now what happens is that most of the makerspace that we are doing in rural, we are saying 1 hour you do spinning. If you do 1 hour spinning, you have 300 meters of thread. And then we are saying give it to the local weaver and get a cloth and sew yourself. And we are calling it charkha for digital citizens. Because you need concentration. You need, you don't get addicted to, digital also. So at the same time. So basically it's trying to innovate cotton also and organic cotton also. So you are gradually going to have this spinning in most of the places. Farhan is here. He is helping us to have electronic kit. Yeah. For all the rural areas to have a maker space with electronics. So you can make your own IC board, you can make your own programming and so on and so forth. So these are the things that I was just trying to tell that the issue is not of doing things. By the way, you told to make the white paper report. This is done. Oh, wonderful. So we thought that the idea. I would say that committee, that whatever we make and all that, the issue is of out of the box thinking that we need to do. We don't have to think from we can do how to use ChatGPT intelligently, to do, because we don't know how to read and write in rural India. But ChatGPT is for right. I can say in my Hindi that this is what it is, and why don't you draft something and it will draft and you send it. Why don't you? So because earlier when internet came, everybody thought that job will be gone to the internet. It didn't go to the internet. It just became much more differently. Job was curated. So the issue here in rural innovation is how do we see the problem exist in the area of education. We have 1.4 million schools. There is not a single good percentage of number of labs in this school. Not even 10% schools have got lab, adult lab or any maker space or even digital labs. With the purpose that I am going to experience Nandi Hills, which is good for health and things like that, and we will stay there in a local lady's home and we will experience local food, but this should multiply with the broadband connectivity so that she can manage her own home to take the bookings and so on and so forth. So this is the way we need to figure out that how do we actually embed. We have just started a pilot project of converting 10 GI location into a destination, funded by Standard Chartered. And we are starting with Salem, we are starting with...
so it is already been piloted, whatever you
we are starting with... There is not a single thing I have said that it is not done. I am not giving an argument. I am not telling you that you use this box and you will become a hero of Gandhi. We have done it. We are doing it. We have said, you come to Pondicherry, our children are using this charka every day and they are making cloth.
So next round table on this should be in Pondicherry.
Yeah, happy to host. Yeah.
All your teams. Yes. And we are the key people in communication.
I realize that, and thank you for coming and sitting with us. Because when we are talking
some of the round table.
So I actually, like you said, I actually do not treat digital as technology. I treat digital as a means of efficiency for doing work better, and nobody needs it better than rural. You know?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
What we did, we have created a rural IoT training center, and we offer all the SPATs, like a solar lamp. We provided training to the kids. The kids can go ahead and install in the street, and that can be self-sustainable. It was cost of $100, $150 per month. That is already done. We have done almost a 10-15 location in Tamil Nadu. Another thing that we did actually, we also created a stove that can efficiently cook the food, right? The gas or the wood is a big problem. We have a 250 location where we started an zero hunger program. So through our innovation center, we started to create the stove which can be used less wood to cook very quickly. So that we distributed 50 of them across the India, and they can start use our the stove to cook the food and deliver them. Another program that we did actually, we use existing technology. Already he was talking about, we don't need to invent some of the technology, right? How we use the technology to deliver food security, right? Especially we use WhatsApp, and Microsoft has a social media platform that we use for them to upload the picture in a rural. Also, we have a distribution center for every month we buy a 25 ton rice and sending over 250 locations. Not only that, we also have a spice that we build. We also have a rural distribution center where we monitor the stock, and how many, if the stock goes up, and then we call our vendor to supply that. The whole things we automated because we have a rural technology innovation center where we offer a free training to the college graduates. We give them a project to develop using AWS infrastructure. So they write a code, all monitoring everything to provide a dashboard. This is how we solve the food security problem in rural India.
And in 2017, I took almost a year-long trip in India. I said I traveled the world, but apna desh hi nahi dekha. So it was like random travel to tier 2, tier 3 rural. Though my family comes from agricultural background, and I stayed on the farm, but sometimes we get the illusion we know what it is about. So we are just traveling and spending time on the ground, and I realized that a lot of good work is happening, but often it is in silos, or the work is not repeatable or scalable. So someone is doing great work like Osama is doing, and he's enabling it with the digital infrastructure, but often the solutions are not scalable by themselves. So after looking at this, I thought, where could I add value? And through SOPAS, we have come to what we are creating, ecosystem, a rural innovation ecosystem, what we call a center of excellence. We are basing it in partnership. So here what we heard from all the people is there are so many different challenges which are there. It is, I would say, very nice to think of rural innovation, but it's really, if you look at it, it's not easy. It's a wicked problem because there are so many challenges of infrastructure, challenges of talent, connectivity, you name it. It's like if you were to come to a Bangalore, 8 out of 10 things are available for you, maybe 2 you have to figure out. Maybe you have got to have the idea and the passion, and the rest of it is lined up as a start, as an entrepreneur. You go to a rural area, it's reversed. You have to struggle for 8 of those things, and maybe 2 you just have the right passion and idea. So, is to reverse that is by we are setting up the centers of excellence, where we are mobilizing, I would say, hardware, software, and UI UX. Hardware is we are partnering with local academic institutions to set up the center of excellence where there is a prototyping space, where there is an environment for any local innovator, MSME startups, because every startup can't be a tech-centric VC fundable startup. We need many of the ones which are MSME but tech-enabled, so that the model is repeatable, scalable, and they can propagate. We call it horizontal scaling. So we need many more businesses which are horizontal scaling in. So these centers are creating the environment, the hardware, the software, I call it. We are bringing in the people and the expertise from our global network to help the local innovators who have actual context of the region. And third is to create success stories, because unless something is glamorous, something is really not work that well, we can just keep talking about infrastructure to create a success. So that's the UI UX part of it. So we have set up 2 of these centers. One of the very important things we are looking at is what Osama talked about, and many reiterate, we don't have to get into new solutions. So we call these business model innovation. Often we need business model innovation rather than product innovation. So our target is, unlike trying to create a new product or product every time, it is what are the existing products, solutions which are existing, which can create livelihood and business models.
In the last 1 year, I have touched around 50,000 youth in the rural, Tier 3, Tier 4, and so where I see phenomenal, when I understand that wealth at the bottom of the pyramid, when C.K. Prahlad said that, right? So I see that as talent, and that is the youth, is the real wealth, and in the rural, they're very talented. And today I think the tech is reaching them, and they are talking about the blockchains, they are talking about the gaming, and phenomenal amount of exposure which is there with them. And I also been observing, and now I've been partnering as a super mentor to Atul Incubation Center as part of the Niti Aayog's initiative. Been mentoring the incubation centers so that they make it sustainable and enable innovation at the grassroots level. And one of the association of ours as the Institute of Inspired Innovation, we are the knowledge partner for Sri Krishna Deva Raya University, Anantapur. Tell you one story of how it is impacted and what they need at this level, where I've had several observations. When we are talking about innovation, for rural innovation, there are 2 things. Innovation for the rural is one angle, or the one side of the coin. The other side is innovation from the rural. There are 2 aspects to it. And the other thing that I saw is that their ability to learn, but at the rural, when we are talking about innovation, jugaad is something which comes natural to them. So what is required is that competency to build a systemic thinking so that they can scale, they can bring in technology, solve problems, and so on. And they are very close to the problems themselves. There are a lot of problems out there, and they are much better in solving that than somebody sitting in urban and thinking, in an incubation center, wanting to solve those problems. How do we equip them? Right? So what do they need? They need role models. Okay? So they need not the ones, or will I say role models, and they need mentorship. So one caution to this group, and where we need to spread this, according to me, is trying to aim the same as what we have done as innovation from these urbans and the large cities and the Silicon Valley, thinking that that is what is required for the rural and the rural innovation. I think that will be a huge, I would say, if I have to use a strong word, as a crime. Okay? So we have to be cautious about it. And it's not the same innovation which is required from them or for them. Right? But today I think that's the way it is getting propagated and reaching. The other aspect being role models, right? So I've been saying to Pani Sama, when I talk about this competency development in these institutes, there's a huge amount of investments that the government is making now through Atal Incubation Center, institution innovation councils, and so on. So they have that infrastructure, they have the people, but the competency isn't there. And we need method and methodologies to reach out and help build that competency. if we can do, magic happens. One example, through ASCSKU that we were doing this program, there were 3 rural girls studying engineering, computer science. They were, their idea that they came out with initially through the program, the pre-incubation program that I was conducting. So they wanted to create an IED, which is the bomb detector. And as computer science engineers, they were trying to do that. And then they completed the course, and then they wanted to incubate there. So they proposed this idea. They said, incubation center said, we can't provide the support for this kind of an idea, which access to the defense and all of that is not our cup of tea. We are into rural innovation. But these girls were very interested in becoming entrepreneurs. So within just one day, where there was time to pivot, right, and come with a new idea, they literally came back with the competency. Once they are competent, within one day they provided an application which said they will create millet chocolates. From bomb to here, bomb detector to here, it's the shift of making the chocolates out of millet. And they got qualified, but this is the best part. They are the first company now, they are a company by now, first company in the world to create millet chocolate.
Why they are not at ISF?
Their representation is there. And but then here it goes to the next level. They participated in one of the events from Anandpur and they showcased that. And the Minister of Agriculture is there. He sees youth trying to innovate and coming with these. So they get a grant. And then providential help, the timing, suddenly UN announces this as the millet year. And then it so happens that the family, they are not getting that support. Obviously, computer science you're studying and why do you want to go create chocolate and all that. But they convince them how they want to use IoT and the technology and do it in scale. And one of the HIFR as a social organization decides to give this as part of the souvenirs.
During the COVID time, he found that most of the children are not getting education and they're not able to make much of it. So he started a small training center where people could learn the basics of computer. And then therein, the children started learning the basics and they were able to, do a little bit of graphics, a bit of, using of computer. And using these little resources and his experience and with the help of his other colleagues, so they developed an application, mobile applications, where the villagers in such a small village, they started using the app, like Amazon or something, for buying and selling and things like that. Right? And that ecosystem is fully functional now, doing a lot of good work, and it started displacing the middlemen, and they were able to get the price value for the local business, still without any payment transactions. Businesses as simple as the Panwala, they are able to buy pan from a Panwala using this. So the Panwala is also listed in this group. So as small as that business out there. And the guys who are able to do this, the children who are able to do that, 200 rupees per day, they are able to earn on commissions because they are able to deliver from point A to point B and things like that. And that's a big money for a village. So the system has started there and they are planning to take it over. And a couple of other things also they are trying there, having these children trying to use the internet like how someone was telling, that reaching the internet is very important so that the children there are able to do.
The best part, what I liked was this whole app or whatever technology is being developed and deployed is done by students locally there, from the village, from that region. So, and it can be very replicable.
So, I like to thank Vay formally for making me this opportunity. And I definitely may not be able to give ideas or thoughts, but I can give a perspective of outside. You are all experts, you are all thinkers, and you are in situations. But my take is when we are talking about rural innovation. See, the rural markets are great. I think there is an opportunity. Is billions of people, billions of dollars or rupees, billions of opportunities. I think this is the pyramid we are talking. We are at the bottom of the pyramid when we are calling me. I am hearing these words for the first time in the last 2 days. I was not there. But whatever we are doing, I think the opportunity is to change the lives. I think this is what, as you for the purpose of your next generation. I think this is where one should focus. What is that we need is health, hygiene, livelihood, and finally, what we can give to our next generation is the ecology.
So some startups will be attached to your group. You fund, monitor, and mentor. See that those things are implemented so that the startups also become scalable model. So these two requests I want to ask yourself as well as Raghu. Thank you. Thank you, Raghu. See, the reason why I wanted to make it this it has to be result oriented. So unless we produce the results, ideas are there, right? They are diamond design, everybody is doing and all that. So whatever Osama has done is already implemented. But those ideas have to go pan-India. So some of them also can be taken, and we will come with selected startups who are interested in taking these ideas, and please mentor them, fund them, see that they are successful. I think if you are able to demonstrate those companies by ISF 24, that time we request your chairman J. Mother also to come and press this conference. So that will be nice.
Beyond the Delhi public schools in Hyderabad, just one announcement I wanted to make on this ISF platform is my family has committed to donate 2 crore rupees to improve 4 important pillars of education, because for rural innovation, education is very important. And my mentor, J.H. Garu, is a manufacturing. So we are going to improve it in 10 schools by the end of this year. Academics, operations, information technology, sports and infra. And I will connect with Mr. Osama, and in all the 10 schools we are going to implement your program, sir. And we get in touch the Adult Incubation Center to see whatever we can do as investors to support this.
Give some money also to them because they need some money.
And sir, by ISF 2024, with your support, Dr. Rammohan's support, we'll grow to 100 schools.
Excellent.
And we will
I worked as a Chief Innovation Officer for the government of Telangana, where I worked with the rural innovators, and my charter was to foster innovation in the rural areas. So I think I completely resonate with many of the ideas that I given here, especially the need to bring the innovators together so that they're strengthened by themselves. Because to take mentoring from outside there has been a challenge. But when we put all of them together, there's so much peer learning that will get them to the step where they can be helped by the mentors from outside. And we are trying out something in Nizamabad. Right now, we're setting up an incubation center there. Actually, it is scheduled to be started by December this year. The work is going on. It's based on the Deshpande model in Udupi. So we will have like a 400-seater incubation center in Nizamabad. Hopefully, it will do wonders. And in Karnataka, after Bangalore.
I just got this idea in this moment when this conference is happening. The rehydrated raw banana powder, solid powder.
Why don't you discuss with
someone to
Kanita and
so that I'll connect my
offline.
Okay,
good.
Absolutely. I think as a group, if we can figure out what are the innovations and how do we link it to the entrepreneur. Ideally, if we find both in one package, great, but it need not be the case, right? And unfortunately, most policies combine innovation and entrepreneurship. That's something that we can kind of start looking at. How do we, so the database of innovations that we can create on the ISF website, our job is to find startups who can take those innovations, right? So the second point which is really there is, I think there's enough and more technology, enough and more innovations. What we need is business model innovations to make it viable, right? So how do we then as a group, maybe if we say, hey, if it is all the innovations coming out of the innovation centers, how do we help create Indian economic form of business models and say this is how it will work, right? To the extent of what was the idea of our friend there, right? If a youth is able to earn 200 rupees a day, that's 6,000 rupees of income in a month, which is a good start, right? So if we can then start focusing on not just innovation but also the business modeling that go along with it, and start creating those templates, then we can replicate it faster. And third, we need to tell these stories much better. Not of Elon Musk's or the Bill Gates of the world, but can we tell stories that here is this guy in Punjab who did this, he's earning 2 lakhs a month, so can we? Right? How can we maybe celebrate 50, 100 stories like that next year? So those are the thoughts running in our mind. And what we see when we work in about these 20,000 odd villages is you saying, tell me what to do and how to do it, I do. Right? And give me the tools. So if you need to equip them with these tools and technologies and the models, and then bring in financing, mentoring, etc., then we will create a nation of a billion entrepreneurs who can go on to create many more billions of jobs. So my suggestion as a outcome for this, fascinatingly dealing with this. See, if as we spoke the last 1.5 hours, there were at least some 8 to 10 collaborations that came up.
Yes.
Right? Can we have a few folks and if we can list down, here's how, Srinath Mohan will collaborate with Osama will collaborate with Digvijay will collaborate with Adha. If we can list down 15 to 20.
Can you take this as a individual item?
So if we can list down 20 or X number of collaboration conversations, I'm sure this will continue. If we can come back next year and say we listed 20 collaborations, 15 have worked. I think that's one very tangible outcome we can have from this, right? That is one. Secondly, there's such a wealth of information here that 1.5 hours seems like a flash in the pan. So I would suggest that from TiE Bangalore and ISF, let us host a rural innovation conversation every month for the next 12 months as an online thing. Right? So each of the speakers here, we'll create a forum where an hour, and you can bring an innovator, an entrepreneur that you may want to choose. Design the session in any which way, and TiE Bangalore reaches out to some 50,000 odd folks in our database. Right? And I'm sure with ISF we can make it a global thing. Let us put a calendar, we can host a monthly conversation and a takeaway from that.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We are going to talk only about MSMEs. We are not going to talk about how India is shining, how the world is doing a roaring business, and how we should actually work for our pie in the sky. No, we will only talk about here and now and about MSMEs. Second, we are not going to talk about jargon. The huge tectonic shift in the landscape of MSMEs is going to be extremely beneficial in orbit shifting our economy. We are not going to talk about those things. Okay, that's jargon. 3, we will actually talk about your questions. So it's going to be very, very relevant. It's going to be probably addressing some of the concerns that you may have, and collectively we can find some solutions. And the topic is what are the challenges in adopting digital technologies by MSMEs? As simple as that. We'll stick to challenges and probably come up with some solutions here and there. So that's going to be broadly why you have to be part of this session. We will exactly take 30 minutes, not more than that, because one of our panelists will have to catch a flight. So there's no other option. This story everyone knows. What is a micro, what is small, and what is medium. I'll skip this thing. If your plant, equipment and machinery, everything put together, investment is not more than 1 crore and your turnover annual turnover is not more than 5 crores, it is micro. And then if it is 10 crore investment and more than 50 crore turnover, it is small. And of course 50 and 250, this is what everyone knows. I'll skip all my slides and I'll go directly to, everyone knows these things. We have done very recently 2 action research projects. One is Digital Street. This is adoption of digital technologies by street vendors. So there are lots of learnings out there. That is one. And second, the ongoing project is called Digital Green. This is adoption of digital technologies for environmental sustainability. Bearing the sustainability in mind, how do we adopt and be conscious of the offshoots of using these technologies? I think these are the broad 2 areas in which we have been researching. The first one is already over. We have submitted the reports to the stakeholders. The second one is still going on. We have partnered with a German NGO and we are doing this research in various cities, Hyderabad to Delhi to Rajasthan, that is Jaipur, to Bangalore, Pune, Dehradun, Ahmedabad, so on and so forth. I'll talk about very few, I'll skip all these things. These are just backup kind of material. I'll just go to thank you slide so that you listen to me. See, the challenges that we are facing are multifold. The challenges that we are facing are multifold. First, in terms of adopting technologies itself. A lot of these people, when we have spoken to garment manufacturers, when we have spoken to micro level entrepreneurs who are into supplying to these garment manufacturers, who live in Bangalore, who live in Tirupur, who live in small areas, Nalgonda and all these locations. Most of them do not have the overall bigger grasp of what they should be conscious of. They are more worried about movement of their product and a cross movement of money for their product. I think this is in simple language what they are worried about. The large numbers that we project, we have to look at the percentages of the segments. And the largest segment that we have here and we have to worry about, like in agriculture we say, there are a large number of small acre holding farmers. Similarly here also micro is going to be very large. But if our solutions or talks are not focused on these large segments, it's again going to be off the mark. So when we spoke to these small people, when we spoke to these entrepreneurs, they understand what we are talking. It is not that they don't have any understanding. Are they ready to adopt? They may be ready to adopt. But the dominance is in terms of areas of, being manageable, having a manageable cash flow. I think that's where everything works around. If it is working very well with respect to their market, if it is working very well with respect to their produce, and if the intermediaries are rewarding them suitably, I'm sure then they will be able to focus on these things. The theories that we carry from here and we teach them in terms of, say for example, mobile broadband. Everyone knows mobile broadband. Cloud computing, a lot of people understand cloud computing. Big data, a lot of people understand that. IoT and its applications, everyone understands that. But will they get down to using it? What are the challenges that we have faced? Some of the challenges I have identified here. Obviously, they are there on the slides. Now, when we go back into specific discussions, we have 3 distinguished gentlemen here. Now, when we talk about the specific challenges that they can list, and also when they can address some of the challenges that you may raise, that will be much more relevant. I'll stop here and we'll begin now. Now, let us pivot this. How many of you have questions for this session? You can raise your hands. Please raise your hands. 2-3 से नहीं चलेगा. 2-3 से तो नहीं चलेगा. हाँ, ठीक है. Yes. What we will do is we'll pivot it. We will take questions first, and our responses will be dovetailed to address those questions, and that's going to be the discussion. Okay? Please, questions. Yes, Divakar. You don't need a mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, great session since morning. There are a lot of metrics have been spoken. We have 7 crore MSMEs, and there is a distinguished micro, small, medium and all that. And we have 5,000 companies which are listed in stock exchange. Out of that, 1,200 to 1,300 companies contribute to 90% of market capital. What kind of a democratization we have done? If you see the numbers, it should be allowing and enabling MSMEs to really get into that number of listed companies. So past 60 years what we have been doing, are we happy what we are doing? What should be done?
Okay, good framework related question. We will respond. I think we'll give that to Satya only. Yes, Satya.
I'm just paraphrasing the question. So, from this session's perspective, if I paraphrase your question, that how can the MSMEs, or what stops the MSMEs to get into, to leverage this market capitalization part? Because as you can see, only 90%, out of the 7 crore, only 5,000 are listed, and out of which only 1,200 contribute to 90%. So why are we missing out? Can digital help there? Can I put the question like this, and then we will try to answer.
As we said, we'll take all the questions first. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, absolutely no.
Again, if I paraphrase your question just for this thing, so how can we ensure that the stakeholders who are supposed to help the MSMEs are themselves aware of how can they help the MSMEs? Can I put it this way? Okay. So banker is just one example, and I'm sure there could be other examples.
But if you can ask questions that are specific to your requirement, it will be more relevant. So much so, we will respond to only those questions. Otherwise, we will talk general, you will talk general. How do you motivate me? That type of question I would like to have. मेरा बिजनेस ये है, मेरा फैक्ट्री यहाँ पर है, मेरे यही दिक्कतें हैं. How do you solve this? That type of question is expected. Okay. Please.
Yes, sir. So I'm Sandeep. I'm into capital consulting and coaching for MSMEs. By and large, we deal 1 or 2 clients in a month, and it's mostly related to their credit side. By the time they come to us, they'll have one project report which says bankable project report, but their business is not bankable. So we try to, so then when we try to make them, that takes, it's a longer turnaround time, is at least a quarter, half year and all. So in this context, how you can help me, how digitization or anybody can, how can you reach out to, I was asking Malavika also that you have to productize your service content, and so that then we can, so similar, anything of that sort that can help us.
The question is difficult. You want to paraphrase it? Okay. So let me, the question is actually very difficult, given that the problem itself is very difficult. Am I right? This question you can ask to all the panels. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. While we are compelled to focus only on the topic, you can talk anything other than the topic. Superb. Yeah, we'll come to it. We'll come to it.
So, I have exactly the question that Sudhakar Rao sir was telling. So, I have a factory in Adivatla. I make defense and aerospace. We make systems and subsystems for fighter aircraft and missiles for DRDOs. Customized. Now, it will not be out of way to say that I am not making enough money. I would like to export, but I don't have a product. I am making customized systems for them. So how can you help
me? A very good session will have few unanswered questions. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Ram Mohan. I am an entrepreneur. So my question here is, how we can create a level playing field for digital transformation on par with bigger companies for MSMEs. So what I mean to say is that so today all the large companies can afford to have all the digital transformation tools. But when it comes to the MSME, one is affordability, another is their knowledge to acquire those tools. What kind of tools that they need?
It's largely a function of affordability. Yeah, yeah. Any other? Sir.
We make customized products. I want to know from Vamsi and Srinivas, because I've been struggling to implement ERP in my company for the last 3 years. So I want to know how I can. Is it right? It's a direct question.
Any more? Yes, sir.
For MSMEs, I take the liberty on this point. What is, from your view, that MSME has to be successful for year-round actually order processing and profits? What are the best solutions you imagine and think of?
Good. Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Yeah, we will try and respond to some of these questions, and if you have not responded, you can understand that we don't have any answer. Okay? Yeah, please. Street vendors. Oh, good. I'll give 1 or 2 examples. That will come last. Okay. We will do like this. All the questions have been noted by all of us. Satya will respond to at least 2-3 questions. Is it okay? Yeah. And then we can keep on adding. But very quickly we'll try and finish. Yeah. You have 13 minutes.
Yeah. So I'll take the liberty of answering in any order. I hope that's okay with you. But we will again check back, where we have answered and not answered. We'll check that. So I think I'll start off with the question that somebody talked about, creating an awareness, to do things, as well as the affordability part. So I'm going to take that together. See, one of the major challenges today for an MSME is that, is digital transformation required for me? If the answer is yes, then what is that I need to digitalize or digitally transform? And how much it will cost me, and how should where should I go? Who are the people who can help me? These are the broad things that typically anybody who starts a digital journey will have, right? So, and there is already a lot of confusing words like digitization, digital transformation, and so on. And each one is valid from its own perspective, but they are also very different from one to another, right? So one of the things that somebody has to, I mean, what we see, when like I represent a center within CII called CII's, Center for Digital Transformation. It is done with Tata Communications, so it's called CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. So we work with MSMEs just to help them on some of these things. And the awareness creation is the first thing that has to be really focused on. Like, what is that you need? And to do that, typically, I mean, you can use any method. I'm just suggesting a method. So, you look at, I mean, you apply a model called, digital maturity rating or something, so you try to talk to the company, understand the as-is processes that they have, what are the pain points that they have, and what are the opportunities that typically that exist. So that you can easily get from by asking the right set of questions and getting the answers. And using this method, for example, in our center, so we do this and then we go and tell you, okay, these are the opportunities that, I mean, you are at this level, you seem to have strengths in, say, customer-facing processes, you seem to have doing well, whereas employee-facing processes, there are a lot of issues in that, or operational processes, you have not even touched it. So like this, it can give you some kind of a mirror to you, saying that these are the things that you need to do. So that's, I mean, creating the awareness, creating a baseline of where you are today, and then you look at the affordability part. Like, now you need to know, you don't have the, the reach of say large company, so that you can go for end-to-end transformation in one go. So you then start prioritizing what is more important for you. So for example, many people will say that I don't want to touch anything on the customer side because that is too risky for me, whereas I can go and automate a few things on my shop floor because that's going to give me some immediate benefits, right? So that's something that, there are many methods by which you can do that, to see what is that you require on the, prioritization, and show some immediate successes. Because your management, I mean, whether it is a owner-led one or is it a corporate-led one, in both cases, you need to be convincing somebody saying that it is worth investing money on this. But for that, it's like a chicken and egg situation. So, you need to show some, quick results, the low-hanging ones, right? And that's where I'm suggesting that, you go for some digital intervention on the shop floor side. It's going to improve your efficiency, it's going to improve your productivity and so on, which will then open up your purse for other these things. I'll come back to some of these things once again, but if somebody wants to add.
Yeah, I can add. So, many points were raised on how do we push MSMEs to contribute more? How do I become a bankable business so banks will give me a loan or capital? Why only certain percentage of companies are profitable while rest of them are not? So it all comes down to the business model, whether is it profitable, whether it is scalable, whether it is sustainable. Anyway, I'm deviating slightly away from the topic because the forum is more on adoption challenges of digital technologies. But so first, why that skewness in some success, some not successes? Probably there's a problem in the business model itself. Now, there's a specific challenge someone raised about defense and aerospace who make customized solutions, but you're not able to become profitable or you're not making. So I think now you need to introspect and analyze. So where is it you're lagging? Is it because the product or service which you're selling is too commoditized in the market where you are not able to command a premium? Or is it something to do with not enough of sales pipeline? Is it something to do with high cost of the product and it is taking too much time for you to manufacture it? So the cycle time is too high and you're not able to create enough products to cater to a larger market. So just for the sake of discussion, I'll take the sales. So here I would like to blend it to how this is a challenge in our digital scenario. So as a customized solution, it's not like everyone out there is going to buy customized defense and aerospace solutions, right? You need to focus and find that right target customer who actually wants to buy it. It's not some off-the-shelf product which everyone is going to come and buy it. So now this is where digital technologies like digital marketing and AI, to some extent, you can leverage to identify those target customers to reach out to them. So this is something similar to a challenge which I can relate to. So I am from Moltech Technologies, so we do a lot of custom solutions for OEM suppliers for manufacturing body components. Now, body components engineering design solutions is my service. So it's not like they're everywhere. I need to identify where they are. They're across the globe, and I need to leverage technology to try and reach them. I need to try and appeal to their need and try to project that USP, the unique selling proposition. Why should he give me work over some other guy? So this is one challenge where how do you reach a global audience, using these digital technologies. There are so many challenges out there. So there's so many platforms to choose from. It could be Instagram, it could be LinkedIn, it could be Facebook, it could be Google, they say SEO. So how do you choose the right platform or the forum through which you try to reach your audience or target customer? So that's one challenge. So this is something which probably you can start experimenting with some free tools to start with. Try to understand and research the market where your possible target customers are. So there are a lot of AI tools which are available which do the research for you. This is very brand new. You don't have to search in Google for it. There are some tools where you go there. A free one itself gives an entire market potential of the market, the specific market which you want. It gives the market potential, and it basically scrapes the entire internet and gets that data for you in a research manner. So maybe this could be a starting point for you to understand whether your business has the right potential. Then probably you can start using other AI tools to expand and research and reach out to your target customers. This I'm talking assuming a sales and a marketing challenge.
Assuming it's a sales and marketing problem.
And adoption challenge from a digital perspective.
The little bit of digital in this answer is about adopting cutting edge technologies to sharpen your communication and reach and effectiveness. Otherwise, we will be going back to the previous panel in how you can market, how you can use social media, how you can expand your reach and so on and so forth. However, I appreciate that problem. But sir, do you have LinkedIn presence? Okay. By what name, sir? In your name. Organizational do you have, sir? Can we immediately open that, sir? I'll come back to this thing. I can give you many more suggestions also, and I'll specifically talk to you off the stage as well. But in the meantime, we'll request Srinivas sir to help us understand the hurdles in the journey of adopting, implementing, improvising ERP for smaller organizations. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Srinivas, Managing Director of Equic Dice and Molds. This is about a 35 years old company, and we have started implementing ERP way back in 2002. So we had, so basically like what sir said, we were also making the tailor-made products at that point of time, and it's very difficult to sustain. I can imagine your problem as my problem when I was in 2002. We had no other baskets of money invested in any of the branches where we have been investing towards in tool room only, where tailor-made products only can be made. So we are specialized, good name and fame everywhere in making manufacturing dies, but ultimately the bottom line counts. So in that transformation, but every die is a challenge, everything is a different one. So if you have to make a car engine die, it is different. If it is motorcycle, it is different. So we have to account properly how we are going and what is making us to put in this situation where we are not able to progress, neither we are able to. We have to make progress means we have to make the bottom line. So if the bottom line is not there, definitely there is no meaning in staying in that business, and we all get disappointed. That point of time, we had the same situation. We thought how we can transform. Luckily, we had a friend who was working in the similar platform. That point of time on Oracle-based ERP solutions. We called him. We interacted because luckily the whole team of our management is technocrats. That's one problem. We expect micro things to improve, but we all started because I can imagine Suprasad Reddy Garu, he is more senior in the industry than me, and he says since last 3-4 years he is struggling. So my answer probably can meet him. This is the journey which the owner along with the core team has to take with the full interest. Right from giving a code for material, whatever you buy, and giving a code to your employee, identification to your machine, process, every setup. So that is a big challenging job which MSMEs, we start with, actually I had a presentation which I would have explained in the sequence, but now we are all running out of time, then I'll just try to make it. Yeah, because so we have got 4 M's, we have got a manpower, machines, process, and the material. So the 4 M's have to be addressed apart from the system. In the system point of view, whatever you have it, you can integrate it by giving. Everywhere you have a challenge, and it has to be with the patients, everyone has to work from operator level to the HR person to the security guard to everywhere, the source person. So if whole journey starts with what is the count you have manpower, you will have to give a code and how he works. What is the set of rules that you have to decide for a human that is coming inside the plant, and how effectively you are using in every area. Security guard, he does his duty, and the stores fellow, he does his different duty, and what is the output? He has to put it in record. So we will have to create a job card for the work whatever he is doing. If the design engineer works on his 8 hours in a different, we will be at any point of time, we will be running with 50 or 100 projects. So on which project he is working for half an hour, 15 minutes, sometimes he has to attend for a HR training. So all that thing in the human area you have to make it. And the same way on the materials front, which is again, right from, it's again a challenge. Getting material for dye is totally different from if you are producing a plastic part, you get 10 tons of plastic material, whatever is the grade, or aluminum, you get it, you process it. But that area also has got a different challenge. But in this scenario, we have to get the material, then process in stage wise. That means method, out of 4 M's, a method has to be fully made it. So you have stages of operations everywhere. You need to derive each operation, the sequence. If you are getting a die, how material block up, what will be the operation code, like that you will have to make it. So the man, material, then the method, whatever is the process that you come across to produce a die, that area also you will have to make coding. Then this process has to be explained with a flow chart to the person who is doing. Now, this is about 20 years back, it was very tough. Recently, for around 8 years back, we have adopted, we have been doing this for our tool room based on Oracle, and we could integrate it, but ultimately we have to hire the in-house team. We have got around 3 people working on ERP for our Equic group. We had other companies where we are making aluminum die casting components. Then we were more matured and we could engage TCS. They have an excellent ERP platform, TCS Ion, which is again, we thought it is cake to eat, but it is not so. There also we had challenges. So the similar challenges, it's again, everything we have to customize it to our requirement because we get 10 tons of material and it goes into 50 varieties of parts. How can you digitize, I mean, how can you evaluate it? These are all the challenges right from material to dispatch we had, and we have to do it patiently, and it costs money. And it is an unknown area we are entering. How much is the money budget? Again, as an MSME, we cannot budgetize this. We don't even budget for 1 year. How can we budget unknown area which will not cost? But you have to take little amount of pain. The other question what sir was asking, I'll try to, what I could observe, how India can grow and become a 5 trillion economy. There's a lot of programs announced by the MSME ministry in adopting these technologies. Even if you are implementing ERP or any digital this thing, you have to upgrade your systems, you have the schemes. So if you are able to make use of it and make use of the, see, we had last session which is again supported by government of Telangana, which is again a news for me, that they are also trying to help. I also learned something on the digital marketing side. They are also trying to support. This is ONDC is a nationwide program, so which they would like to implement it here. So ultimately the sky is the limit how we can implement, like no product to the product. Then you have the information, you have got a right to, you will be able to take a right decision. If there is no information, then we all will be in dark. Suppose in the ERP you get, what is the cycle time that so many hours you have taken for producing. What is the next die, how you can reduce the cycle time, all that thing. And if person is absent, you don't have the proper system. If his output is less, you have a person who is an elephant for you and you cannot measure the output. He comes and goes. That is also you can evaluate in the digital. So it's a miracle that you can achieve, but it is overall, I can see the entire process overall involved in each and every section. They have to put their heart and soul and try to digitize it as possible. Then there will be a lot of resistance from each and every department, which is probably Reddy sir must be facing. So, अरे ये करेगा तो क्या होगा? What will happen? Everything will come into the surface. Probably, if a person is doing mistakes, his mistakes per year are counting to say. So when the year end comes, if you show he comes for evaluation, then you say you have done so many mistakes. So that tendency, the opposition from the people will be there. But if you don't count it, then you are carrying only elephants, not the horses, where it will take forward. So this is the way how I think slightly I can put it.
Yes.
It is challenging, but it is not that difficult. So we went through the journey. Thank you.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. We'll come to your point, sir. What sir is talking about is the frameworks. To have the frameworks, MSMEs will have to think big. And the framework is also a function of having good practices. It is not a chicken and egg story. You have to start thinking big and then have good practices, share the vision. It is more people driven in smaller organizations. In bigger organizations, it's more system driven. I think the test of leadership is much more, or in relatable terms, is much more when we are still small and medium. And I think on an everyday basis, we need to create a shared vision organization rather than thinking less or thinking small and having disjointed connections within the organizations. I have some examples, I'll give it to you also. But I think Vamsi wanted to add a point or two. He has been championing the digital transformation in Voltech and several case studies that he has got. Maybe one or two examples you can add to ERP's journey.
So I will just add on to what Mr. Srinivas has been explaining about ERP. So there are other digital initiatives which I am doing, but since we are talking about ERP, I will highlight more. So let's assume, so someone asked a question about affordability and knowledge of the tools. I think right? So let us assume you have the affordability to buy the ERP tool. For now, we'll talk about affordability anyway later. You know the knowledge. So you know which ERP tool to implement. Now if you Google, actually there are hundreds of ERP tools. So first to identify the right ERP tool itself, we get confused. So let us even assume that you know what ERP to implement. So now as a business, so I think here most of the audience are just about to start their business, or they have started and they want to take off. So you also need to look at the future, where now once you come out of the survival mode, you become sustainable and you now aspire to become a successful and a stable business. That is when, like Mr. Sudhakar has mentioned, you need systems. So when your company is small, you as an individual will be running around all the departments and you are managing everything. But as your organization grows, that's when the systems and processes become very important. Now, ERP is one such tool, a digital tool, which helps you manage your whole company by managing the information in your operations. So what happens is now, you got the tool installed, but how do you get the buy-in? Now, many of your team members, like Mr. Srinivas mentioned, they don't like the tool. They may be feeling insecure that, my boss is setting up this tool so he can get rid of me. Those kind of things happen. So, apart from the tool, now these are those advanced challenges which are not digital. These are more people and the thinking and the perception. So here, you as a leader have to have that broader outlook, and you need to have that holistic view of how do I manage these stakeholders. And for you, the clock is ticking. The sooner your ERP gets implemented, that is when you actually start realizing the value of that tool. Till then, it is a white elephant and it's just bleeding. You have to run your existing system, you have to run the new system. Everyone is all getting frustrated, blaming the system. The old system, some are blaming the old one, some are blaming the new one. So, having a very holistic plan, having a step-by-step approach, try to think of it as an investment. When you look at a tool and you're considering it, try to think of it as an investment. The minute you think of it as a cost, you try to reduce it, you go for the lowest, cheapest tool, or you try to see if you can cut somewhere by not hiring some expert to support you. So these all are those additional factors you need to keep in mind. These are slightly more advanced at a later stage, probably once you're established. So just wanted to add that.
Yeah. One observation is that there is something called low equilibrium trap. Low equilibrium trap is you have low energy on anything that you do. For example, this organization's sales are not good, or this organization has achieved just 5% of the sales of the target. The sense of celebration and the value that you attach to that internally and get everyone connected to that will make people aspiring to achieve a little more. Sometimes we don't do that. So that, as you have explained, that spiral down, everything lower, everything lesser, because you treat it as a cost, and your vision is not overarching enough to actually inspire the rest of the people, is going to lead to a low equilibrium trap. And it becomes extremely difficult for us to lift it up from where it has fallen. It can happen in any organization, but more importantly for the segment that we are talking, I think it is leader driven. It is at the top, and the buck stops there, and therefore it has to be driven more. Dime a dozen, there are technologies. There is rationality available for you to select which one. As per your priority, you can do that. But I think that leader-driven energy will only avoid us to get into what is called a low equilibrium trap. Satyagar.
Just wanted to add a word of caution for anyone who wants to embark on the digital transformation path or even digitization path. You will find typically three types of, when you're looking for a consultant to implement this, you will typically get three types of one. One is somebody who's representing an OEM who will come and probably talk about, what are the benefits that somebody will get, by implementing their ERP, their systems, their solutions and so on. But they're going to talk about, their own product actually. So that's one type of this thing. So the second one will be like a system integrator or a technology solution provider. So, he will try to bring in different technologies, but then there is always some kind of an ulterior motive, in terms of trying to push one over the other. You need to watch out for that. The third is somebody, people who have spent time in an industry, okay, so they know in and out of that industry, so they have a great, subject matter knowledge, but, post-retirement or about to get retirement, so they also get into, nowadays it has become more of a fact to get in, they get into this line of digital, I'm a digital consultant for this area. Now, there's no doubt that they have a, great talent, in their area. They may be a, supply chain expert, they may be a operational, on the plant, shop floor expert, but they may not be digital experts. Okay, so just what I'm trying to caution you is that whichever method, any method you can go, okay, each one will come with the pros and cons, but do not let anyone sell you a Mercedes-Benz when what you want is just a Maruti 800. Okay, and that's what typically happens with most of the implementations. Somebody comes and does a great job of selling you a Benz when you don't really require it. Okay, so just be, aware of that. And that's one thing. The second point is that, to answer the private banker, so there are typically for any, I'm going to answer in a slightly generic way. So, but for any country at any level, there are 3-4 bodies which are important for this digital transformation. So one is of course the government itself. So what kind of enablement that they need to do. For example, India has been doing a lot, at least in the last, few years. I was so lucky to be present when Mr. Nandan Nilekani from Infosys presented before, B20. So he talked about the digital journey of what they are doing for everybody, including MSME, the other infrastructure that is today underlying can be utilized for a lot of other things. So he talked about. So that they have a role. And, for example, Singapore has a model called Go First Digital kind of a model where they help you on planning, execution and awareness creation. So they talk about, so India also should be doing more or already doing more. So that's one thing. The second is there is a role of academic institutions, whether they offer courses specifically, tailored for MSMEs, what is digital for MSMEs and so on. For example, we recently did one program with IIM Udaipur just to, what is digital transformation for small and medium-sized companies. We talked about it. So that's one thing. The third is the role of, industry associations, whether it is CII or FICCI or anyone, so what is that the role? How do they bridge the gap between the industry and the government and the other stakeholders? And last is create a pool of SME digital consultants who will be able to do that. Again, there are at the skill development, there is a Government of India initiative called Skill Development. So they're trying to address this part. So hopefully, if all these things, all these places work well, the problem that you face should not happen, but that's how it is.
I'll give a slight twist to that answer. Information and response to an existing policy is more than an awareness issue, it's a T&D issue. You're a trainer, right? So it's in your domain. In the sense that, I know. For example, certain functional areas determine the behavior of the people working in those areas. For example, take Divakar. He is a salesperson. Okay, even if he is dying, he will sell something and die. I'm just taking the liberty of taking your name. So in certain functional areas, you have behaviors that are very, very different. In my organization, I don't want to say about anybody else. I know it is true to everyone. The accountants behave in such a manner that everyone else is a thief. किसी से बात नहीं करते, अगर बात करते हैं तो ऐसा डाउट करके बात करते हैं, as if the organization is resting only on their shoulders. There are lots of such issues. So functional areas determine your behaviors, and it's a T&D issue. And even if Prime Minister announces with so much of fanfare that they have announced this, that, the bank says, हमको तो पता ही नहीं है, ये तो कोई सवाल ही नहीं है, there is no such scheme. ऐसा बोलते हैं. They do like that. Okay. The other thing that I want to mention is to respond to our friend. The government of India, I don't know whether the Prime Minister announced, but I read this yesterday in Economic Times. There is a new scheme called OCEN, Open Credit Enabling Network. Okay. Now, this gives you credit funding which moves away from your collateral based credit to cash flow based credit. I think this, if it is realized, and if you go and talk to those banks or bankers or middlemen, if they understand what this is and they explain to you, I'm sure you will be benefited, and there is some solution lying in this initiative. It is laudable, definitely. This is a good initiative. Am I somewhere closer to an answer that you are seeking? Great. And what did we not answer is the question next. I will answer that. I will answer that. No. You want to? No, our Satya doesn't have any question. Under this pretext, I can close it. But I will answer that question. See, it's a journey. What Diwakar has asked is about what have we done in the last 60 years and what are we doing. It's a very politically sharp question. I will not fall into that trap. But largely this country has been progressing, and some of them take a lot of time to fructify and some of them will take a shorter time to fructify. Industry bodies like CII is doing a fantastic job. If they have an inventory of consultants who can be specialized into say less than 20 crore manufacturing setup base where ERP has to be implemented, or some kind of consultants, segmented consultants, if they have an inventory, that will be extremely useful. Academics like us should not just IIM Udaipur, I think smaller institutions which are not the I schools. I come from one, but they haven't done much other than collecting large fees. Sorry, we come from one. So what the institutions will have to do is to get down to the streets and start working with the people and generate solutions there. I think design thinking solutions will have to come if you are a matured institution. That is your give back to the country. If it is not a design thinking kind of a solution, it is waste. Those solutions only will work for this country. This country has got 1,000 countries within. If anybody says one nation, one plan, that is a strategic mistake. We need to unify the country, that's a different story altogether, politically. But solutions will have to be multiple. Understand the reality which is plural, and then give so many solutions to so many segments. Get down there. Otherwise, in the ivory towers, if we strategize and try and attempt some generic solutions, it will not work. We have to go. What we have done is on the streets. For street vendors, somebody has asked the question. The street vendors, we have done, I was explaining to my colleagues, I'll just take half a minute. We have taken one example of the Sunday Mela in Sanat Nagar. Every Sunday they have a street vendor sitting there. It's a designated place. So some of the students have come up with this solution after interaction and all those things, that they have similar kind of products, and there are 4 people. They come from one kind of an organization. They are brothers or related people. So his name is Vamsi, Sudhakar, Satya and Srinivas. We are all cousins. We go to Sanat Nagar. He sells balloons. I sell balloon inflated toys. He sells inflated balls, and he sells bags to carry all these things. Okay, assume this is just an example, but the solution is real. He holds a card which says John. I hold a card, name card, which is very big and visible, Johnny. He holds a name card saying Janardhan, John, Johnny, Janardhan, something like that. They came up with this solution. And these people don't sit in the stall that they have. These people keep moving. Stall is there. Keep moving, and they have a small audio bite that they have, which they keep on playing, and they attract people to come back. And if anybody observes them, you can complete the picture saying that these four people come from the same house or come from the same family. So the other one is to use Reels or update your WhatsApp status. You have your customers, take their numbers. If you have new products coming, they ask for a certain color of the product now. A pink inflated balloon that they want, a small toy balloon. You can immediately tell them, even if you are not on Sunday, even on Saturday or Friday, you can tell them. You can ask them to come and collect. So small incremental, this is for the micro street vendors I'm talking. Today they are earning 2,000 rupees. Tomorrow, by using these small technologies or adoption of these practices, they may take home 2,500. That makes a very, very big difference. It may not mean anything to us, but to them, 2,000 to 2,500 is a big jump. All by using the small, freely available techniques and tools. Yeah. WhatsApp, for example. Small videos, status updates, and things like that. Okay? Looks like we are done. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So now the topic is about funding MSME digitally. So we have a host of speakers here, where Mr. Suresh Mutyala, Mr. Himanshu, Mr. Shyam Prasad Garu, and Mr. Ahmed Khan. All are from different backgrounds belonging to the financial sectors. One is from a nationalized bank, one is from a startup, one is from SIDBI, and the other is from a nationalized bank. So I think we get to hear a lot of, we get more information from them, where how the transformation is happening in the digital world and how that will accelerate the funding in the MSME sector. Welcome to you all, sir. And as we all know that, digital payments has become a very, a common thing for us. I mean, I don't think we can survive today if we don't have a GPay or any kind of a UPI. And all thanks to demonetization is what I have to say, because that actually accelerated the digital payments. And I know a number of factors also have helped in bringing in an ecosystem where the digital payments have become so successful. So let's try to understand how we can utilize these the interfaces and all, which will help us in ease of doing our businesses in the MSME sector. I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Mutyala, sir, to share his knowledge on this.
Hey, hi. Thanks, Sarita, and good afternoon to all of you. It's really a tough task to stand in between you guys and lunch and still make the presentation interesting. So nevertheless, I'll try to keep it fast and as interesting as possible. So, okay, let's get on with the presentation. Just to give you a background of what's happening in India and the corporate world. Okay. It's not. Which one? Okay. So, looking at the Indian landscape, I mean, it's no big secret. I mean, all of us know it that we are the fastest growing economy. We're growing at the rate of 7.8%. Our exports are growing at 14%. Our GST collections are going through the roof. UPI transactions, I mean, all of us know are growing at almost 82%, and it's a global phenomenon now, in the sense that all the leaders are coming into India, watching how this is growing. We've got the third largest unicorn base with about 108 unicorns. Only 2 countries are ahead of us. And our public cloud service, which is just an indication of the kind of compute power as well as the storage that we guys are investing in, that's going through the roof, and it's slated to hit about $13.5 billion by 2026. So all these are going for India. Sorry, a little bit of alignment is gone, I think, just between the... So, but what does it mean for the corporates in India? So, I think the corporate landscape also is changing quite a bit. There is significant improvement in financials in the last 2 or 3 years that we have seen. There is robust financial capital inflow that is happening. The China Plus One strategy, which is essentially that all the FDI that was happening earlier, we used to get sucked in by China. Now the world has realized that we need an alternative to China. So this China Plus One strategy is actually favoring us. So there's a lot of capital flowing into us. Conglomerates, the large corporates are really acquiring more and more corporates, more and more companies. They're betting on consumption, which is retail, infrastructure, and the renewable energy part. And thereby, so what does it mean for SMEs is that there is a shift in focus from just chasing working capital earlier to building efficiencies in supply chain, both upstream and downstream. So this is also resulting in delivery efficiency that is happening across, and then there are new solutions that are coming in from fintechs, and large corporates are also eyeing end customer facing businesses, because today digital also implies that you can cut off the intermediary in between and directly face your customer, so you can actually have end-to-end flows. So again, like I said, it's all, this is not the end of it. We are poised to grow faster. There are a bunch of numbers here. I mean, all of them just to prove the point that the winds are favoring us. There is enough and more tailwind that's favoring us. I would like to focus on the right hand side of the slide, which is the corporates on the banks part. Corporates and banks thankfully have a very synergetic and symbiotic relationship. There can be no situation when our customers don't do well and the banks do well, or vice versa. So banks and their customers go hand in hand. So you can see that while the corporates ratios are all improving, the banks ratio also simultaneously improving. So debt to equity is improving, debt to assets also increasing, cash to asset ratio is also improving for the corporates. Thereby NPAs and the provision coverage ratio also for the banks also improving quite a bit. So these are the foundations of a very, very buoyant economy, and we are bound to grow better. So the MSME landscape, again, this is no secret. The contribution of MSMEs is very, very large. They significantly contribute about 30% of India's GDP, 44% of the exports, as well as 45% of the manufacturing output of India is contributed by MSMEs. And hence, the India growth story is fairly robust. The MSMEs is also growing fairly fast. In e-commerce, they are growing at a CAGR of about 20%. Credit to MSME, which was earlier a big question mark, that's also growing at 12% year on year. And the government has also infused about 90 billion rupees in the CGTMSE scheme. And digitization is happening quick and fast. I go to my first slide where I said that the public cloud consumption of India is growing at the rate of 23% per annum, which means that it would not have happened without MSMEs adopting digitization as a means to grow. So today 72% of the payments are done digitally. This also has ramifications in the credit cycles that you would give out to your vendors, or you would make payments to your suppliers too. And 53% of the MSMEs are also adopting digital sales platform, which means that again MSMEs are also reaching out to customers directly. Again, the intermediary is cut out here, and even the government e-marketplace, which is GEM, their transactions also stood at about 15 million. So all things are very favoring well. Just to again give you some numbers on why we are still poised to go greater. I'd like to focus on the smartphone users. The number of smartphone users by 2028 in India is supposed to be hitting about 1.23 billion. Why does this number of 1.23 billion, why is it interesting? It will roughly be the total number of adults in India, which means that by 2028 we think that there are going to be only smartphones, and feature phones are going to go out of vogue. Even as of now, almost every adult in the country has a mobile number, which is a mix of, I think 60% of it is smartphone and 40% is feature phones. So digital payments, again, while the whole globe is supposed to grow, is slated to grow at 12%, we would grow at 35%. Even as we stand today, 1 out of 4 digital payment transactions that happen in the world emanates out of India. So that's the kind of contribution that we make. All of it is propelled by the internet penetration, which is again propelled by the cheap data. We are one of the cheapest countries for data. I think only Israel beats us in terms of the cost there. And earlier, about 20 years back, there used to be this huge debate. How will we bridge the India-Bharat divide, the rural-urban divide, or so to say. etc. But I think internet is breaking that barrier also down. So today 40% of the smartphones are actually bought in rural India than urban India. And if you look at the sales figures of either Amazon or Flipkart, they actually during their Big Billion Day sale or the Great India sale, etc., most of the sales are actually recorded from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. So it's no more just an urban tier 1 story. So this is going really, really deep. And hence the India stack, which is on the outer layer, which is the digital public infrastructure, this again being a buzzword of late, which is a combination of your Aadhaar, of your UPI, ONDC coming in, etc. So all these government initiatives are taking shape, and there is a middle layer where they are, corporates like yours or MSMEs or corporates which are innovating in the market and to fulfill a customer need which is really at the core. So all of this stands on 4 basic tenets, which is presenceless, which means that the customer need not be present physically. Earlier, for everything and anything, I'm sure banks also been a party to it. We used to call you to the bank, make you sign 4 papers, if not more. And then only process your transaction. Today, all these authorizations are happening online. Then it is paperless. Their digital records can move from one place to another. Earlier, I'm very sure all of you have noticed how photocopying shops have gone out of the window. In the sense that when we were studying, you could find a photocopier shop around every corner. Right? Today we don't even, we have to search for a photocopying shop. So that is because nobody is wanting any paper these days. It's all digital records. And we've democratized payments thanks to UPI and other payment systems that we implemented. And also consent, which is the latest one off the block, the account aggregator as well as the other initiatives also have made consent also digital. So all these things are again favoring us, and hence we also come out with digital solutions to cater to every requirement of a small and medium enterprise. It could be just a simple bank account to manage their transaction. It could be payment collection solutions. We have got platforms like e-bank guarantee, easy pay, etc. I'll cover that in a bit. Working capital solutions. Working capital solutions primarily for lending today. Many of the MSMEs are actually pre-approved, so it's actually a matter of 2 clicks before you get your working capital there. The bigger one is the import and export services. Earlier, import and export services meant that you need to have a dedicated team sitting in your office to track remittances. The moment the remittance comes in, somebody has to actually go to the bank, do all of that. We've digitized all of that. It's all online. So I'll again touch upon that in a bit. Then reconciliation services, or even we also understand that sometimes you are also looking for platforms for growth to find customers, etc. Those solutions also there, and there is personal banking. I'm sorry for the misalignment. I'm a little upset there, but that's all right. So we've got a whole gamut of solutions catered to every requirement of an MSME, and all of this is not again a cumbersome thing. It's all available on your mobile. It's called InstaBiz, and what we call as the business banking a super app. It has lending solutions, merchant solutions, trade and forex, payment collection, tax. Everything that you would possibly want to do in a bank is actually available at the flick of a button. That's available on the app. And not only that, even availing of loan can be as instant if it's pre-approved. Even if you have to call one of our bank officers to open your account, the onboarding is again very, very simple. We've got a smart form wherein we don't take too many documents. All the data is fetched through all the available APIs of Aadhaar, NSDL, etc. We tag it, in a geographic tagging also is possible, and accounts are opened rather much more faster than what used to happen earlier. And for merchants, there is actually a definitive solution. There is a super merchant account where again instant onboarding can happen, and if your collections is more than 1 lakh rupees per day, you can actually take the super merchant account. The transaction can also be very easy in the sense that EasyPay can be enabled again through Instabase on the mobile app. Credit can be availed, and we also have a easy online store to help you with growth, etc. So the impact of it has been that our merchant spends have been growing. People who've taken our merchant solutions are growing very, very fast. You seeing the turnover grow at the rate of almost 61%. Bulk payments, again, big pain area, because you are trying if you have to make many transactions or many payments in one go. Earlier you used to do one transaction at a time. Today you can club all the transactions together and shoot one approval, and everything goes. And even the narration is actually customizable. Sometimes you make a transaction and 6 months later your chartered accountant will call you and say, sir, what's this transaction all about? So you will not remember that. But here with these solutions you can actually customize your own narration, and so as to make it easier to retrieve your records. Electronic DG is another innovation from ICICI Bank. Bank guarantees are typically pieces of stamp paper that is passed on from hand to hand or bank to bank. We've digitized that also. You can initiate your bank guarantee electronically. You need not go to any bank. I mean, you can upload the format and then the bank will transact it. And if the beneficiary is also willing to take it through the NESL route, we can also provide that, so that everything is paperless end to end. There are instant lending solutions also that we offer. It could be pre-approved, it could be do-it-yourself journeys. All can start from our mobile application as well as the corporate internet banking that we have. And we try to make it as easy as possible. In fact, people who have registered with GST and the GST records are available online, those can be pulled instantly, and an instant approval can be given. I mean, even if you do not have any relationship with the bank earlier. Yeah, these are the steps that are involved in availing that. Cross-border transactions, like I was saying earlier, when there was a remittance, when you have to classify that remittance, go to the bank, submit papers, and then wait for the right time for the right exchange rate, in your opinion, to hit upon, etc. And all of it used to take 2 to 3 days. Today, it's all really online. I mean, so 95% of inward remittances for ICICI Bank customers actually get settled online, which means that the customer does not need to visit the branch. All the declarations are taken online, and if KYC compliant, we actually credit the customer immediately. You can even give these options of you can choose a target exchange rate also in some of the cases, where we give you you can say that, okay, when the rate hits this exchange rate at, let's say, 83.85, you please convert my money. So you could even do that. So all these solutions do exist. Again, we made it very, very, we are one of the first banks to actually digitize most of these import and export transactions. There are embedded solutions. If you are using an ERP, you could do a host-to-host integration, or we have plugins immediately available. If you have used Tally, for example, the plugin that is available, and you can put in your bank account, which means that you initiate the transaction in your system, which is a Tally. The bank automatically takes the instructions and executes the transactions and makes it easy. Which was earlier two different systems which do not talk to each other. The benefit of it, the big benefit of it is, you need not do the same transaction twice, once in Tally and then another time in the bank account. Two, there is auto reconciliation that happens between the two systems. So these are all embedded solutions which you can avail of, and hence we call this as a universal app for your business on the go. So what we are essentially doing is to get the entrepreneur free of all free of the headache or hassle of dealing with the bank and going to the bank and do reconciliation, etc., so that they can concentrate on purely business development themselves. And not only this, even your personal financial needs are available in one click. Okay, so we have iMobile for, I think the alignment is all gone. I'm good. So all the times, so we have iMobile for personal banking requirement, which is rated as one of the best banking apps that's available today, and the testimony to that is that we have a bunch of awards, and we are not the only award. We keep receiving awards, but we always continuously strive to cater to your requirements. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. That was a very informative session. So in fact, we have covered a whole spectrum of finance from B2C to B2B to instant OD and import and export finance. I haven't found a point where I can ask you a question. Thank you so much.
Respected panel members, team CA Telangana, and participants and all MSME entrepreneurs. Good afternoon. I know it's lunchtime. Good afternoon. Yeah. In Union Bank, is there no? In Union Bank, we are having centralized processing centers for doing this MSME credit appraisal in the name of MSME loan points. So I'm heading one of the MSME loan point in Hyderabad. So the initial process, whenever any MSME client comes to us for this loan, so the initial thing is that we'll have a one-to-one interaction. So we'll discuss with them what's their credit requirements. So we are working on a brick and mortar system. So customers looking for MSME loans, they approach our branches. Either they approach our branches or we approach the customers to promote our products. So like today I'm here to approach you for your MSME loan requirements. If any of you approach me today here for loan requirement, it's not through digital, because the topic here is on funding MSMEs through digital. So it's not digital if you approach me here, it is through CII. So in the process of this loan appraisal, so we take all your data like your project report, audited balance sheets, your GST returns, and all such data we take, and my team at MSME point, we process it and we'll take a decision whether to go ahead with that loan or not. So mostly it's a conventional way of doing any credit decision. So how many of you approached any bank for working capital limits or any MSME loan? Any of you approached? So you might be aware of this process, giving CMA data, audited financials and all GST returns and all. So interestingly, in the last 2 to 3 years I can say, so at Union Bank we have digitalized a few of our MSME loan products. When I say digitalized means, you don't need to approach any branch or you don't need to approach any office of Union Bank. Simply there is a link available in Union Bank website or Union Bank app. So you can go through that link, give your details, the initial, you can log in through your mobile number and email ID, give your KYC like your Aadhaar, PAN card, and after that your financial data like your audited balance sheets, GST returns, IT returns. So with this and give your requirement like which loan you require, you require term loan or working capital limits. With this system in the background, run your this eligibility check based on predefined algorithm. If you are eligible based on the decision rule, you will get the sanction immediately and instantly. And the good thing here is that you can do documentation also. So there is an e-documentation facility available. Once this is done, your account will be credited with this loan amount. So now this is all the digital things that we are doing at Union Bank. As I said, for digital process, we named it in Union Bank as a straight-through processing because it's just straight. You can approach the bank through internet. So in the straight-through processing, we have 3 stages. Like you are getting in-principle approval. That means based on the information that you have given, so you will get a prima facie in-principle approval. So it's not final approval, but you will get in-principle approval. With this in-principle approval, you can approach any branch which you, as per your convenience. So the particular branch will do the further processing and you will get the final approval. That is for in-principle approval. And there is a stage you can reach up to sanction. So for loans up to some 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs, so based on the information that you submitted in the system, you will get the sanction letter itself. So that is up to sanction. And there is a few products where you can go up to disbursement stage also. So if your loan doesn't require post-sanction, there is no interaction is required with the branch. So you can do e-documentation, your loan account will be released and your account will be credited with that amount. So that is the disbursement stage. That is complete end-to-end. The in principle is like an initial thing, and sanction is, I can say, up to 75% you reach, and disbursement is complete 100%. So all these three things are available with Union Bank. So through this straight-through processing, we are offering now 4 products. One is the MSME loan in principle up to 5 crores. Another one is GST gain. So based on your GST returns, you will get a loan up to 25 lakhs. This is through instantly through our link. And another one is to promote women entrepreneurs. We are having a scheme called MajorSunilShetty. Though under MajorSunilShetty we do up to 10 crores funding, but through this digital mode we are doing up to 10 lakhs. And of course, you all you know Mudra loans up to 10 lakh. For Mudra loans, the customer now no need to approach any branch. It's simply through this portal you can get the approval. So first I'll discuss on this in principle approval, how one MSME unit can get 5 crore loan of this in principle approval. What up? Can you please open it? No? Go to the third slide. Yeah, thank you. So in principle, up to 5 crores for MSME units. So this is the link for MSME units. It's available on MSME Union Bank website. Once you go through this link, so there it will ask you you're a new client or existing customer. That means you are having any account with Union Bank, you are existing customer, and if you are not having any account, then you are a new client. So if you are a new client, go to that new client, new customer, and give your phone number and email ID. So with that, you will get OTP. That means that's authenticating your just like your mobile number and email ID. So after that, system will ask you to provide your basic KYC details like your Aadhaar, PAN card, that's the basic KYC. And after that, your IT returns. And if your business unit is having audited financials, you need to upload these audited financials by linking with ITR portal. You don't need to physically upload these PDFs. It is integrated with ITR portal, income tax filing. So from that, you need to download it, and here you need to upload it in Union Bank website. And after that, again, it is integrated with the GST returns. With your GST user ID and password credentials, you need to give upload all your GST filings in Union Bank website. And your bank statement, if you may be having bank account with any other bank, that statement of for last 6 to 12 months you need to upload. So that means you are giving your basic KYC, your audited financials, and your GST, and your bank statement. So with this, my system will run your eligibility criteria, how much sales you have done in the last 2 to 3 years, and whether it is matching with the GST returns, and whether you may be making 1 crore sales with the GST, but whether that 1 crore is credited in your bank account or not. What's your CIBIL score? What's your CIBIL score of your company, your firm? So with all these things, my system will run through a decision rule. If you're eligible, then system instantly will give you in principle approval. With that in principle approval, you can approach so this is one snapshot of that in principle approval. You will get it like your credit facility, amount, and tentative rate of interest, and all other basic terms of a loan. So with this, you can approach any of my branches and you can go ahead with the further processing. This is about in principle approval. And what is the advantage with this? The advantage is that quicker response. That means instantly you are getting one in principle approval, and it's just in 30 minutes entire process will be done. So you don't need to approach any branch. By sitting in your factory, in your firm, in your office, you can do this, and within 30 minutes you will get the in-principle approval. And what's the benefit for a banker is that I'm getting your ITRs, your audited balance sheets, and your GST returns. These are all directly downloaded from respective portals. So I don't need to check whether your audited balance sheet, whether it is really genuine or not, whether your GST returns are genuine or not. So for me, it's easy to do the due diligence. For me, it's easy to know what's your CIBIL score, what's your credit history, what's your banking transactions in the last 1 year. So it's easy for a banker to take a decision also. So that's all about getting an in-principle approval. And another scheme is in the name of Union MSME GST gain. It's simply based on your GST returns, we fund working capital limits. Actually, under GST gain, we are doing up to 5 crores. That means manually, so if you approach any of my branches, we'll do 5 crore. But if you want this loan through digital channel, digital mode, again, the link is available in Union Bank website or in our View Map, Union Bank app. So with this app, in this scheme, with the link, maximum you will get up to 25 lakh based on your GST returns. So you have to upload. So the remaining things are same. You have to, once you enter into this link, you have to give your basic KYC details, upload your financials, and upload your last 12 months GST returns. So based on your last 12 months GST returns, my system will calculate what's your level of operations in your firm and how much you can, we can see whether the last 12 months, whether the trend is increasing or the trend is decreasing. Whether it is increasing, that means yes, your business is doing good. So whether in the last 12 months, whether your business is seasonal or not. So everything system will check, and based on your GST returns, the system will sanction your loan. Again, here it is only a working capital limit we'll do in the form of OD and cash credit limit. So to meet your day-to-day business requirement. So maximum we give up to 25 lakh, and all constitutions like individuals, proprietary partnership, LLPs will get loan based, are eligible, and the margin is only 20%, and there is no collateral is recommended because we cover this loan with CGTMSE, so no separate collateral is required. Those customers who want 25 lakh loan working capital limit, so they can avail this scheme. So we have another 2 products in the name of MajorSunilShetty and Mudra loan. In these both loans, we do up to 10 lakh. Again, the link is available in our Union Bank website. The process is same for all these products, though the amounts are varying. So you have to log in with your, register with your mobile number and email ID, upload your KYC and all your IT returns and bank statement. System will do the calculations and give your eligibility. So these all things are available in Union Bank website. Definitely, I hope you will enjoy these credit facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shantasakar. I have a small question for you, sir. Yeah. So in the Union MSME GST gain, you had mentioned, So we had mentioned that you can approach through the portal and obtain a loan up to 25 lakhs. But so what would be the turnaround time for any of these sanctions?
Turnaround time you are asking through digital mode, ma'am?
Yeah, through digital mode.
Everything will be completed in 30 minutes.
No. What you're saying is you get the in-principle sanction.
No, in-principle is for 5 crore. There are 4 schemes.
Right.
If you want a MSME loan up to 5 crore, so the first one is that where you get in-principle approval.
That's only for the first one, not for the rest.
No. For all the schemes, so everything will be completed in 30 minutes. Max time is 30 minutes. For that, if you want a loan up to 5 crores, initially you will get an in-principle approval. And after that, since it is a bigger amount, so with the in-principle approval, you can approach any of my branches and you can go for further processing.
Exactly. So
for GST gain of 25 lakh, so everything will be done through internet only. You don't need to, yes, everything.
Okay.
So everything will be done in 30 minutes.
Okay, that I understood. So my question again is, in the in-principle mode, suppose you have a sanction letter, say for around 4 crores.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. once you approach the bank, how long will the bank take to process
Yes,
it?
ma'am. So it depends upon the quality of the data that you submit. See, most of the time what we see is that the data that you submit, like CMA data, project report, and say for example, you're approaching a bank for a term loan. Say for example, you're establishing a manufacturing unit or some service unit. So you approach a bank for term loan. So we need to know for the basis for the term loan is that project cost. So we need to know what is your project cost. So arrive the project cost, we'll ask you all quotations, like what machinery you are going to purchase. So it's all the data that you submit. Once we get, and if you are offering any property, see up to 5 crores again we'll do under CCTMS, we don't require collateral. And you want lower rate, you can offer collateral. If you are offering collateral, then we need, we engage this work for legal and valuation work. If legal takes time, then if legal and legal reports, valuation reports, and CMA data, project report, quotations, everything available, mostly it takes 7 working days.
7 working days. So you mean to say the in-principle actual letter will actually verify the credentials of the promoter?
Yes.
But again, it's all based on the rest of the documents?
I can say, ma'am, if you got an in-principle approval, means it's half done. So your 50% of the work is done.
Okay, subject to other documents.
Yes, it's like you got the approval. You can avail this 5 crore loan subjected to fulfillment of all other terms and conditions. So I can say it's half work done.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you for it. So now I request Mr. Ahmed Khan to take up give us presentation.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, CII, my esteemed panel, and dignitaries and guests for giving me this opportunity. I would say this one slide alone summarizes the spirit of this summit, and I'll clarify that in the next couple of slides. SME 360 Accelerator. I mean, let's begin with the theme of the summit itself, making MSMEs future ready through digital transformation. I think it largely can be summarized with these 2 approaches. I mean, one is of course digital funding, and thanks to my colleagues before me who spoke in length about the digital funding spectrum, the scope of the products, the timeline, the quantum, and everything. So I'll go and keep it a little quick. So digital funding, I would say it's addressing the problem at hand. It's addressing a scenario that is at hand. While the larger solution is actually having a virtual 360 consulting platform, right? I believe in the spirit of the summit, making MSMEs future ready, it's not just addressing the problems at hand, it's also addressing the problems that are along the journey that would make these independent, unmaneuvered, unguided SMEs or MSMEs into high growth companies that could potentially be capable of, say, an SME listing or an PE fundraise. Today, SME is the quantum, or the MSME is the quantum, or the nature of business that they do. It's hardly it's making its meat. It's largely to do about getting through the processes of the day, getting through the process of the month, getting through the targets of the year. But if you really look at if there is a vision and a larger goal towards enabling and growing systems in place, you largely see great lacuna, whether it is in terms of having system integration, whether it is corporate governance, whether it is virtual CFO systems in place, or whether it is your IT enablement. So hence I would say the second aspect of this approach, the virtual 360 consulting, addresses actually the problems that are that actually enable the SMEs strengthen over the journey to actually be capable companies that can actually be worthy of private equity investments, worthy of being SME listed. So I would talk about the first context on a very brief, since my previous counterparts already touched base upon it. Digital funding, these are a full spectrum of solutions, at least the larger solutions that I deal with, that we deal with today. The ones on the left side, the secured and the unsecured funding structures, my colleagues have already touched base upon it, hence I took the benefit to rather focus on the right side of the subject, which is structured debt. Structured debt today is largely, I would say, these are customized solutions. Particularly now, the reason I mentioned it's an investment banker viewpoint is these are solutions that needs to be sat down with a consultative mindset, understanding as to what else is possible apart from the conventional working capital, ODCC, term loans and project finance kind of capacities, whether it is secured or unsecured without a collateral. Now today, across the MSME space, I would address this structured debt offerings, whether it is venture debt, revolving credit, RBF, invoice discounting, NCDs, PO financing, bridge financing, acquisition financing. All these are broadly understanding the end goal or the end requirement of the entity, right? And understanding how to structure it, keeping into account how do you underwrite the credit norms, how do you meet the end goals, how do you make the transaction happen. I would say these are largely digital solutions to a certain extent, to a rather greater extent actually. But the fact that today these solutions are being deployable to the market, even the thought of even having the solution deployed to the market is by the fact that these are supported by the digital evaluation mechanism behind it. I mean the various evaluation mechanisms and KYC authentication mechanism that the bankers spoke of earlier, this take a little above it, so that you can look at the entity with a more broader and a more introspective mindset, right? So otherwise the solutions are pretty much self-explanatory from the nomenclature itself. So I wouldn't dwell on it more, because again the entire funding aspect or doing the fundraising alone is part of fixing the problem. It's part of addressing the problem as of now. But the larger aspect that responds to the spirit of the summit is actually a consultative approach, hence SME 360 accelerator. Before I say what happens under this SME 360 accelerator, I would say what is it all about. SME 360 accelerator is, in very simple terms, a unified holistic platform that is all about the entire spectrum of business consulting services that an SME and MSME might need, right? From covering from incorporation to business advisory, to legal, to corporate governance, to virtual CFO services, to the end milestone of fundraising, to an extent of even listing. So today, this is a first of a kind pilot or an accelerator that we're doing in the Hyderabad ecosystem now, with the collective guidance of T-Hub, all the major trade bodies, CII, HICIA, and all the major trade bodies and the business forums put together. Because today, individually in silos, we are not able to address the end-to-end solution that an SME might need, that actually builds them from being an independent and unguided entities to actually grow into high-growth entities that could be funded or listed. So hence the platform. This broadly talks about 4 pillars of support. Business consulting, it covers all aspects of your incorporation, to business reports, to due diligence, to your valuation aspects. Strategic consulting is all to do about business growth, BD, business growth strategies. How do you access new markets? How do you take to new markets? How do you enter new product areas? I mean, it's a very detailed scope of an exercise.
Mr. Ahmed, a small request, could you actually finish your presentation?
Yeah, this is my last slide. Virtual CFO advisory is the crux of this consulting, from the point of view that one large element that SMEs lag, because of which you can call them independent entities or unguided entities, is for the fact that for this, they don't have a full-time CFO on board. They need a guidance from a CFO who could take them to this longer journey of getting the systems enablement in place, corporate governance in place, working capital structuring in place, to the extent of fundraising, which is the last aspect of it. Now, fundraising, fundraising is the last solution. It is largely to do at particular life stage of the business, what might be required, like the structured and unstructured solutions that I just spoke a while ago. But broadly, this platform is over and above the fundraising aspect of it. It's broadly building the other support and the long run elements towards actually making them growth entities that today a local SME ecosystem can be proud of. Not just being independent entities, but capable high growth firms which can be worthy of being listed. That's it for me, guys. We can take up the Q&A session during the lunch hour, because I guess we are already lagging behind time.
Yeah, we're behind schedule.
Thanks.
Thank you for the informative session, Mr. Now I request Mr. Himanshu to give his presentation.
Thank you so much. Good to have the presentation up. To start with, I'll just give you a broad outlook of what SIDBI's been and what SIDBI's been doing, although most of us do know what it is. We have been around for more than 3 decades. Largely, we are a refinancing agency. We do a lot of institutional finance. Our institutional finance book stands at more than 3.5 lakh crores today. You think of a bank, most of them are customers, including the private one. We do a lot of direct credit. A few of our customers are here. We have a lot of stress off late. Of course, we've been doing green finance for nearly 1.5 decades when we started with JICA. But green finance has taken a new fillip with the Prime Minister announcing Panchamrit. We do a lot of work on cluster development, venture capital, guarantee programs, policy advocacy, and of course, we'll talk about the digital initiatives which SIDBI has done of late, so that it comes in with the theme of the program. A small snapshot of where we stand. Today, we started in 91 with a balance sheet of around 8,000 crores, and today we closed at around 3.75 lakh crores. We aim to close this year much higher. We are a AAA rated institution established by an Act of Parliament. We have more than 95 branches. Very lean organization with only 1,000 employees. And we are 100% owned either by Government of India or Government of India owned entities. Just as a snapshot, I wanted to leave this thought behind with people that green finance today is something which is very important to us. We have been trying to embed the green finance culture into our clients, and we also work on the Green India financial systems along with the Shakti Foundation and the AFD, who are an international partner, for shaping the dialogue with IBA, with RBI, and with the Government of India. We have a lot of international partners there. We have done a saving of around 1,800 gigawatt hours per annum through our interventions so far. Some numbers are there. We have a solar mission where we want to actually put up 2,500 solar rooftops every year. We also have a specialized team for financing EVs and EV related infrastructure. We bring out Sustainability Perception Index in collaboration with one of the finest agencies in India. And we also run the GRID project, which is largely concentrating on switching fuels and other things to make it greener. Then we talk of, as I come to what have been the digital initiatives that SIDBI has done so far. We've been largely, all our digital initiatives have been based on utilizing and anchoring on the various digital public infrastructure which is available, the identity rails, which is Aadhaar, PAN, KYC, bureaus, e-sign, GST, ITR, the payment rails, which is UPI, RuPay, NASH, Bharat QR, other enabled payments. And now, of course, the data sharing rails, which come in form of the Open network and account aggregators. So we talk a little bit about the various digital platforms which SIDBI has created as a public good. We started with the Udyami Mitra platform, and today we have 160,000 bank branches, 160,000 bank branches on the platform, and 200,000 community centers which are integrated on the platform, which can be approached to getting in-principle approvals for small loans through the platform. We run 7 flagship Government of India programs for credit and subsidy for these schemes, including the MOVA program, and approximately 50 lakh units have been supported through this. Then we have the PSB 59, which was spoken about recently. It is an outcome of an initiative which we started in 2018. We tried to create a credit marketplace which actually democratizes credit. So you, as a customer, has a choice, where you want to pick up your credit from. This provides quick loan offers and then more than 30 lenders. And you will be actually surprised to know that in the last 3 years, this has done 55,000 crores worth of sanctions. 55,000 crores, not a small amount. And out of this 55,000 crores, and these are MSME loans, nearly 42,000 crores have got disbursed. So, there's a lot of talk that you get in-principle approvals, but a lot of them fructify. Then, of course, there's the RXIL, which is the TREDS platform run by SIDBI and NSE jointly, which addresses the delayed payment of MSME, which MSMEs have been facing of long. On the platform, nearly 25,000 crores of worth of invoices have been discounted. We have purchasers as well as 2,000 MSMEs on the platform. The latest initiative which was done with the Ministry of MSMEs to actually create, formalize the informal sector and created the Udyam Assist platform, which allows the informal units to register and obtain a Udyam Aadhaar. As we actually progressed and SIDBI did a lot of things on microfinance, and then we saw that the cost of credit to people who are seeking microfinance or moving up the chain from microfinance was too high, and we thought that we should come out with a scheme where we can actually reduce this cost. So to make affordable credit available to the informal micro enterprises, we do loans up to 50,000 to 500,000, that is 5 lakh rupees on these, and these are totally platform-driven digital loans. There have been more than 1 lakh beneficiaries so far, and 85% of them are women. We work with MFIs, we work with banking correspondent companies, corporates and aggregators, even NBFCs in implementing this. And this is largely a digital process where application, credit appraisal and documentation is all digital. Only the monitoring and follow-up is physical. So we call it a physical process so far because monitoring is something which you've not yet been able to figure out as to how to do it. So just to take you in, you have an app where a person applies for a Prayas loan through the mobile app. Same eKYC, geotagging, bureau check, etc. happen through the app as he gives permissions, and then on the Prayas web portal, the SIDBI appraising officer will appraise and close in the loan. And once the risk rating and sanction rejection has been done, on signing off on the digital document execution, the loan would be disbursed. So this is an end-to-end digital process which is working very smoothly with around 51 partners in the country. To address what our friend Ahmed was saying, that invoice discounting is a one-to-one kind of thing, and to democratize that, SIDBI worked in the RBI sandbox, and we have piloted and now commercialized GST CII. So this actually rides on the GST database and allows people to discount their invoices and obtain instant credit against them. So there's a 3-stage journey. You register, you get a loan offer, and you do e-documentation, and then you get a disbursement and a repayment. Just taking you across, so this are the building blocks. You have 35%, as we know, 35% share of GST is coming from MSMEs. GST CII promotes cash flow based lending. encourages registration of MSMEs on GST, and collaborates with industry initiatives. We have standardized open protocols, use OCEN account aggregator framework, India Stack, which is GST and e-sign, stamp, e-nash, etc. And that it is end-to-end digitized. What the journey is that you go on the app, use your mobile number, register, give access to your GST details. Once you are registered, you can choose your banks and you can do your e-documentation. And once you have done your e-documentation, you get a limit. And on the basis of that limit, you can discount your invoices. And you get disbursement into the identified account. The repayment is through e-nash. So you set up auto debit and disbursement will happen. This is actually going to be very useful for people in future. You know, we feel that this will actually do away with the working capital requirements of the industry. So this is where the future is going. This is the disbursement and repayment part of it. Then of course we have something which is...
Sorry for interrupting. Could you actually rush through it quickly, sir?
Yeah.
Could you actually rush through it quickly so everybody's...
Yeah, this is the last slide.
Thank you, sir.
So, this is the last slide which I have, which is a product which we have bought in, which is end-to-end digitized for MSME. It is a straight-through process which uses all the digital public infrastructure, GST, MCA, ITR. All of us do the same thing. My friends at Union also do the same thing. We also, in addition, use risk assessment using Jakarta, Fixed Score, which is a product of Civil and OPL, and CMR. And the underwriting is entirely end-to-end digital, and so is the documentation and disbursement. So you need to get into our website, log in, create your requirement, and loans up to 1 crore, depending on your leverage, etc., can be done, can be disbursed within 48 hours.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Products and services, and also most importantly their experiences with use cases, how to adopt digital transformation amongst all the MSMEs. We are already talking of I 5.0, and you all would be wondering, we have not yet been done with I 4.0, and 5.0 is being mentioned in most circles here. We heard in the morning session a great deal about sustainability. So all that is happening is we are trying to integrate I 4.0 with making it more human-centric and making sure the man and machine coexist, and sustainability as the other aspect. So it's an integration of I 4.0 and I 5.0. So I don't want to steal the thunder from our speakers here. We have Mr. Tushar from Mahindras and Mahindras. We have Atom State represented by Mr. Venkat, who's going to talk is about AI and ML applications and how to implement them in our businesses. And we have Karthik from CADFEM, which is a global partner company for ANSYS. Some of you would be using ANSYS software. ANSYS also has been on the forefront of startups funding. We're going to hear all about this. Over to Mr. Tushar to tell us all about digital transformation and to what extent M&M has benefited by providing end-to-end solutions. Over to you, Tushar. Thank you.
So, good morning friends, colleagues and seniors. It's my pleasure to be presenting in MSME Summit organized by CII. Before I move to my presentation, first of all I will like to thanks to entire CII team for providing this platform to all the industries where we can share our knowledge, our initiatives, our practices, which can be helpful and mutually benefited to all the industry. Moving on to my presentation, first of all I would like to First of all, I would like to, we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra Auto and Farm Sector Division. We will be showcasing our journey towards the low-cost automation. Precisely, we are going to touch the low-cost automation sector. There are selective case studies which will be benefiting other industries that we are focusing on, and affordable digital technologies. So that is our agenda for today's presentation. With me, there is my team, Mahindra & Mahindra team. So Mr. Uma Shankar and Mr. Sridhar has also joined this session. So we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra panel. So our subject for today is low-cost automation and affordable digital technologies that we are touching upon. And we are having our manufacturing units present in Telangana state at Zairabad, both auto and farm division. So most of the case studies are from that only. This is the overview of Mahindra Group. We are having presence in 11 sectors, 150 plus companies, 100 plus countries. Particularly, we are today focusing on farm and automotive division. Perhaps we are the one and only who are manufacturing two-wheeler and 20-wheeler, both the things under auto and farm divisions. This is our global footprint. We are present in multiple countries. Our R&D centers are there in multiple countries and also manufacturing. This is our product portfolio at Zairabad plant in Telangana specifically. So we have recently launched 2 new products in auto also and farm also. Both are our techno-savvy products. One is EV related commercial vehicle, and then our all new tech pack ready tractor, which are going to be launched, which are launched at global platforms, and that will be having many new features introduced first time in the tractor industry. So these are different 7 models which are introduced through OJA. That has been recently launched on 15th of August. Focusing on to our journey as a Mahindra and Auto Farm sector, this is our journey toward digitalization. So we have started with our strategy and our program formation since 2016-17, and this is the way we have moved ahead. So we have focused on multiple themes like IoT, robotics, digital operations, which will be coming forward into this presentation. All this has been integrated in our own customized MES platform, which are called as Drona. So why technology? So these are the challenges which industry is facing nowadays. So increasing model complexity, improve competitiveness in the market. To survive in the market, we have to improve all these parameters. We have to go through this complexity of the models and yet maintain our margins. So for doing that, we have adopted the different approach. We have simplicity, customer centricity, process robustness, flexibility. These are we have adopted into our approach, and working on these initiatives, we have formed our case studies, which we are going to showcase with you. So these are the major themes: low cost automation, digitized operations, IoT, and new technologies. I will skip this slide because this is going to be covered in future. Okay. In low cost automation, we are going to present a few case studies. So this is our main drive, no fault forward. So whatever we are manufacturing on the particular station, that has to be first time right, and there should not be any fault going forward to the inspection. So based on that things, we have showcased few of the case studies. This is our one of the case studies in which we have addressed near about 400 plus failure modes, and from those failure modes we have categorized them into 4 different buckets in our assembly operations, like torquing, part missing, wrong assembly, similar looking part. These are the areas which need to be addressed for covering major failures in our processes. So these areas we have addressed through basically we are having both legacy of operations. There are old plants which are running on the manual operation. So we have gone for the requirement-based, need-based digital solutions on those stages. So that we are focusing. So these are few of the examples which we have done at our plants. So for torque missing, there are legacy tools which are pneumatically operated. So this has been fitted with some electronic and IoT-based devices to control the torque and specification to meet the requirements that we are addressing those with the first torque missing case study. The second is part missing, in which we are going for the multiple type of sensors, right from proximity sensors, inductive based sensors, laser sensors, steel vision sensors. So depending on the requirement, we are adopting this sensor technologies to detect the part missing, particular part missing area. Then in wrong assembly, we are also, this is one of the case study in which we have used a laser based sensor, so that we will know that the part orientation is right and there is no wrong assembly being made on the particular stage. Then similar looking parts for this, we have also used different vision technologies. So at the low cost area, we have used the color based sensing, so that we will identify that the part is right or wrongly assembled. This is one of the video which will showcase to you how we have modified the stage for no fault forward. This is a piston and ring assembly. After this assembly, this part has been checked for multiple parameters before going forward with different technologies, like from scanning, from vision sensing, sensor based sensing. Once it passes through all these parameters, then only the part will go forward. So we are ensuring that whatever we are producing on the stage, at that stage only it will be addressed. So these are the benefits of it. 100% built-in quality, that is the focus area. This is one of the case study of spot missing concern, in which the operator actually do the welding job on the station, and many a times the operator misses the spot. So this particular case study is focusing on some small electronic devices which are fitted inside the controllers, and those are connected with the assembly fixture, so that unless and until the required spots has been taken, the assembly will not get dismantled from that particular fixture. So this is the basically case study. This is a small representation of the process. Once the operator will finish the entire spotting, then only the part will get disassembled from the stage. Then these are the weld spot counters. So many times, many assemblies have different models, and with respect to different model, these are different spot weld configurations. So with respect to that, it is a complex operation for operator to remember all these spots. So we have integrated this particular spot counter with different models, so that whenever the particular model get assembled on the fixture, that particular model spot counter will be activated, and unless and until operator weld those many spots, it will not get disassembled from the fixtures. This is to address the model complexity that is getting added into the portfolios. So once the required spot has been reached, then only the fixture will get declared. So the benefits of this has, again, no fault forward, so 100% built-in quality. This is one of the case study for IoT. This particular case study, nowadays we are having a lot of technologies available inside the tools, where we can connect the tools with the softwares and we can have the data for the traceability. But this particular case study is focusing on the legacy tools, which we have modified for getting right specification, product and process specification, and then this data is getting logged into the software and it is represented on the dashboard. So this is with the very few thousands of amount we have done it inside our plant only. So this is basically a dashboard which represents different torquing status of the tools, and with respect to particular model number or particular tractor number, you can basically have this data available with you, so to know that the process has been done right. This is small video for that. In new technology, we are actually now focusing more on vision-based systems. Wherever the sensors will not work, so we are focusing to go for vision-based systems. And also at new production lines, we are also focusing to address critical stations with robots and cobots. So this is one of the examples which we are working in Zairabad plant only. So this is cabin assembly line. So in which the electrical testing of different lights and different indicators have been done by the vision cameras. So this cabin is being tested by cameras, and the data has been stored into the softwares for future traceability. So with robots and cobots, we in Mahindra as entire AFS, we are having 500 plus robots, 50 plus cobots installed. So whatever new lines are getting installed, on which we are also focusing to go for critical operations like hemming, sealant, and then painting. For those things we are choosing the critical operations, and we are selective in our approach to go for the robotics and entire automation. This is one of the video of painting robots facility installed at Zairabad. This is a similar application process done by cobot. So these are the initiatives, or I can say automations, which are helping us to make a first time right product and no fault forward. As I told you in my first slide, this is our MES platform. This is manufacturing execution system. This is customized, developed for our operations. We call it as a drona. So this we use for connecting our different operations together. Like in our company, we are having a different set of operation, right from sales side order till the dispatch. So to have the entire visibility of the processes and to swift decision making, and also to manage the operations digitally and also effectively, this platform has been developed. So many of the tools like process data, many of the plug data, as well as the operation data has been logged onto this platform. And from this we are having a visibility of entire process and what is going right or what is going wrong into the operations. So I will leave you with, this is my last slide I think, and I will leave you with small AV after this. So 2-3 minutes AV is there. It is self-explanatory. You can easily understand.
Thank you, Tushar. It's very heartening to see the automation right in our neighborhood, Zahirabad. I would urge members here, if there's any opportunity to visit the plant, which M&M has been encouraging us to visit the plant every year. I've done that, and it's a great learning experience. And to see all the automation happening from our own Indian company, I think it fills my heart. Thank you, Tushar. We will have the Q&A at the end. The other two speakers completing their talk. We are allocating good amount of time because the subjects are very interesting. I'm sure there's a lot many queries from the audience here. I request our next speaker, Mr. Karthik Chittapu, who is the Director Customer Excellence from CAD-FEM, India, to take over.
First of all, thanks for inviting me for this conference, and it's my pleasure to give a small update on, what are the new technologies or digital engineering in terms of simulations. Okay, can you go to the first slide, please? Oh, I can go. Yeah. So I come from a company called CAD-FEM, and I think the name itself says much about digitalization, right? So it's the CAD, which is a virtual designing of yours, and there's the FEM, which is a virtual simulation of your products. How many of you are doing a product development using simulations here? Okay, only 3 hands I see. Okay. I think we'll see why it is so important for MSMEs, to do a simulation-driven product development. And we also talk about a digital engineering in a very broader sense, not only just in terms of product development, starting from the conceptual phase to the in-product phase, where we are talking about ADAS, digital twins, and other things. Okay. So, just a brief intro of our company. CAD-FEM is basically a global company, which is our parent company is in Germany, and in India we started in 2007. So what we are majorly into is, we actually are one of the largest producers of simulation technologies in the world. Okay. Along with it, we also kind of have 40 years of experience in terms of rapid product development and also innovating for a lot of our customers. Especially we deal with a lot of MSMEs in both India as well as Germany, Southeast Asia, and all other countries. And also we deal with a lot of bigger customers, starting with like Bosch or let's say Grundfos and other companies too. Okay. And the major advantage what we have as a company, a group is because of a global presence, we could develop an expertise in different physics, because simulations, when you talk about it, or digital engineering, when you talk about it, it's no more one single engineering or one single physics for that sake. So we have a vast range of physics which we are dealing with, starting with the structures. We talk about CFD, we talk about electromagnetics part of it, both high frequency, low frequency. Like low frequency, when I talk about like motors and all, when I talk about high frequency, I'm talking about PCB boards, radars, and then we are talking about optics, where we are talking about LiDARs, laser weapons or optics lenses and everything, right? And then we are talking about embedded systems and also the functional safety and cyber security of your products. That's becoming very much important nowadays, because of a lot of OEMs are asking to make sure that your product is, because you have a software and it should not be hacked, right? So the cyber security becomes very, very important for all your products when you're offering it to your customers, right? So all this comes into picture, and those all things we can simulate and test and virtually test them and get a much more insight into all of this. So about us in India, I think as I said, we started in 2007. Our parent company is in Hyderabad. It's hardly a few hundred meters from here. But we also have offices wide across India in 7 different locations: Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Delhi, Coimbatore, and Ahmedabad. Okay. So we have a wide range of expertise. So we deal with, in India itself, we have around 300 plus customers, and majority of them are MSMEs. Okay, so for us, digital engineering is very, very important. So we start with the centric of customer, where customer wants to innovate, make their products more efficient, and also reduce the cost of their products, right? So when that is what they want to do, the first thing what they want to do is how to adopt the simulation. Okay, that's the first step. How can they use simulations to drive their innovation or drive their product? Second thing is to automate the simulation itself so that you can democratize it across the users, and you can make it much more user friendly, because doing simulation is one front, and making user friendly and because a lot of people were talking about the skill gaps and all, right? So to overcome that, you can also automate it and actually make it much more button click solutions, where you can do your simulations, especially when you're talking about sectors like non-engineering, non-traditional engineering sectors like pharma, where they are using simulations nowadays. They want to go in silico instead of in vivo and in vitro, right? So when you're talking about in silico, that is something which they are adopting nowadays, and they want to do simulations upfront to understand how the mixing is happening, how your stunts you are manufacturing are going to work, what's the life of those stunts, or if you are doing a hip implants, you want to have a customer-centric data, which is very specific to each and every customer. You get the scan data, and based on the scan data, you want to actually do an implant using additive manufacturing or the different manufacturing techniques, right? So when these people who are coming from other backgrounds wants to do simulations, the automations become very, very, very important. And then over that, the top circle really talks about the digital engineering part of it, where we offer services to customer, because selling a software or offering a software to the customer is not the end thing, right? That will not lead to the success for the customer. So it becomes very important for us to integrate the software solutions along with the services, along with the knowledge transfer and the training sessions and everything. So that is where we really built on IT infrastructure. So we offer the hardware to the customer, which is very simulation centric. I'm not talking about just the IT hardware, but for simulation itself, we need to customize the hardware so that it can run very efficiently. Then we are talking about the knowledge, what they have to build. The major challenge what you're facing nowadays is to get the core engineers, because a lot of colleges are dropping the core engineering courses out of their curriculums, and it's becoming very problematic to get skilled engineers for your simulation purpose. And that's what we want to also bridge a gap. Okay, so today's topic, we majorly talk about the digital engineering part of our MSMEs, and this is very, very important because the MSMEs are a key lever for the India 5 million economy, right? So we are the 30% contributor for our GDP, and 42% of our exports, right? That's what people were talking since morning, and that is very important to concentrate upon this sector and how we can enable the MSME sector to kind of adopt that digital engineering for them. Okay, so the main challenges is for all the industry sectors is to drive the innovation, complexities, because you're not dealing with one single physics now, you have the interconnectivity between different things, and now you're talking about industry 4.0, where you are talking about the automation, where we have a lot of sensor data coming in, you have a lot of lens, LiDAR is there because the camera has to see it, get the data, and based on the data, let's say you have an ADAS system, based on the LiDAR in your car, your autonomous vehicle has to perform. If a person comes in front of you, based on the LiDAR sensor, it has to take the signal, capture it, and based on that it has to apply a certain force on your brake so that it stops at a safe distance from the person, right? So this all becomes very complex, and we are really talking about connections between different systems and different physics here. That has become a huge problem. Then the cycle time. With so much of innovation going on, so much of competition, the cycle time to the market has come down drastically. Previously, maybe people used to take maybe 8 years, 5 years to develop a car to come out. Now they're coming down to 3 years to develop a car and coming out into the market, right? So thus times are coming down drastically, and the innovation and the complexity is going up. Okay, so right now in the industry, there are two interesting things happening. One is the technology is really helping you to reduce the development time, The second thing is the destructive part of it. The simulation, the technologies are becoming so and so advanced, your present models, present things are becoming obsolete, right? It's no more make sense. So when you want to really talk about leveraging the advanced technology which is developing day in and day out, and to leverage your legacy technology, for them to have a proper marriage between them, you need to have a digital engineering. Otherwise, there's no other way you can take it forward, right? So to actually reduce the cost, increase the quality, and evaluate the risk, we need the simulations, and there's no other way to move forward. Okay? So this is one of the survey which happened in US. So they want to see, with simulations and without simulations, what is the difference? And you can clearly see 21% improvement with simulations to launch the time to market. 22% they could meet the targets. 17% increase in the quality also. So these are the important driving factors for any MSME, right? So these are three things what you want to look at and make sure that your product is coming out in market in a given time frame, and you are also with a low cost. So how do we get it right in the first, early itself? That is very important, because most of your cost is decided in the initial phase itself, before even you start simulation, where in the conceptual phase you have something, and like 85% of your cost is decided in the initial phases. So if you want to make some changes, the influence of these changes will be much less in the later stages. But in the early stages, if you want to make some changes, you have much scope and you can improve it, and the effect of it is much more wider reach. Okay? And with the traditional techniques where you're pushing your design to the end and doing a prototyping and going for testing, and if something is not working, coming back, this is going to take a lot of time and a lot of cycles, right? So what you want to do is you want to implement the simulations in the first phase itself, so that you can understand your product much better, optimize it, innovate it, and then you can reduce the cost and everything. And then once you finalize your design, then you can go for your prototyping, which when you are much more confident that it's going to pass and go forward, right? Nowadays simulations are becoming so realistic that people want to reduce testing drastically, just to one test, maybe two tests at the end of it. But most of the times they want to avoid it completely and take simulation as a benchmark. And I think a lot of the defense sectors are also asking their suppliers to submit the simulation reports, right? That is becoming much more important nowadays. And I think a lot of the OEMs, automotive OEMs, aerospace OEMs are also asking you for these reports to be submitted, so that you can make sure that your product is compliance to their requirement and everything. Okay, so that is what I was talking about, the virtual prototyping and simulation based product development. Okay, so there are three important technologies out of the 10 for digital engineering which are actually disrupting or help the industry to move forward. I think the first one is the AI ML. That is something one of the dignitaries is going to talk about it in the next session. But the next one is additive manufacturing. I think this is one of the technology a lot of people are using nowadays to do the prototyping, or also taking it to the next level of mass production. So the reason why additive manufacturing has become more popular is because it can manufacture any kind of complex shapes, and you can actually make lightweighting much more possible, right? But it has its own problems. I think this is not a platform to discuss about it. We can take it later. And the third one is the simulation front, where you can see a lot of people are saying the simulation is very, very important, right? So I think let's see how the simulations develop. I think in 1970s, simulation was only for academics. They were doing a lot of research and they were developing. That's fine. Next 85 to 2000, having no simulation, it's still okay. It's normal. A lot of people are not doing simulations. In 2000 to 2015, simulation has become a normal. A lot of people started using simulation. It's still not a compulsion, but still a lot of people have started doing it. As you can see the examples here, you can see it in the optics field, you can see it in the sensor field, you can see in amphibian mobility services here, oil and gas, other sectors where simulations were not traditionally used. It has moved into that. In 2015 to 20, no simulation is not normal. So people felt that, okay, you're not doing simulation still, you should start doing it now. I think as you can see, the technology of IoTs, 5Gs, electrification, ADAS and all actually has pushed simulations. As you can see here, we are doing a signal integrity problem here. to generate what are the losses, what the temperature generated because of that, and then see the thermal and cooling part of it. And then we are talking about, because of the thermal cooling and all, how the soldering is working. And if these are failing, your component is going to fail, right? So you can see 3 different physics combined together, and you need simulations for that. Not only that, we are also talking about crosstalks between 2 different devices, because nowadays, IoTs have become so much. We have, Bluetooth everywhere right nowadays, right? So there should not be a cross connection between them, how they are kind of working. All these things can be tested in simulations. Okay, and e-mobility, I think this is where a huge chunk of MSME customers are supplying to this, where they're talking about motors, batteries, the charging systems, So the motors have become very important, and we have a lot of motor customers itself in India whom we are dealing with, who are using our softwares to develop their motors and innovate with respect to characteristics of the motor, improving efficiency. The noise has become much more problematic because sustainability and environmental norms have become much more stringent nowadays, right? And the fatigue failure of it. The first thing is to get the efficiency map of the motor for different frequency rotations and all. Then we are talking about the noise levels. When we are talking about different frequency with respect to different RPMs, where the noise levels are, how is it generated, and everything. So this, because all of our OEMs are actually concentrating on this and keep asking us how we can do NVS simulations for our motors and everything. The same thing with the chargers, the same thing with the batteries. The batteries are much more problematic because you have to do the thermal runoff tests, because a lot of blast, fire is going to happen because of batteries nowadays, and this is becoming more problematic, and the battery management system has become very complex, and that is very important to be handled. So you need to do a system simulations to understand that part of it, right? And you need to have an IoT platform to sense a lot of, if you are talking about Ola, Aether nowadays, you have a lot of performance monitoring systems where you can monitor how your battery is performing, how many kilometers it's going to give more, and a lot of other things, right? So this is where the technology is being driven to, and it can adopt it so that, based on the performance of your batteries, it can automatically adopt and make sure that your battery efficiency is pushed forward, right? And make it more efficient and efficient. We are talking about the manufacturing sector, where you want to, just manufacture this kind of structures, where you can go with additive manufacturing, where you can get this kind of complex shapes which can be manufactured with additive manufacturing like this, and we can see better, cheaper, and faster you can get it. With less volume and mass, you can increase your stiffness of your structures. That becomes very important. We are talking about medical. This is a very simple example where you have a, you want to have a kind of make sure that your teeth are properly aligned, and you go to a dentist, right? That becomes very important. Your space is not symmetric, but the loads they apply internally are symmetric. And they need to understand what forces should they apply so that your teeth are properly aligned, so that you don't have this distorted figure in your after the whole teeth are aligned properly, right? So this becomes very important to be tested. So you can do simulations for that front also, where you can take the customer specific data and do the simulations and understand what kind of force you have to apply and which positions you have to apply so that you can get a proper jaw alignment, right? We are doing it for, we have our own wing of medical, for medicine. We do a lot of simulations for doctors, for, plastic surgeries and other surgeries, so that, people can use simulation for that front. Okay? And now in 2020s and moving forward, the simulation is becoming a must. As I said, a lot of customers are asking for it, OEMs are asking for it. Starting with a simple example like this bottles, it becomes very, very important. We have a huge customer whom we actually do a lot of simulations and a lot of automation for the bottle suppliers itself, where they want to see what is the buckling force, manufacturing of the bottle, sustainability of the bottle, environmental effect. They want to reduce the plastic usage. All these things are coming into picture. So you can see there is a structural problem, there is a molding problem, a manufacturing problem, there is a thermal, there is a cost influence. So you want to see different physics combined together. You can combine all them in a workflow and then do a simulations to understand what would be the best design, best settings of your manufacturing so that your cost can be reduced starting from the material to the manufacturing itself. Okay? So with digital engineering, you can see the traditional technique, you take 50 months to develop your product, that can be got down to 36 months or even less. as you move forward and make improvements in your processes. Okay. So with that, I'll come to the product side of it, where ANSYS is leading in this part of it. You know, ANSYS is a tool what we are using in the background to do the simulations for each and every physics. You know, ANSYS is leading in terms of every physics what you deal with, whether it's structures, electrical, CFD, optics, you name it. We are the leaders in all the physics, and we deal only with the simulations. We are not into any PLM or any CAD or anything. We purely do on the simulation. That is our core bread and butter, and that's where we concentrate upon. And as you can see, as you can see, we are dealing with the physics in the bottom. As you move up, it's becoming more and more complex. We are talking about system software, we are doing a system level simulations. Then you are talking about system of systems. This is where defense sector is talking about. You know, now they have a satellite, they have a radar, there is a flight, moving, or missile coming in, the projectile and all. So they want to have a communication between system of systems, and they want to actually simulate this kind of war scenario to see what is happening. Let's say there's a missile coming in, they want to shoot a laser to destroy it, right? So at what time they have to shoot it, and what, how much intensity they have to shoot so that the missile can be destroyed. All these things have to work together, the systems have to work together and can lead to this, right? So this becomes very important for us to take it to that level of it, and then you can see the solutions and the industries on the top of it. So traditionally we are talking about previously the simulations are only used in the design phase, optimization phase. That is fine, we are not using it in the requirements concept, preliminary design or any other phases. But as we move forward, as the requirements move forward, it's becoming more and more complex, and we can't work anymore in silos, right? So we need to, when we are talking about interdependency on the different departments, and we can't move forward and backward, and we can't just maintain it over a paper and kind of communicate it over just the documents. We need to have a proper models which we can communicate with in each stage and make it digital thread like this, which is much more convenient for the customers to develop it and move forward, right? So the first level is the virtual simulations, what we talk about. Then we are also actually moving to the next level, which is called digital engineering, where we have a lot of other things involved, not only just for the design phase itself, to the whole development phase, from the inception, product requirements to the end phase of it, So this is the V model, what we talk about the product development. So we have the, just to go back, we have the first one is the requirement, then we have the system, subsystem level, and then the bottom is where traditionally people used to use simulations, where is the component level of it. But nowadays it's no more like that. We start with the requirements, we generate the models with the requirement. So we have the model-based system starting from 1. So we have the models with the requirement level, we can take it to the system level, then get all your requirements for the system level and check them. Then go to the next level, which is the subsystem. Once you cross the subsystem, you go to the individual component level, where you work in the silos on different physics. Again, you integrate them in the subsystem level, validate it, take to the system level, integrate with your software, everything, check whether it's complying with your ISO standards and everything, and then you take it to the next level, which is again the system of system levels or digital twins in product. How many of you heard about digital twins? So I think it's a very fancy word people are talking about nowadays, the digital twin, and this, I can just tell you very simple, people can say digital twin as a CAD itself is a digital twin, because it's virtually you're representing something, it's called a digital twin of your design, right? Yeah, I'm done with it. So the next point is, I think it's very, that is something which people are getting confused with, but digital twin is much more broader in the sense where people want to do a predictive maintenance than go for a regular maintenance. And that is what we really talk about here. The simulations are normally used in only one phase, but you can use simulations in all the phases, starting with ideation, design, manufacturing, in product, in process, and everything. So where we are talking about ADAS, which is in your product, it is sitting. Simulation sitting in your product, based on the data you get, it reacts and applies the force on the brakes to stop the car. Digital twins are also sitting on your product to monitor you as it goes, as your life of, like let's say I have a jet engine, I have to monitor my jet engine so that I should know when should I go for maintenance instead of doing for regular maintenance, which is more costly, and I don't know whether it's going to fail before the maintenance or after the maintenance, So all these things, right? So here is a transformation, what you can see in product, the CAD, I think a lot of people are doing. I think product development, we can do 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and simulations. Product testing, a lot of people are doing, especially for ADAS nowadays. People cannot do the field testing. They need so many years to actually drive so many miles to test the cars. What they're doing is everything virtually tested. They have, they have the VRs, ARs, and all these things, and using machine learning techniques to adopt and test it, and then they're coming out to market with ADAS 2, 3, 4, 5 levels, Okay, in the product maintenance, which I was talking about, digital twins, and the knowledge management is also there. So this is one last slide of mine. That is what we are talking about. Oh, okay. Can you close it once? Yeah. So this is very important. We have our own courses, which is called AAC, ANSYS Innovative Courses, which help a lot of customers to adopt it. It's free. AAC is free. You can go through the courses. You can learn a lot of basics very easily and it's actually tied up with Cornell University in US and a lot of universities throughout the world. And these courses are generated and they're very user friendly and easy to understand. Only if you want to buy badges or certification, that's when you have to pay, but the courses are free of course. And we are also tied up with IIT Chennai called IIT Pravartak, where we do 5G courses. It's a paid course. You can attend for it. And then the other courses also. Okay, so this is what I will end with. This is what we all want to try and do it, right? The sustainability of your products, right? And have a environmental effects, social, consciousness. All this becomes very important. So you want to reduce your usage of material. With a less amount of material, you want to make your products more and more efficient. And that's where only digital engineering can help you do this. Otherwise, it's highly impossible to stick to your deadlines, cost, and everything. It's not possible. I think with that, I will end my session. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Karthik, for simplifying simulation. I like this comment, not doing simulation is not normal. That's wonderful. In my company, we say that simulation first and reality next. We have Mr. Venkat Subramaniam, Managing Director of Atom Technologies, to tell us all about an exciting subject. Quite a few of us are already using ChatGPT, but artificial intelligence as a subject has been around for decades now. But what is generative AI and how does one use this large language models which ChatGPT is talking about in our own day-to-day life and in our businesses especially. So Mr. Venkat is here to demystify all about AI ML to us. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank CII for having me here to talk about AI ML, which is the flavor of the globe at this point of time. Yes, actually I don't want to talk about that, but sir has raised that particular topic of ChatGPT. Right. I've been a big favorite of ChatGPT type of stuff, but once we have gone deep into that, we know that it's sort of a fun-do type of a tool. Don't think that I'm arrogantly talking and criticizing, no. But thanking ChatGPT folks for making AI is a believable thing in the globe at this point of time. I really congratulate them on that. But AI, ML is much beyond ChatGPT type of tools. So I'm Venkat. Let me introduce myself. I am the CEO and co-founder of Atom State Technologies. We are incubated at T-Hub. We are strong technology partners for CII Center of Excellence. And we are also working along with many partners across the globe. We are a deep tech company focusing on providing solutions based on AI, ML. And this is the USP of ours. We don't go by the hanging in fruit type of solutions which we provide. We provide solutions based on your problem and your problem statement and your use case. In deep tech, until unless you have a really strong use case, you will not be really in a position to come out with an app solution. So this is where we are different to many of the biggies and as well as small sectors. So we dig deep, and we believe in providing scalable solution. When I said scalable, everyone talks about scalable, right? And second thing is, these days AI is becoming a fashion. People are started feeling that if they don't talk about AI, they feel that it's an identity crisis for them. Yeah, I mean it. Suddenly some organizations I have seen, they've changed the name xxx.ai. But I don't know what sort of AI they are bringing. And it means they are misleading the people. So this is where we have to be really cautious. Unfortunately, even some of the biggies and established organizations also got into this rut. But our strong background is DevOps. So DevOps teaches to say no. DevOps teaches to say no to automation. Where to automation? DevOps teaches to fail. So you need to experiment by applying chaos engineering and fail. Because until unless you fail, you will not really learn and scale up. So coming back to the key topic, artificial intelligence for MSMEs. Yes, that's the very, very important. Fact of the matter is, today morning, one gentleman was talking about 2+ crore MSMEs. And if these MSMEs alone support startups like us, half of your costing will be reduced. Let me underline with reading that. Lot of myth is there in the market. Oh, AI, ML, lot of costing. No, we can't afford. That's a myth. It's much cheaper, much economical, and bring a lot of finesse to your task. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt, we have proven that. I really thank CII here. I want to make a point out here. They have created a thing called Center of Excellence, CII Center of Excellence. This is really a boon to organizations, startups like us. Otherwise, I won't be talking here. Because they are the ones who have taken organizations like us to big organizations like Skoda, Vedanta, Kevin Care, which I wouldn't have even imagined a year back. Because these people will not even give time to us. Yeah, that's the psychological set, but I'm really thanking many of the corporates are distancing away from the traditional IT companies and coming to innovative companies. Because innovative companies don't do the body brokerage or mind brokerage. They do only innovation. Because they know that very well they have to compete with the biggies, so they have to deliver best, which is cost effective, improve your efficiency, and bring best ROI. So, artificial intelligence should be taken as a use case based solution. For example, this gentleman is sitting like this gentleman is sitting like this, that gentleman is sitting like this. I have a use case here. I have a use case. I don't want to talk jargons here, but I just want to give a live examples. Mr. Ridigaru is sitting like that. Maybe if I have an application here, I would have tracked him and said, your posture is wrong for your health, for your back. I will not take much time. I will not be involved in too many meetings to discuss that. It's just a small WhatsApp message report will go. So this is the use case. Why AI? Can anyone tell? For better life, simple as that, right? Simple life, good life. Why good life? Don't carry your code home. Finish your thing fast. 6 o'clock you go home, your wife is happy. If your wife is happy, your life is happy, right? So, AI is for better life. So you need to really identify whether it is manufacturing or for aviation sector or retail. AI is not specific for one particular domain or industry. So that is what our USP is. We remove all those blocks. So we go by the use case and understand what exactly the customer is having a problem. We don't even bother about what he is looking at, but that's our strength to identify and tell this is what you have to implement. So, look at his use case, be honest. So when we do the discovery phase, because we don't just like that provide a code to you or a dataset model, we really do the discovery path, understand the gaps, understand your limitations in terms of manpower and skill sets. Since morning we have been talking about skill sets and all. Yes, agreed. But skill development comes from here, not from teaching. Say I'm a commerce graduate talking technology. It is not that I'm a grey-haired fellow so I can talk. No, it's not like that. You have to have the application, you have to have the big heart to accept that you are not able to cope up, you need to learn. This is what AI really teaches. The moment you understand this, you come out with a proper knowledgeable thinking on those use cases. So these are all various types of AI models. One is ML, one is deep learning, NLP, NLU, and computer vision. And now let's talk about MSMEs, SMBs. If SMB adopts latest technologies, cost-effective technologies, I mean to say, India's economy will really zoom, no doubt about it, because SMBs and MSMEs are the backbone of Indian economy. There is no doubt about it, because it generates more revenue than biggies. It generates, of course, collective, and it generates plenty of employment. By the way, if I adopt AI, I may lose the job. Please remove that from your mind. Absolutely not. It in fact complement you and make you to reach dizzy heights. There's no doubt about it. Your performance will improve. So AI is the way of living, way of understanding, way of moving. The moment you learn AI properly and apply properly, you will be the first person to apply on yourself about your body language. For example, if I am talking, one of my team members is sitting there, he might be noticing what is my body language, and by evening he will give me the report. Yeah, see, that is how, right? Why the biggest use case which I am going to take, see, these are all cross industries, right from individuals, professionals like doctors and chartered accountants, scanning centers and labs, even auto platform facilitators, strong engineering industry, banking industry, finance industry, aviation. We are there everywhere. So what are the benefits? These are all simple gyan, but definitely efficiency will be improved. Once the efficiency is improved, the productivity will be improved. If the productivity is improved, you are in business, otherwise you are not in business. As simple as that, because it is a competitive global world now. This is where AI play a major role. Cost reduction. Staggering cost reduction. For example, I know many of you are developing your own products, spending a lot of money on advertisement, marketing, and those marketing agencies and the advertisement agencies take your entire property to give something, and that too in time. You cannot depend on any, just like that, any Tom, Dick, Harry type of ad designer. You have to spend a lot of time. So sometimes it may take even 3 months to come out with one ad, which has to be given in social media or in the print media. But with AI, we can generate an ad 30 seconds. Without a photo shoot, without a director, without a camera, without a script, and the fancy models costing, tantrums, right? So, by applying a strong prompt engineering, which is the most important element in any good generative AI content or images, anything. This is the biggest advantage for SMB sector. And today morning, one of the gentlemen was talking about common platform to reach out to the marketer. Yes, that was a humongous platform. But with AI, collectively 5 or 6 SMBs who are interested in technology can join hands together and may appoint people like us to come out with a platform where it will be friendly to really publish in social media marketing so that that becomes a platform for the buyers and sellers. Really, you will be eliminating a lot of middlemen here because you are directly trying to reach to the customer. Obviously, you will get away with your 50 to 60% costing, middlemen, commission, and improved in decision making. This definitely improves because it improves your IQ. Because you will be start thinking a lot when you are learning AI. Until unless you know what is your problem, you will not be in a position to communicate the so-called consultant or an engineer that this is my problem, right? So enhanced customer experience. Absolutely true. In fact, we have got the great customer experience and earn customer delight with Skoda, with ICICI Bank, because which they are usually doing a particular task, which is taking about 8 to 9 months. What we have done is we have delivered that and they started marketing in just 15 days. The advantage is that since we understood the problems, we done a lot of research for each and every sector. So we have done the pre-trained models. So when we go and solving the problem, we just train the model based on the use case and the requirement, so the delivery time is very quick. Until unless your delivery time is quick, you cannot go to the market quick. The situation is like that. Yesterday's newspaper is today's waste paper. At least yesterday's newspaper can be archived some reference purposes. But some of the products and the applications which you are thinking and taking time, by the time you launch, even before the launch, it becomes obsolete. We have seen that. That's the reason why 90% of the apps are flops. Second thing is market insights and trends. Yes, this is where AI will play a global role, major role. You will understand the insights, the market dynamics of today and tomorrow also. Then use your brain, apply. You develop a model in such a way that, boss, give me the market demand after 6 months. It gives you an insight. What are the challenges? Data quality and availability. Yes, data is the crux. Data is the problem everywhere. Nobody wants to share the data. Without data, it is very impossible to really move towards prosperous business. So, you have to have a proper data set so that The unstructured data will be cleaned as a quality data, and that data will be your data set model. So don't fear on sharing the data with someone. But here I would like to tell you something. When we interact with your data, we don't even touch your data, we don't even see your data. Only on the use case we assume something based on the inputs and we integrate that particular model to your data set. So your data is 100% secure. So that's the reason why banks are approaching us. Because for banks, why banks? For everyone, even for you, a small scale industry person, the bill of material is very important for a particular component, right? Then AI also can help you in designing app design. Why so many cars will be withdrawn from the market? Because of one small nut designing problem. This is where AI will bring finesse to your planning sessions. Then ethical and privacy concern, I have already told you. This is where tools like ChatGPT are scoring very bad. Samsung has literally almost removed so many people because of they have implemented ChatGPT and within seconds their entire minutes of the meeting are gone. Third one is regulatory compliances. Yes, these are all very important. Then the biggest AI importance. One is in marketing, there's no doubt about it. And one is quick to reach market, no doubt about it. And this is the globalization of things. This is the globalization. A person who is sitting in Bhatinda also can sell to Britain, right? How is it possible without him knowing anyone? That's the power of AI. Globally, you have to compete with the global standards. Even for example, even if he is buying a shoe, a woodland shoe, definitely why he has bought a woodland shoe? Because of the quality. Why not on the platform types? Yeah. So, these are all the plenty of use cases. As I have already told you, we do nothing without the use case. So plenty of use, all these use cases, whether it is sentiment analysis, the customer stickiness, or customer loyalty, or your customer support mechanism. If you bring all these things, the global market and the big people will believe you because you have a proper process is inbuilt. And that too by using AI ML. And these are all the case studies. Call center operations is another one. We are making inroads into the global market. It's a real-time 24/7, 365 days. How do I improve the efficiency of my customer support team engaging with the customers? So we come out with an analysis and pinpoint this is where your people are failing. That's the reason why customers are changing the loyalties. Then of course, marketing team, it's a boon, literally boon. This is Wow India movement, scraping the data from various web sources, web points, then we clean that. And this is a snapshot of a sentiment analysis of a political party. And this is the completely 100% true generative AI images by giving a prompt into it. We are also coming out with a Ramayana story for kids, farmer story. And this is a snapshot to really plan out surgeries and terrorist operations. And that's for the Skoda we did it. In fact, that small jingle has won us the contract. because they have been spending about 3.5 billion for the global advertisement. And now it will not even cross Indian value 2 crores. Thank you so much. And thanks again for everyone patiently listening me, and thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Sadhguru, Mr. Chaudhary, I'm a little embarrassed, to be honest, to be on the stage along with every dignitary here. Lifetime Achievement Award is an award once in a lifetime, and Sadhguru, I expect to be around for much longer. My journey started especially on the area of impact investing 23 years back. In 2000, like most people, I had seen some poverty, but I got introduced to extreme poverty in the forest of Odisha. And it appeared to me that a question like, can poor become rich, looked very naive, but a very genuine question. It also appeared to me that to become rich, you need to be an entrepreneur. I came from a middle-class family. My father was a government servant. Nobody in the 300 years of history that I could trace in my family had ever been an entrepreneur or a businessman. So it seemed like that if you can actually convince entrepreneurs to create jobs and livelihoods for poor or reduce risk and vulnerabilities in their life, you might be able to make a difference. And one thing I realized that there are enough entrepreneurs who had the willingness and desire to bring about a change in the life of the people, but in absence of capital, money, it was impossible for them to go in this hard, very difficult and long-term journey. And I decided to become the guy who will collect the capital. My problem is I'm a forester by training. And while it is a problem, it's also an advantage. I did not know how difficult it is to manage finance, to raise capital, to convince capital to leave the idea of greed and to look at sustainability. It's been a long journey. We have come some distance over the last 20 years. Today we manage more than 10,000 crores. But more importantly, we have invested in 75 startups. Some of them have gone ahead and impacted millions of lives. It is not our credit, it is their credit. They are the ones who are impacting lives. But we are committed to take this idea of building ecosystems, making impact beyond Indian shores. And so we made small initiatives in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, now in East Africa. It seems like over the next 10 years, we took a belief that we can take this 10,000 crores to a lakh of crores, and then align ourselves to Sustainable Development Goals. And I actually just wanted to bring everybody to what Sustainable Development Goals stand for. In 2015, 193 countries of the world signed an accord to imagine a world that never existed before, a world without hunger, without poverty, without inequity. Now, this is a word that Homo sapiens, since they started walking straight, have not seen. And for us, those who are sitting in the audience, have the capability, both in terms of ideas, entrepreneurial capabilities, and capital, to bring that change. And we want to be that catalyst that allows the world to achieve that goal. Maybe by 2030, and if not, continue to follow this approach and reach that stage where nobody sleeps hungry and nobody is malnourished. Thank you so much for recognizing me.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
It is said in Bhagavad Gita, Yadyada charati shrestha tattad deve taro janah sayat pramanam kurute lokas tadanuvartate. Which means, as the noble ones set an example for the others to follow, that is how the remaining society follows them. And whatever they do, that is what the society does later. So it is upon the noble ones to be exemplars in their own field of work, to create right kind of example and ideal for the rest of the society follow. And today we are very happy to celebrate so many people who have excelled in their fields, who have set an example for the next generation of entrepreneurs, business leaders, industry leaders to follow. And what a wonderful range of stalwarts, from fintech to pharmacological research to telecom revolution to storage, energy of storage, to on this side gastroenterology, I find it difficult to pronounce, gastroenterology, so Reddy Garu, and in agricultural revolution, and we have people from impact investment. And look at it, of course, the end of the spectrum is Nasirmurthy Garu. He is an education revolution, is rural education revolution. And revolution is in the blood of Mr. Jayed Chowdhury. You know, he is a revolutionary of his own kind, and he has brought about this great revolution in startup ecosystem, a thinking of a different kind. And I have been always telling him that what you are doing is amazing, because you are setting a new ideal, new standard, a new framework for startups to build themselves in a way that they become ideal examples for all the world to follow. And as he and I discussed, it's not about valuations, it's about value creation. And that is what, when I was listening to Mr. Rajaram, he was telling, he hasn't made any money, but he has brought about a transformation in the entire country. Yes, we have seen that India a couple of decades ago, when we could not connect to our people, even in emergency. But today, telecommunication is on our fingertips. More than probably maybe a billion, 1.2 billion people are using telecommunication technology today. So also battery storage, so also agricultural revolution, so also healthcare revolution, research, innovation, impact investments. Every of these ideas have revolutionized the way societies are today.
Thank you, Sadhguruji. Thank you, Jay Garu. It's an honor, and I'm humbled to be here. For the last couple of days, what I'm experiencing is positivity. And what I'm seeing is humbleness in everyone that I actually get to meet so far. And this is the place where Mokshagundam Vishweshwaraya Garu is from. And what I heard, what I used to read when I was a kid was, if your business is to sweep, sweep in the best possible way, that none can excel you in the world. And in fact, I do that. I do that religiously. And anything that you do with your heart. Anything you do, you must have a purpose. And there is nothing, there's no agenda-driven approach. That giving back is part and parcel of our DNA. And in fact, I do that. And Jay Garu, you are my role model. I actually work for a financial firm. Again, you know how we all think money matters, but at the same time, humanity and the way we work as human beings and touching hearts and lives do matter. And a couple of years ago, exactly about 3 years ago, I started to get autistic people get engaged into technology. And I started as a pilot, getting about 5 people, ran a pilot for 6 months. And the results were phenomenal, and they showed 10x results. And now we have in our firm more than 50 autistic people who are on the spectrum working for us. And it's not an accident. We truly believe in doing it. We wanted to do that religiously. And again, I run quality engineering. That's not traditional testing. It's a future readiness. And there are brothers and sisters across the world. They really need future readiness and they need the path. For that reason, I spoke to J.A. Chaudhary Garu, and I'm going to start a foundation called Quality Engineering Foundation to really find people across the world to give back and to support and really show them the path. Thank you very much for the honor, and thank you very much for everything.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Sadhguruji Pranam. Thank you, Jay, and all the stalwarts on the dais here and friends amongst you. Any award is humbling, but something to be called as a lifetime is even more humbling. And it's almost surreal that in the midst of all the stalwarts here and at the hands of Sadhguru, I received something already called as Lifetime Achievement Award. And perhaps a time to reflect, in a sense probably a shorter story. The trigger was not far from here, about 300 kilometers from here, in a village near Kurnool. I was out to do my project work for National Service Scheme in the college in 1980, just to do a socio-economic survey of village, and that probably was the first time, in a sense, I walked and stared at poverty firsthand, coming from an industrial township. And what hit straight is that despite working so hard, the farmers remained in poverty with a very simple equation that everything that they sell is sold at a wholesale price at the beginning of a very long chain. And anything that they buy as farm input is bought at a very high price at the end of another long chain. And in some sense that triggered a purpose for my own professional life. If I were to do something with my professional life, possibly it's reversing this equation. Is it possible to get farmers to buy things at wholesale and sell at equivalent of retail price? And years later, as technology evolved, telecom revolution that we just heard, and things of that sort really enabled, together with the enterprise strengths of ITC and with the eChaupal project, it was possible for us to reverse this equation and the whole project goes from strength to strength, and today we are about 4 million farmers, and the near-term aspiration is to start at least 10 million farmers in terms of the rural areas that we serve and their families. Thank you very much. Certainly it's once again a very humbling experience. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Our next item of the agenda is an expert talk, Building a Product Management Community. Chandrasekhar is a distinguished Senior Director of Product Management at ADP, with over 17 years of expertise in product management, with previous roles in NCR, Adobe, and Avaya. He's a seasoned leader known for successfully launching new products, achieving product market fit, and driving imperative growth for Fortune 500 companies. Proficient in Agile and SAFE technologies, Chandra excels in product strategy, lifecycle management, and leading cross-functional teams. His skills in competitive analysis and market research further enhance his value in the field, making a career characterized by innovation and product excellence. I invite Chandrasekhar onto the stage, please.
ADP is always designing for people. As you heard from Ranjan in the morning, we are 18 billion plus in revenue, number one HCM company globally. We have clients across 140 different countries, 1 million plus clients. I don't think many of the companies can say that. Remember, our clients are pretty large. We have clients like Amazon, Sodexo, and so on, all the way from small business. Recently, when it comes to Gen AI, we have been following a principle of make it easy, smart, and human. You would have heard that in the morning. So you will see a lot of reference to the content that I've got in here today is going to be in the backdrop of that this is potentially very specific to a B2B setup, a large company like ADP with a big product organization based out of India. So we have talked about Gen AI since morning. So this is all being future ready. So we would like to have our product leaders, especially for a lot of large companies based out of India. We have seen a good number of product managers being recruited, hired, groomed internally in the recent past, in the last 5 to 10 years. So what does this really mean for all of us sitting in this hall here? So that's really the topic. I've got a few slides to take the conversation forward, but we'll try to keep it very interactive. I'll try to make some logical pauses in between a few slides, and feel free to ask questions. This is me sharing some of the learning from my side, but I'm sure collectively we can share a little bit more. Okay? So with that, we'll get started. And hopefully this will work. Yes. So that's the agenda. We'll start with a quick recap of what we have been hearing since morning. What does Gen AI really mean for product managers and product leaders? So Gen AI really brings in, I think we have heard since morning that a lot of new evolving use cases, right? And interestingly, I think we as product managers, we have got enough use cases in our backlog, right? As if we didn't have enough. We have use cases coming all the way from senior executives, from our customers, from everywhere. So Gen AI is just adding to it, right? So, however, this creates an opportunity in terms of use cases. Like one of the examples which was talked in the morning was the concept of creating job descriptions. we have been thinking about this quite a lot in the past. However, with the advent of Gen AI, this has gotten a little closer. Of course, we need to fine-tune it, we need to improve it, but that certainly has helped. Second, in terms of changing market landscape, in the last like 9 months or so, we have heard of many startups which have come in, and every large company is trying to play a role in Gen AI, right? So that certainly plays, has a dynamics in terms of what we do as a product manager day in, day out. We have seen a lot of companies talk about Copilot in their respective space. Today in the panel discussion also we heard that. Third, embracing a lot of regulatory compliances. I think in the morning we heard about scenarios or use cases around candidate relevancy, where I'm trying to stack rank candidates based on the resume versus the fitment with the job description and so on. However, we have got a few states in the US who are basically saying that you actually need to give that option to the candidate whether they want to opt out from their resume being screened by AI. So that's a new regulation which is coming in. And many states are actually trying to get that in front of their population. So as product managers, we had to react quickly to those regulations. So that certainly is one of those things. Being ethical. We as ADP, as an example, we have data for 1 million plus clients, and that data is a goldmine of information. However, we want to be very careful in terms of how do we use that data, right? So being ethical in terms of how we use the data becomes critical. Finally, for a large company like ADP, and I think most of the, I've seen folks from ServiceNow, Pega, and so on, so these are fairly large companies. And for many of these large companies, we typically have a large suite of products, a large portfolio. And when Gen AI comes in, it is not just, I'm not trying to solve one specific use cases, we have to solve the use case across these products. And managing that scale of innovation for a large company, potentially a company which has evolved over years, is not that easy, right? So that's another additional challenge. So how do we manage these challenges as we go forward? I think we try to answer that. Is it me or something? Okay. Thank you. How do we manage this? So the first thing is, we in ADP, we have been investing in continuous learning. And this continuous learning is very specific to product management 101. I think we heard enough in the morning that whatever be the case, Gen AI or something else, knowing the customer, the product management 101 goes nowhere. So we need to keep learning and making sure that as we hire more product managers, as we get more product managers into our organization internally, we want to make sure we are giving them enough tools and frameworks from a product management fundamental perspective. And that is what we have been doing in ADP in the recent past. Now, it's equally important that these trainings and these boot camps are practitioner-led, because we do want to make sure that anything that is shared with the product managers, new product managers, are based on the experience of the practitioners. So that's been one of the focus, and I think that would apply to any other company. Solving real-life problems goes without saying. I think we had multiple boot camps where we talked about specific use cases in the area of talent acquisition, talent management, where we were trying to throw those problems at the new product managers and solve them using these frameworks that they may have learned in the classroom. We partnered with a good number of B schools as well to bring in some fresh new ideas, right? And I think the last point is very important. We heard that during the conversation. We as product managers, especially, I think most of the product management organization in India has been built with the advent of agile, safe, whatever you call it, right? Starting with the product owners. And we are pretty good in terms of execution and the solution space. But what's equally important for us to innovate is we become comfortable with the problem space. And that's been the focus for us. Okay? Customer at the center, nothing new. I think we have talked about it enough, right? Now, how do we do this? Being so many miles away from the customers, for probably most of us in this room, because our customers are sitting either in the US or in most cases in the developed economies in Europe and so on, right? So how do we solve this? Of course, we try our best in terms of meeting the customers in person or over on the phone call, WebEx calls, and so on. But for ADP, over the course of last 20 years of existence in India, we have got a big footprint of service, implementation, support associates. And we spend a good amount of time as product managers sitting with them, taking calls, looking at their service request, and trying to draw insights out of those on what could be the pain points for the customers. So does it replace the direct conversation? No, it certainly aids to that conversation. The other area there we have been investing quite a lot is using tools around user behavior analytics, tools around product analytics to aid in our decision-making process. So most of the times, I think in the early days of product management, once you ship the feature, the job is done, you pretty much move on to the next feature or next capability. But there is a stronger emphasis on figuring out what's the outcome that you have been driving with the feature that you have released, and how does it feed back into the discovery cycle. So those are some of the tools that we can use as we go forward in terms of being closer to the customers. Some of the other things that you could potentially do is being part of the sales process. Let's say you have got a new product being launched, and sales team typically looks for support from product folks. So I think those could be some of those areas that you could potentially go and help. And in the process, you end up learning a lot more about what are the pain points and what's really working well for the customer with the product offering that you have. The third element that we have been focusing on is product community. And this is where we have been investing quite a lot in ADP in the recent last 6 odd months. So ADP grew from 50 odd product managers. ADP India grew from 50 odd product managers 3 years ago to 120 product managers today. So that's a huge growth from a product management footprint perspective. But it also comes with a challenge that many of these product managers either might have come externally to the organization, they might have come through B schools, they might have come internally. So there is some aspect which needs, some or the other aspect which needs to be bridged for us to set them to success. And which is where we are leveraging this community to help in terms of getting our product managers as far as possible on the same plane. So what does this community really do? So we use these, we call this community as Product Guild, and in Product Guild we share learnings across different business units, across product managers, be it in the small business unit, mid-market or up-market. And we share insights and we share learnings and frameworks and so on. So we are seeing good amount of traction there, some leading indicators that this is working well. I am pretty sure this could be some of those things that other companies could try as well, especially the companies who have been growing from a product management footprint perspective. I think Industry Connect, when we heard about Product Leaders Forum happening in Hyderabad, after such a long time we have not seen any such event happening in Hyderabad. And when we heard about it, we certainly wanted to tap into this opportunity, and which is why you see a lot of folks from ADP out here in the audience. We wanted to make sure that we were networking with our local community in Hyderabad and the product management community at large. Now, the fourth one, which I want to talk about, is the culture of innovation. Now, when you put the product management 101, the customer at the center, and community of sharing of knowledge and insights all together, then it creates a perfect platform for you to innovate. And we at ADP, we have been investing a lot on innovation. There are wider corporate level innovation initiatives as well as initiatives within ADP India, where we are encouraging our product managers to leverage the learnings across the three pillars that I talked before to innovate. I think we have got some good traction going from ADP India, where some of the newer products are built, conceptualized, and built out of India. So something for other companies to kind of think about in terms of innovation. So that's really what I had at a summary level. When you put all these 4 pillars together, this is where I think we can empower and encourage our product leaders to be future ready in terms of be it Gen AI or something else, right? So I'll take a pause and see if there are any questions and anything that you guys like to share from your organization before we go for lunch. Yep.
In the community part, we have a big thing on mindset part. Mindset is another important aspect wherein everyone has to practice upon it. So how are you tackling it, and what are the tips or any suggestions on how do we have to follow with it? Because that's a interesting conversation to have it, and keeps happening about. I just want to understand your thought process.
Sure. I think I don't know if there is a formula to build the product mindset, but what I would say is, as part of the product community and keeping the customer at the center, I think we have made some strides there. Example, we focus a lot on design thinking and user research. In terms of trying, before we get into building something, we spend a good amount of time doing market analysis and user research. And as part of these community, when we share some of these insights or case studies that we may have done for some of our products, that encourages the rest of the product managers to start thinking in those directions. So I think it comes as a result of a lot of discussions and a lot of deliberation on some of these topics. I would say that's primarily what we have been doing.
So I have a question about how do you apply Gen AI, which basically helps a reduction in product leaders kind of a work. Do you have any use cases which you practice?
Yeah. So I think we have heard of some use cases. I've heard Gen AI being used, whether, I don't know if, at least I have not used, or anybody from our organization has not used, but I've heard Gen AI getting used quite a lot in terms of competitive analysis. I've heard Gen AI getting used in terms of things like release notes and communication post-release and go-to-market and stuff like that.
Do you mean like in the development cycles, like for example,
Yeah.
when you're developing a product,
in the development cycle? I thought you were talking purely from product. In the development cycle, I think we are exploring some ideas about how do we increase the productivity of our engineers. So in ADP, we have a platform, HCM platform, using which we can build apps. We are exploring ideas on can we, based on prompts, can we start building applications? And to the extent that we are even thinking that based on the what's been articulated as a requirement, can that start getting converted in some sort of a user experience options? And based on the user experience that you want to go with, can you start using the platform to build those apps? Because these are low-code platforms, so potentially you could do it. It's not really the code.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Piyush. You just said that building the product mindset is like really difficult. One of the things is on the topic building product community, right? We know that product management is not still a very widely popular academic course, or like you can't have a degree specifically in product management if you are undergraduate. Are you building a path for, say, people from engineering or other backgrounds within ADP to transfer into role, and how do you support that that kind of environment where we can cultivate people to basically transition into this role while basically building the necessary skill set to basically excel at that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So one of the things that we want to index quite heavily on in ADP as an example is the domain knowledge. Like, we have been a big payroll player for a long, long time. So there is a good amount of domain knowledge which resides within the company. So which is where it becomes important for us to encourage our internal engineers as well as service associates to move into product management should they want to. So we do create learning paths for them. Now, it's not as simple as creating a learning path and kind of leaving it to them, but we have a structured program which involves actually HR, which involves the leadership, because there needs to be equal buy-in from all the players to make it happen. So it's a combination of learning paths, mentorship program, and we try to create a roadmap for that person that maybe with hitting certain milestones, maybe in certain number of months, you would transition into product management.
We can take one last question. Yeah. So, in large organizations, right, one-time training is not sufficient,
Yep.
or even one-time learning is not sufficient.
Yep.
How can Gen AI help in, improving the knowledge retention rates? To the same thing, one more question I have. As an employee, I might be, super knowledgeable, but I might be super inconfident. Okay.
Very good question.
I could be, I could be, very fast, but very inaccurate. There are multiple combinations. How can Gen AI solve this problem and improve the efficiency overall of a company?
Oh, great question. I don't know if I have a answer to that question, but I think I'll try to answer the second part of your question to the best of my ability. So, how can we get the confidence? I think the question was, I may have the knowledge, but I don't have the confidence, right? So, as part of this community exercise that we are doing, there is a lot of emphasis on storytelling. Like, many of our product managers could have been coming internally from within the organization. So they may not be very comfortable speaking in large forums, speaking in front of the client, presenting to the executives, and so on. So what we try to do is we create this environment for them to fail safely. So this community is like, nobody's really judging you. You come in and talk about your product ideas, what you did for some of the launches that you may have done, what you did for some of the prioritization exercise you may have done, what you did for your discovery exercise, right? And we kind of encourage that way.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Topic for the panel discussion is artificial intelligence for the real world. I request the panelists. Krishna Chaitanya Puttugunta is a prominent figure in the world of AI-based operation management solutions for fashion and lifestyle brands. As a co-founder of Zapario AI, he has played a pivotal role in revolutionizing the fashion industry by introducing cutting-edge technology into the creative process. With over a decade of industry experience, Krishna has been at the forefront of developing innovative solutions that empower designers and brands to harness the power of generative AI. Through Zapario AI's platform, he has enabled designers to seamlessly create custom products and models, ushering in a new era of creative and efficiency in the fashion and lifestyle sectors. Krishna's passion for technology and his commitment to driving change within the industry make him a true visionary in the field of AI-powered fashion management solutions. We welcome you, Krishna Chaitanya. Dr. Venugopal, our second panelist, is DGM AI ML and working with ZF Group. Dr. Venugopal is a seasoned advanced analytics evangelist with over 18 years of experience in various industries. He's a data scientist, economist, and techno-functional consultant, known for covering business problems into analytic solutions. He specializes in manufacturing and market intelligence. Enabling organizations to excel with analytics, driven by his passion, he's established centers for excellence in disruptive technologies like AI and ML and blockchain. His expertise includes generalized linear modeling, time series modeling, and deep learning. And he's a proficient in various data science and engineering tools, including SAS, Python, big data tools like Hadoop and Hive. Currently, he serves as DGM AI/ML with ZF Group. We welcome you, Dr. Venugopal. Som Sundar, our third panelist, Som Sundar Konduri, is working as a senior director with HR BP lead. Som Sundar, you come on. You and I work in the same HR space. He works with ADP. Som Sundar holds the esteemed position of Senior Director and India in HR Business and Business Partnering, HR BP, and a lead at ADP. With an extensive background in HR, Som Sundar brings a wealth of experience in his role. He is instrumental in guiding ADP's HR strategies and initiatives in India, ensuring that they are closely aligned with the company's overpowering objectives. Som Sundar's leadership and dedication is elevating HR process to make HR practices make him a key contributor to ADP's continued success in the ADP market in India and abroad. Our fourth panelist, Amit Sharma, is the Senior Director of Data Science with Global AI Accelerator, GAIA, and a leadership team working with Ericsson. In his current role, Amit is responsible for building data-driven solutions using AI and ML technologies towards intelligent automation in the telecom domain. Prior to this, he was leading AI/ML capability for ADP in the HR/talent domain. With 24 years of experience in product development and technology leadership, Amit is extremely passionate about design, architecture, data, and loves to solve real-world problems with technology. We welcome all of you. I'm Srilata Shankar. I'll be moderating the session. I am an HR and L&D leader like Som. I have been working in various companies, banking, telecom, IT, and ITES. I also teach HR at MBA colleges. I conduct soft skill workshops for MBA colleges, engineering colleges, and corporate companies. I do a little bit of content writing. I've been dabbling with poetry for the last 5 years. I've written about 37 poems so far. I hope to publish a book soon. I have a creative side to me. I do tangible painting, block printing, tie and dye, and pottery. I have an adventure side to me as well. I have done bungee jumping, paragliding, zip lining, and Tarzan swing. I've added another layer to my personality recently, collaborating with ITTV Global Media. We started a leadership series talk. We've done 3 episodes so far, and I hope to interview all of you, if not all of you, at least most of you. And I hope to touch 100 episodes soon. Thank you. Can you share a specific example of an AI application in your industry that has brought significant change or value?
Firstly, coming from the HR space, representing the HR fraternity, along with Lata over here, thank you for having me, first of all, amongst all the product management community. Oftentimes got tempted to move on to the product side as well. Amit knows this, some of my other fraternity people, Ranjan knows this. So really glad and privileged to be here. Now, on the technology front, I may not be as an expert as all of you sitting here, but definitely on the thought process and approaches on how we can enable and facilitate some of these things as a culture across amongst all the employees in the organization is where my expertise lies in. So coming to the question on what we have done in the space, it's the buzzword right now. But first and foremost, I want to give the context again is we may have a lot of knowledge and expertise with us, each one of us brings to the table, but do we showcase all of it for the reason of showing it, or to really solve some real problems? So for us at ADP, it's majorly, the whole strategy is towards client being a North Star for us. As you know, how do we look at the experiences itself for that matter? What are we delivering for them, right? Ramesh spoke about the experiences of Apple, etc. That was the North Star for them. Functionality, capabilities, we may have all of that, but what are we trying to address? So in that light, keeping that particular aspect in mind, how can we enable and provide better experience for your clients? One of the examples I can share is we have something called as chat summarization. This is something that in one of the products, a lot of our client service reps receive calls, they have to take case notes. It's a manual, tedious process. However, we have lately integrated that. We have integrated the Gen AI into the systems wherein they can focus taking the calls and provide those insightful expertise while addressing their problems and not worry about taking notes, right? The Gen AI tool just captures all the information, summarizes, and it's bye-bye case notes. So that's a major achievement. Imagine the amount of work it saves for the client service reps in providing and just being focused on the call when they take in resoluting, providing resolutions for people who are calling us. So that's one of the examples, at least in the coming from the HCM space, being a HR practitioner, a real life example that we can talk about on the strides that we have already taken at ADP.
Right. I move on to you. What are some unique challenges your industry faces when implementing AI, and how are these being addressed?
Sure, thanks Lata, and thanks for having me, guys. I've worked with ADP for so long that each one of you, I think I can connect with most of you anyways, and happy to be here, so thanks for that. And for the last 4 years, I've been working in telecom domain. Since you guys are abundantly aware of the problems in HR, I'll talk about the telecom domain where we have been trying to and been successful at applying some of the AI solutions. But to her question about what are the challenges faced, let me tell you the problem in the first place, because otherwise I cannot express the challenge contextually. So the problem we are solving are in the sense energy and sustainability. Energy management is a big deal. Nowadays, as we roll out 5G, the problem is these are power hungry devices. To serve better, to give you the bandwidth, like 1 Gbps per user kind of a bandwidth throughput, all of it requires a lot of power consumption. And those cell towers you see and those rectangular antennas tilting like a 120-degree angle, those are actually today the ones that connect to you, talk to you like several times in a single millisecond. To be able to do that, it hogs a lot of energy. And to be able to manage that energy, they have these things called sleep modes. So to be able to turn on the sleep mode or turn it off at the right time, depending on the expected traffic or the current traffic, in a way that reduces the energy footprint, but at the same time does not take away the optimal delivery of quality of service should there be a change in the frequency of people, number of people. So all of this takes a lot of computing, and that's what AI is there to solve. Now, in solving this, coming to her question about what are the challenges faced, the challenges are again, this is the engineering domain. You're solving telecom problems. So the problems are also that you have to solve them on the edge. If you want to use AI, here you have to have AI kind of a capability. It's far more easier if you have a SaaS-based hosting where you can also deploy your heavy lifting on the SaaS side and have the solutions, the smarts delivered on the edge. But here you have to make a millisecond, microsecond-based decision. So putting it all on the embedded, space is where the challenges lie from a hardware and point of view. From a software and the compute point of view, the amount of data is humongous. And with 5G, as you know, is a higher, a millimeter wave, so a higher frequency kind of a communication carrier. So what happens is with higher frequency, the kind of range that gets reduced. You all know the AM radios used to have like countrywide ranges, while FMs have citywide. And 5G has a few hundred meters, whereas 4G goes in the 2-kilometer range. So because it gets absorbed so fast, there are far more towers and far more these devices which need to now talk to each other, and far more data than ever. So if the data plane gets used by its own bandwidth in order to manage itself, that is going to be a big challenge. So apart from putting things into embedded, we also deal with this handling. How can we minimize the data transfer for managing the network itself in an intelligent way, yet provide the optimal energy consumption and quality of service to the end user? Some of the examples, there are so many I could talk all day, but I'll just hand it over to my colleagues now.
Thank you. Dr. Venugopal, moving on to you. In your view, what are the gaps between the potential of AI and its current real-world impact?
As I said, first of all, I want to define what is AI, okay? AI in a nutshell is called a paradigm, okay? So everything starts with data, okay? You have a data, and then the data has to be used for your decision making. So in the process, the first and foremost step is data management. You don't get cleaned data like what you get a textbook data kind of thing. So the first and foremost thing is the data which has to be managed, okay? And the managed data, we need to generate an insights. So there is a data management, then we need to use it for insight generation, then the whole process has to be automated. So this process of automation is basically, most of the processes are messy, and most of the processes are where we do a lot of human intervention, and then we tend to see a lot of mistakes. Then the third and important point is in automation side of it. Then the fourth point here is, once you have that, you should also have a predictability of the data. The data what you have should able to predict something in the future, or it can predict if it is a time series kind of thing, we can predict a future, or if it is a cross-sectional kind of thing, we can use the next happening event across the similarity kind of stuff. And once you have a predictability, that predictability should lead to a concept called, what you call it as, it has to use for a decision making. So if you put all these 5 things together, I call it as a paradigm, okay? Predicting, okay? And then using for results orientation, and then it will be used for all these 5 things will put as a PAIA RIDM, okay? So that's the AI is. And if you ask the particular question about what are the real life use cases of AI, so there are 2 aspects of AI, okay? And this is a context of product management. So there are 2 concepts again here. The first concept is AI product manager and using AI in product management or product development, okay? How can you use, what is the difference between AI product manager and regular product manager? So AI product managers are basically, they generally come from a statistical background, okay? So which uses a data and then try to make some decision making from that. For every and each and every action, there will be depends upon data, okay? And what this AI use for a product management and product development, that's a different paradigm. There are a lot of AI tools where your decision making becomes very informed, okay? Most of your decision making has to be informed with the data, or it has to be backed with something. So, and now with the evolution of generative AI basically becomes most of your tasks in product management very useful. So that's the kind of thing. Coming back to your question, madam, how does real life AI is different from the generative AI? So in real life, you think that everything can be possible, okay? I think if you talk about something like for example, you ask me how an AI will be used, okay? So think back to the ages when you have to depend, when you are driving, you have to depend upon someone, okay, where you have to ask a lot of people, you have to talk to a lot of people to reach some place. Now you don't need, right? Everything comes from how much of time it takes, and you can give more predictive kind of thing. So that's AI will make your real lives. Okay. At the same time, the products which we are trying to build, like I would like to give one highlight about the product which we are trying to build. It's called ALI, Application Lifecycle Management is a concept most of you are familiar with, but we are trying to add that management with an AI and make an application lifecycle intelligence. So when you have an applications to build, this all your applications to be an AI driven. It talks about your past experiences and past failures. That past failures will basically help you to predict the next products and next applications what you are trying to build in a more intelligent way. So these are the few things which you can use. And also we have come up with a product called CVT, which is Computer Vision Toolbox. It's a computer vision is a popular tool. We uses an image data to find out some things. But how this computer vision toolbox are used here is, we are trying to predict any kind of an, it's a detection is different and prediction of that particular products, whether it's going to be failure or something. So what we are trying to do use here is, we are trying to use a concept called the composite AI framework, and which is kind of thing like we are trying to use the different data at one go to answer a lot of things. Like we are using a process data in a manufacturing as well as the image data, and then what we'll do is, if you are trying to run a process to make a product, that particular product, whatever we are trying to build, it has to be defect free. At the same time, the process has to be streamlined.
Thank you, Venugopal.
Yeah.
Paucity of time, I'm sorry. Please keep your answers short. Krishna Chaitanya, my question to you is, what does your organization take into consideration to ensure that AI projects lead to tangible beneficial outcomes?
Sure. If you can hear me, I'll do a quick introduction of what we do. I'm the founder and CEO of Zapero. What we basically do is we try and use generative AI to augment the creative workflows of designers in the fashion industry. What we've seen, I mean, it's been a couple of years since I started, working on this startup, and I have a business and an engineering background in the past. What we've seen is, if you see the fashion industry, right, the bottleneck there becomes the creative people. You find a lot of cool people doing all sorts of, design work, and it becomes a very solid, concrete workflow, which is difficult to disrupt. I mean, because it's difficult to program creativity, right? It's a thing of heart. I mean, it's all about arts. It's stuff like that. What we've seen a couple of years ago was that generative adversarial networks, computer vision in general, has the potential to disrupt this creative process. That was the use case we started to pursue, I think a couple of years ago. We've seen that design is a critical component in this industry, and we thought that building a SaaS product that can sort of mechanize this process, there is some merit to doing it. I mean, end of the day, I'm sort of walking you through the journey of an entrepreneur, because that was the use case we pursued, right? What we've realized is, while there is benefit, while there is merit to building such a product, monetizing that is very, very difficult. And we started digging deeper into the industry that we were operating in. A lot of people were happy to have AI produce interesting designs. I mean, what you would call prints. I mean, some of you are wearing fabrics which have printed artworks on top of them. It could be a women's dress or a top, etc., right? The industry in general sort of took that with a lot of excitement when we pushed forward, let's say, generative AI solutions as services. But monetizing it was difficult. And then as a company, what we've done is we've expanded our business scope much deeper. So we are now building a vertical AI. So it's no longer just design randomly, but design in the context of the market. For example, in the industry, one of the biggest problems that the fashion industry faces is dead stock, right? There's a lot of hue and cry about the industry being one of the biggest polluters, right? There's a lot of fabric being used up that's not being consumed, that finds its way into landfills, etc. Sustainability is a big problem in the industry. So it sort of comes from, let's say, the speculative nature of the industry as to how they design, what kind of volumes they commit, etc. So we are today at Zapero in the process of building AI which can produce designs that have an increased likelihood of success in the market. Right now we are sort of bringing a scientific approach to sort of committing fabric and garments. So the idea is to, as a company, make a dent in those dead stocks and sort of improve the profitability of the brands, etc.
Thank you. My creative side perked me up, and I will take it offline with you to understand more about the creativity.
Definitely.
Amit, moving on to you. At Ericsson, what makes AI more accountable, accessible, and understandable for non-experts?
Oh, yeah. So that's actually, that question can be taken up in two ways. One is, how does AI become all of that for people who want to use AI to build solutions? And the other is, how do we make it trustable and explainable to the end users? And both of them are pertinent. To the first question, there has to be an AI literacy in the org. And since you ask about Ericsson, I have seen there's a huge investment in bringing everyone up to a certain level of the AI understanding, its utility, application. Because unless we are there, there is always this, either a Terminator view of AI, maybe this mic's waxing and waning, as they call it in telecom. Yeah. So basically, training and a lot of this workshops to be able to lift off the entire Ericsson as an organization to a level where everyone gets it. But now the people who solve it definitely go through the next level of understanding, and there's a constant learning in today's world that has to be there to make such things feasible. And obviously there has to be a research angle to everything an organization does, in AI at least, one who's figuring out what is possible, and the other who's actually doing it there and now. So the engineering part, where me and my team are. So we have a huge research team, and then we have this Gaia team, the Global AI Accelerator team, a bunch of data scientists, engineers, and product managers who work together to realize those AI visions from a feasibility study into the production view. To the second part about explainability, trustworthy AI, reliable AI, explainable AI is like no more a wishful thinking, it is an ask. And given the privacy and the GDPR constraints about how's your AI telling something, what is the action I need to take, even from an actionability, accountability standpoint, these are becoming almost like a essential ask in every solution we give. So nowadays we have started thinking about this aspect right from the day we start building the solution. And sometimes, even if it comes at a cost of a little lesser accuracy, we prefer the simpler and more explainable models, because as they call it, the Occam's razor, we go for a simpler solution, even if it means a little, dent in the level of accuracy. At the same time, one more thing we do is to build the trust in the client, we have to have the expectations set right. Many times, product managers will find themselves promising the world, curing cancer and whatnot through AI. So that's where we have to set the right expectations and say that what works, it's a probabilistic thing. It will not work every time. But over a period of time, we promise you this kind of a ROI. For example, if we are into predicting a server failure, over a period of time, we'll save you 60% of your revenues or the cost that goes into fixing, because we will be providing predictive maintenance. Last but not least, UX, which even from my experience in ADP as into building the AI products and in Ericsson, we have to keep it simple. Sometimes we get overwhelmed and just throw in all the gauges and meters and whatnots into the UI. The users don't need it. They just need to know as much as they need to know. So exploratory, analysis is what they need to find out, and progressive disclosure, like we call it in the UX parlance, right? So that's what we follow. So
Right.
I'll stop here.
Right. So moving on to the HR space, which both of us belong to, how is AI being used in ADP to improve the management and development of human capital, and what is the impact that you have observed on an employee's growth and productivity?
Okay. A bit of a loaded question, if I may say. It's a learning phase for across the board, especially in large organizations. Like I lean on what Amit mentioned about, and Dr. Venugopal also mentioned, data. Like we deal with huge, massive amounts of data. The first thing that comes to mind is, how do we have a governance model around this whole, it's definitely got everybody excited. But how can we build a governance model where we have, certain regulations to be taken care of, so that We don't mess around with the data. There are data privacy laws we have to be extremely cognizant about, more from the state laws and the country laws. Then come in the client side as well. Privacy is very critical, and that's where we thrive on as most of the organizations thrive on that aspect. It's confidential, and you don't want to give out data. So how do we protect some of those aspects? That becomes the base foundational elements as an organization. But how do we then translate that back to the employees on the ground? How do they understand about it? One is educating them. We are telling them that yes, we all are excited about this. We want to dip our hands into this. We want this to be enabling our products and solutions to give a better experience for the clients. But at the same time, we need to do it in a measured approach, in a thoughtful approach. So how do we build that ecosystem, the safe space where we can experiment, where we can fail fast, but at the same time not at the cost of data privacy and confidentiality. So we conduct a lot of these forums, like Ranjan and his team have a lot of conversations. We want to encourage and bubble up the information, speak it up. We want people to talk about it and not be hush-hush about it. That's when most of these things can come up. It also helps us understand what the expectations are. How is it that we can enable those forums where people can speak up about some of these things, come up with their ideas? How is it that they can implement, etc., right? Again, I'll go back to the initial point that I had mentioned. It's exciting. You want to use it to the best possible extent, showcase your talent, everything is fine. But what is it solving for you? What is the problem? Fall in love with the problem, take it step by step, and that's where we have to inculcate these habits within the employees as well and ensure them, empower them, and that's the approach that we have taken. So far it's working well, and we are extremely transparent about some of these things and communicating to them as well. So somewhere it's the faith we have in them, and the employees also trust the management in turn that they will be enabling as we move forward on that. So that's
how has productivity improved or changed?
Productivity improved or changed. One of the, I would say, examples that I can talk about is going back to the example that I mentioned about how we did away with case notes, right? I mean, imagine the time you are listening into a call, trying to jot down while taking the call, and then after keeping the call, you again jot down. The amount of time it takes, right? Massive improvements in productivity. I mean, it's already coming summarized. All you have to do is just look at it. At the end of the day, it doesn't take away your job. It's at the end of the day, there is human intervention always that will come into place to validate what the Gen AI is doing as well. So that's where productivity definitely gains, at least what we are taking feedback from our own associates on how they are finding this experience for themselves, apart from what we are giving to the clients. So massive improvements on that front as well.
Krishna Chaitanya, can you share an example of a product or initiative that has successfully demonstrated AI?
What we do, right? I mean, generative AI, it's probably the coolest thing because...
I like the way he said coolest.
No, it is, right? Otherwise, most of the other things are enterprise solutions, but I think what we are doing is really creative AI, less generative AI, more creative AI. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
I'll read it out for you. Can you share an example of a product or initiative that has successfully demonstrated or democratized AI?
Maybe my answer or my context is not very pertinent to this particular question, but what we've done, the fact that at least in a sufficiently long term, we want to get to a point where consumers can design for themselves, right? We are, in fact, when we started out as a company, our solution was primarily for the large apparel brands. We were working with the likes of H&M, Myntra. The idea was to become a SaaS AI for their design teams. Now we've sort of pivoted away from that, and we are now targeting, what we are witnessing is young consumers, particularly Gen Z, Gen Alpha, their shopping preferences are changing, and they're now no longer buying from these large brands, but they're buying from these influencer-led brands. Like they're shopping a lot on TikTok or places like Instagram. In fact, there's a cool stat. In the first 3 months of this year, in Indonesia alone, TikTok did a commerce of around $3 billion. So the places that we believe people shop, they are moving away. The loyalty that people have for brands is shifting to smaller brands. In the past, we probably had 1,000 brands. we are getting to a point in the future where people are going to shop from 100,000 brands, right? Which means you have smaller and smaller brands catering to smaller and smaller customer demographics, right? So the reason we exist, the reason a tech company should operate in an industry like apparel is because of this democratization, right? Is because of this creator economy that's coming up, and we are trying to build tools for those creators. And it's conceivable that in the near future that consumers can start designing for themselves. I mean, if a woman wants to design an evening dress for herself, it's conceivable that she can actually get on top of, on this platform and sort of input her needs, her context, and AI is going to start giving options. So you're no longer bound by somebody else's creativity. So it's truly opening up creativity in a very commercial space like apparel.
So even if I don't know sea of creativity, I can design a dress for myself?
Precisely. All you need is a vision for what you want, and the idea. So obviously AI is not going to do all of it, right? And there's a lot of work that needs to be done around it, which is the vertical AI that we are building. The idea is to convert every individual into a creator, at least for themselves.
Wonderful. Dr. Venugopal, as a product leader, what top trends do you foresee in the AI domain, and how are you preparing your team for these changes?
Yeah. See, first of all, the organization we started to change ourselves to a data-driven organization. So obviously there is a lot of changes of trends and patterns in terms of this. So now one thing which Krishna Chaitanya is trying to tell, a new trend is emerging called prompt engineering. Okay, so I think in future it's going to be more prompt engineers. And then most of the people, we have a different challenges. The first challenge is people coming from a software engineering background to an AI domain. So that's one challenge which we have to address. So what happens there is they use a different process at all. Like they use a process called DevOps kind of a thing, where they want to make their product into the existing. So the second change here is, if you are coming from an DevOps side of things, it never works in an AI kind of thing. It's going to be, you have to use at one point of an ML. So the first and foremost thing here is, we have to develop an engineers, which are basically an AI engineers, and it is very difficult to find at the context. So what we are trying to do here is, we are trying to develop a citizen developers, do IT by yourself, right? And citizen data scientist. So that's one way we are addressing that. And second thing is the top trends of AI. I already mentioned about prompt engineering and Gen AI. Gen AI for a company with focus of R&D like us is a problematic. We can't use an open AI kind of frameworks here, because our entire things will have issues of the design and other things and R&D kind of thing. So we have to put a lot of governance on the cyber security, as well as the governance on people try to use that open AI kind of thing. So there is a lot of baggage. And then it also should facilitate the people, they have to use it. Like otherwise we will be a back trend, like what Ramesh was mentioning about Nokia was not able to innovate, or Nokia was not able to ready for a disruptive technology and design technology, right? So we also need to be there. So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to use use cases which we have developed, and then we are trying to use the use cases which we are trying to use for our own purpose. So the top trends of AIs are, like I already mentioned, something called composite AI. Composite AI is one fascinating stuff. Like for example, it's not one-dimensional way you can get a data for one problem. Like for example, talk about a problem like warranty, right? Earlier warranty used to be driven only through the data of claims and other stuff. Now you have to use images and other stuff to be used here. And also we have to get from our company, we have a production to end product. And we deal with a lot of technologies. We build in products which are basically manufacturing and hardware side of it, and also we build in software side of the products. So there's a fusion which is required here. So there will be a transition kind of thing. And I already mentioned about citizen data scientist, which we are trying to build with a lot of coaching and all. The other trend of AI here is Gen AI. I already mentioned about Gen AI and then the open AI kind of platforms, which we have to be little very, very cognizant. And then trust, and then value centers. So these are some of the things which we keep in this. And future AI trends is it's going to be not with an unidimensional analysis. It will be a multi-factor and multi-dimensional ways. So you have to be ready, and at one point of time, we have to make our workforce ready to change. So the digital transformation is one of the biggest thing, and change management is the things which we have to be ready for the future.
Yeah. So I'm coming back to you. In ADP, what is, from the HR space again, as we increasingly incorporate AI into our workplaces, what strategies can be employed to ensure that human skills and talents remain in the forefront of value creation? My second question is, how can AI be used to augment rather than replace human capabilities?
Value creation. So one example I can quote is how, we have a product called Role. Recently, it's something that has been, Role has been rolled out. And it addresses a market where, it's completely digital. There's minimal involvement. You just roll it out to the clients and, it's taken care. It's a conversational user interface, basically, right? So imagine where there are large products that need to be implemented, the amount of life cycle that from an implementation standpoint that you have to go to versus something like so simple that you just implement it quickly and then there is no maintenance needed, etc. So that is more from a value creation of how quickly it can be deployed to clients, how it starts learning immediately and it can answer completely, right? It's not about just somewhere. I remember Mr. Ramesh talking about chat interface where policies, if you have to look at it and it can give you the policy. But however, within the policy, if you have further deeper questions, who, what, why, where, this particular product of ours, it kind of addresses those aspects as well. So how did we get there? That is the second phase where, again, Gen AI, it's like a child. We are the people as human beings and practitioners who have to teach that. Unless it can only be as intelligent as the number of it's an iteration process. Just like a kid tries to walk, run, and other things, behave. Similarly, it has to be in the similar guardrails. Those guardrails needs to exist, but at the same time, how do we keep iterating it, training it, giving those responses? Whether it is right or wrong, at the end of the day, it cannot do it on its own. So that's where a human element comes into play in how we can train it better, and that's how we can go about it.
Will AI replace HR department?
I wouldn't be sitting here if that was the case, because long back I recollect, where a lot of HCM systems came into place, and I remember I started my career long back, 17 years ago, where I was filing documents, and now it's completely digital. You hardly have to file any of the employee records. Does that mean that my job has gone away? No, it's become much more meatier actually, because I can spend that time in other things, right? We become creators, we become designers, developers, more strategic. We become product managers. Everything that we do when we interface with the business leaders on strategy, how do we go about it? It becomes more thinking game rather than operational and transactional stuff. So my job is safe.
I'm sorry, as an HR person, I'm a little more partial to Som. Som, I have another question for you. As in the recruitment space, how is it helping? how is it getting people on board much faster?
Yeah, that's one of the hot spaces right now. In fact, a lot of the studies and articles, in case if some of you have already gone through it, you will see that is one of the spaces. Two spaces where Gen AI, especially on the HCM side for HR practitioners, where it has the maximum impact would be on the hiring side, the talent acquisition space, and the second one is the L&D space. The first one, of course, the talent acquisition.
Especially talent acquisition.
Yeah. A lot of churn goes on, you have to sift through so many profiles. How do you create good job descriptions? How do you ensure that you get the right set of resumes for the right roles, what you're looking at? From the amount of, screening that a person might have to do, how can you leverage that, the Gen AI into doing that for you? And rather than sifting, individually going through as a person hundreds of resumes, how can you get those top 20, 25 from Gen AI and then look at it to see the relevance and quickly take it forward from there? So that is one example I can quote.
Thank you. Krishna Chaitanya, can you share an example of a potential risk or challenge you encountered in an AI project and how is it mitigated?
People talk about the risk AI poses to humanity, and I suppose most of the imagery is around nuclear war, or it's gonna weaponized AI sort of killing people and stuff like that, all that dystopian future. I suppose it is much simpler. AI's risks to the society are probably more around manipulation of information. For example, it's easy to now create new content, new imagery of things that have not happened, right? It's on places like Twitter, you could post an image that is generated by AI, which actually of an event that hasn't happened, which can trigger a lot of conflict in society. I think the risks posed are probably more around creation of information, which is really generative AI. We're talking about content being created by AI, which is, it's difficult to recognize that it is machine made. And this is still early days. When you go to ChatGPT today, it's going to give you a few answers which sort of look real but are not real. An expert can easily distinguish and say, hey, it's machine made versus human made. If we continue down the path that we are going down, in a few years from now, content generated by AI will be indistinguishable from human generated information, and that has serious societal implications. I suppose that is really the serious risk. And yeah, it's really around generative AI, right? That's a big problem.
Sure. Dr. Venugopal, how does your organization ensure transparency and accountability in its AI implementations?
Yeah, see, first of all, we have one way of working, okay? One of the thing is we'll make accountable, okay? And then the second way is we also ask people to be more innovative, and we provide an equal opportunities and then democratization of things, okay? At the same time, we have a very, we have also in this security aspects, like cyber security, and also our communications are more direct. And then we have an comms team which basically works with us to make sure that all the things should be there. And then, as I said, ours is an R&D organization, so all the people knows what is happening there, but we'll also ensure that that information won't get leaked to any other external parties. So to be frank, you'll all get surprised. We are not supposed to use Google in our, okay? Right. So, yeah, no, nothing. But we are more innovative, and we actually work for all the cars, like connected cars, and we also work something like we use an ADAS, which is basically for the cars which goes, and then driverless cars is a future of mobility. But we have a very strong team on generative AI. Okay, we built our own systems, own designs, and everything. But everything will be developed within ourselves. Okay.
Sure. Amit, what skills do you believe will be critical for future product leaders in the era of AI?
Yeah, one of them will be constant learning. I think that's given because the world's changing too fast. So to be able to figure what's out there as a capability, but at the same time not getting too hyped up is I would say is a very important thing, because like Ramesh also put it, putting the horse behind the cart before the horse. You are trying to, given Gen AI, what can I do with it is the question to ask. Still okay, but I have to use Gen AI and do something with it can be a very misleading attitude to have, and sometimes leads to failure. So in my mind, constant learning and being even more innovative than ever, because the way AI has cut through jobs is no more in the order of their being labor intensive and so on. It has cut through the creative aspects, and maybe Gen AI will also solve the problem of data scarcity, which was another thing which probably held up many AI prospects. So I would say all of this put together, but the basics of product management, the product management 101 doesn't change. Knowing the problem, finding the right problem to solve, figuring out, understanding the user. With those in mind, I think we have a bunch of rock stars here, so they'll go all the way into building great products.
All right, we're really running out of time. I want one-line answer from all of you. On a lighter note, if you could have an AI system perfectly perform one task for you in your personal life, what would it be and why?
I have the mic, I could start. Depends on if that AI was like capable in a physical way, then I would use it to keep my room in order, which is actually a mess. If it had emotional capabilities, surpassing human ones, I would use it to maybe understand what my wife means when she says something. I think it's typical husband problem. I don't think I'm just representing myself.
Very, very man answer.
I'll hand it over to Chaitanya.
Personally, I hate driving, so I hope that we'll get to a point soon enough where sort of AI can take over driving, especially at least when you get on a highway, right? But now that I'm here, I just wanted to take a quick minute, and for any aspiring entrepreneurs, there's a lot of product managers here, and I think one logical extension for any product manager is to want to go out into the real world and actually build your own solutions. I just wanted to sort of summarize my own journey over the last 2.5 years as to what we started doing. And to borrow from Ramesh's comments earlier, technology is a necessary condition but not a sufficient condition for building products. And I would take one step further and say product itself is a necessary condition but not a sufficient condition to building a business in the real world, right? You may have a fully, a fluently functioning product, but if you can't monetize it, there's just no sense in doing it. In my own example, I wanted to build a SaaS which designers could subscribe, pay me $10 a month globally. That's, I'm thinking of $100 million revenue, right? Potentially, you're looking at the use case.
We'll have to take it offline. Dr. Venugopal.
Yeah, if you ask me the personal product which I feel like, which manages my my expenses and my financials, okay. So there are a lot of AI apps, but it has to be in some bot which has to tell me, like it at the same time, it should not also tell many times, okay. For example, that's another problem, information overloaded, okay. And then too much of information and then you become a digital addict, okay. That's the thing, okay. So it has to be, you should have an alert mechanism, but that alert should be contained to one level.
So what's your last thought?
Personally, I have a background in computer science engineering and MBA in HR. Throughout my career, I have struggled. Still, actually, I try to find a balance between logic, because primarily I'm driven that way from my thought process, logic, and emotions being in HR. So something that I would probably leverage, Gen AI to find that balance and, make its life harder.
Thank you so much. Wonderful talking to you and learning lots from you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So this session is a very important one, transforming MSMEs through digital marketing and e-commerce for enhanced efficiency. So MSME is a very important sector, as we all know, which makes major contributions to the country's GDP as well as employment. In Telangana itself, we have almost 26 lakh MSMEs according to Ministry of MSME annual report, and more than 25 lakhs are actually micro units. So it is actually important to understand what are the factors which slow down the growth of MSMEs. And there was a study by Boston Consulting Group in 2016, which we referred, and there were some conclusions that they came out with. One was that they listed a set of factors which slow MSME growth. A couple of them were like lack of financing, policy, and other factors. But the topmost factor which was identified was lack of technology. And they summarized that the tech leaders, they actually have an annual growth rate, revenue growth rate of about 28%, whereas tech laggards have only about growth rate of 13%, which is a major gap. And they also put forth some case studies which showed how technology helped MSMEs in making a big growth transition. So we all know how the pandemic made MSMEs realize the value of having an online presence. And in fact, now when we conduct online awareness sessions about becoming digitized or whatever, the question is not why we should do it anymore. The dialogue starts on how we could actually become digitized, or how we could come onto more and more platforms and be visible online. So even before COVID started, our department was actually, we started working on this initiative called Digitizing MSMEs, in which we selected a set of IT companies from across the state, companies like Now Floats, O2O Now, Zoho, Microsoft, and others. And then we approached a lot of these local industry associations. And what we started doing was conducting awareness sessions in their industrial parks in and around, and helping MSMEs to understand how important technology is, and you cannot be left behind. So there were some positive reactions, and then we started expanding this to our district levels, conducted pakwadas in 2017-18. But there was some hesitancy, we realized. MSMEs, not many of them were coming on board. And we realized that cost was a very major factor for them in becoming digitized. And some of these solutions were maybe too expensive for them. So then we started looking for more solutions which would help MSMEs to, have a one-stop solution for them, where they could get all their major digital needs fulfilled. So then we, came across this platform, Global Linker. Malvika, my colleague, is here from Global Linker. And then we created this Telangana State Global Linker portal, which is actually a one-stop solution for MSMEs. They create websites, e-commerce stores, they conduct awareness sessions for MSMEs, and a bunch of services which Malvika will talk about. And this was actually like a turning point for us. And today, actually, I'm happy to share that we have 14,000 plus MSMEs registered onto this platform. And many of them actually really benefited during the COVID period. We had some other associations as well with SAP India in December 2020. And through their SAP Ariba Discovery platform, MSMEs were able to again connect with global customer markets. And then we also tied up with Meesho, and they already have a big customer base across India of 11 crores people. And the benefit that they offered was that MSMEs can actually transact or be part of Meesho platform without having to pay any commission. So that is why we are actively again promoting this portal across the state. Then Just Dial was again another collaboration we had in March 22, in which again it's a listing platform, helps MSMEs become onboarded onto it, and they become discoverable across the country. So now we have today 17,600 MSMEs from Telangana who are already registered onto this platform. So with this brief overview, I would now like to invite my colleague Mr. Nitin Nair, who's the Senior Vice President for ONDC. You've already probably heard him in the morning. But Nitin has been working with the government of Telangana closely to popularize ONDC network across the state. And he's been actively participating, visiting us many times to conduct various physical and virtual workshops, organized in collaboration with the government and Global Linker. So over to you, Nitin, now.
Thanks, Vatsala. I think I briefly spoke about what is ONDC and how and what we're trying to do, right? So I'm not going to go to the deck, but just trying to condense it all together. It's typically a 1-hour presentation that I condense in about 15 minutes, right? So essentially, as an MSME, what you need to think about it, this is another market access mode, right? You would build a website. You would probably go to a website enabling platform like Shopify, or you will go to one of the existing platforms. 3 broad ways all of you come online, right? So this is probably a 4th way to come online, where you will connect by using technology to the ONDC network and start getting orders. That's the way most companies which have reasonably decent sized tech teams will do. Or you will contract out with one of the seller apps on ONDC who will onboard you by bringing in your catalog, doing the necessary configurations, and then having you online. For example, Global Linker could be the network participant who could help onboard you onto the ONDC network. Right? Once you come on board, a buyer searching on any buyer app for whatever products and services that you wish to sell will have visibility on your product services catalog, and then an order flow will happen. So think of it as a market access channel, which enables you to be discoverable by the entire universe of buyers, which continues to grow on the ONDC network. Today we have about 100 million potential customers doing about 1.5 lakh orders a day. As the buyer app ecosystem expands, there will be more and more buyer apps coming in. So that's one way to look at it. The other 2-3 ways that as an MSME you should look at it. The second is we are also doing B2B, right? Which means a lot of the presentation I spoke in the morning largely concentrated on the B2C part of the business, right? That you look at B2C buyers to come in and bespoke buyers buying individual items in small quantities. Versus we've also enabled B2B where you as a MSME can both be visible to customers who will acquire your products in large quantities, and therefore the buying experience is very different there. And you could also become a potential buyer, for example, your raw material inventory. Right? If you have raw material inventory that you use, or if you have stockists, other distribution channels you use, you can also become a buyer trying to source from the ONDC network. Right? Like as the network becomes bigger, you're not just a seller, you're also a potential buyer. Things that you buy across India, say you're a food processing unit, right? You want to buy raw fruits, right? How do you kind of look at FPOs across India, right? As an input to your business, right? Well, you continue to focus on building the food processing unit and the product that you build, but some of your sourcing can come on the network. This is the second use case. In this, we're also, we've just started exports. The first golden transaction happened earlier this month, where we've now started to power exports. So we've onboarded our first international buyer app. It's a Monetary Authority of Singapore, which is the RBI equivalent in Singapore, invested company called Proxera. Proxera is going to bring, for example, demand from Southeast Asia. Like if you are a company that has products that are of interest to buyers in Southeast Asia, right? Proxera is enabling those buyers to find you as a seller, right? So some of the other more nuanced use cases. I would conclude by saying that, over and above what I said earlier, essentially think of what UPI did to payments, ONDC is endeavoring to do to commerce. One big difference, of course, is UPI's payments via, transaction, which means there has to be a goods or a services involved. Everything eventually will be on the ONDC network. It's just the order and the sequence that may vary, right? You may see about 10-15 domains that are live, right? Sorry. So there are about 10 domains live. B2B has 2 domains. We have got financial services, which means things like credit, which is loans, things like insurance, etc. All will also be available on the network. And while there are comparison engines which are very B2C centric, there will also be things that will be slightly more B2B focused, and therefore provide you the opportunity to be again buy stuff that you don't buy online today, right? So broadly B2C, B2B, exports, and the ability for you to become a buyer also. Right? That's the broad set of things that at least today we envision as things that MSMEs could benefit from. Of course, depending on your domain, is the domain live today, when is it coming, all of this may vary slightly, but I would urge you, if you're already in a domain that's live, to come on board. Ideally, use one of our seller network participants, because that makes you go online quickly. Unless there are any specific challenges, you could be online in a couple of days, right? It's just about building a catalog and then just going live, right? And like I said, and if you're in a domain that's not live, please just keep track of our website. You will hear a lot of public announcements as we do our first transaction. Most domains, you will hear communication from ONDC. And as your domain comes live, please join us. So we look forward to having as many entities from CII Telangana, the MSME entities, joining ONDC network and getting the best out of it, both as a buyer and as a seller. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Nitin. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Malvika Jaggi, who's Director Global Linker. She has been working with our Industries and Commerce Department for the last 4 years and on initiatives such as Telangana State Global Linker, Kirana Linker and Made in Telangana Mall. Her enthusiasm and painstaking efforts have helped us in extending digital services to MSMEs across Telangana.
Thank you, Vatsala, for the warm welcome. And a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm sure you've had a sumptuous lunch, but I think this topic is for business owners like yourself. So, like Vatsala mentioned, this is about Telangana State Global Linker, which is a digital initiative by the Government of Telangana Industries Department. And what does this really do for you? What does it mean for you? Is the fact that think of it like the social media or the new social media for businesses. So there are people interacting about how do I get new raw material, where do I find suppliers, they're engaging with others to appoint agents, to appoint distributors, or even actually just talking about new product launches, new awards that they've won, applying for the government awards as well. So there are over 4 lakh plus MSMEs across the world on the platform, and like Vatsala mentioned, there are 14,000 from Telangana already. But the benefit that you get is that you're not restricted to network with only the Telangana MSMEs. You can build connections and business opportunities across the world. And we're not limited only to India. We have a lot of partners across Bangladesh, a lot of ASEAN countries. Now, what is it that you as a business owner can really look for from this platform? One, the reason it was made by the government of Telangana is so that there is two-way communication between the government as well as with the MSME. So there are a lot of government schemes, policies, updates that you can see. We have a partner called FIO, which is Federation of Indian Export Organizations, where you can see trade alerts as well. If you're interested in exports, you could join their marketplace, which is called Indian Business Portal, which helps you connect all the Indian sellers with foreign buyers. So there are already a lot of matchmaking opportunities that happen on the platform. Having said that, I think one of our core capability and tool that is made for businesses is the online store builder. Now, what does this do? Now, we all have been in traditional businesses and we all now understand the importance of digitizing. But how do you digitize your business? You can't just one fine day go and say, okay, I'll be on Google listed and I've digitized my business. As a buyer or as a consumer, how am I able to discover your business? So either you have a website or that website is also made into an integrated e-commerce store. It's not just information based, but I'm able to transact on that website. So both these capabilities exist on the platform, where you can actually say that this is my catalog, whether B2B, B2C, services, industrial goods, no matter which category type you are in. You can just say that this is what I deal in and create your entire catalog on the platform, absolutely free of cost, powered by the government, with integrated logistics and payment gateway providers. Now, what does this mean for you? So let's say you get an order, you've created your entire store or your e-commerce website or your digital catalog. There are many terms, but you've got your first order. You don't have to worry about how do you do the logistics. We have pre-partnered with local, domestic and international partners, right from Dunzo, VFast, Varmaship, Shipmax, Shiplite, as well as international Aramex. And in the payment gateway space, you don't have to worry that, okay, now how will I get my money to my bank, right? So there's already Razorpay, there's CC Avenue, there's EasyPay by ICICI Bank, and there's PayPal, there's Paytm. So you don't have to worry about how will the money reach and how will your product or your service reach the customer. All you need to do is start promoting yourself with just a URL, right? You need to start doing, once you've created your catalog, you need to start sending it across, either in terms of just sharing it with your friends and family, doing social media activities, doing SEO, doing digital marketing, and then start using the power of digital to actually get confirmed orders. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard of the buzz around ONDC, and my friend Nitin has already explained it, but let me just tell you in a layman term what this will help you in your business. Like we've used UPI, like I might want to send money to my friend here and I'm able to do it just via using UPI on any, let's say PhonePe, Paytm, Google Pay. Similarly, ONDC is doing that for e-commerce. Now what does that mean? I am a seller on Global Linker, which means I've created my digital catalog and you're a buyer on Paytm, Flipkart, whichever buyer app is there on ONDC. The transaction is smooth and the buyer doesn't know that he is transacting from a seller on Global Linker. Now, how does that help you? You don't have to go and onboard yourself on various seller apps. You just have one dashboard. You've created your website and you've onboarded yourself onto ONDC, who has done the work of getting you buyer apps, right? And that of course gets you a lot of confirmed orders as well. So this is what I wanted to share with you about the platform. I think what you need to do next is just the fact of going on to Google, looking up Telangana State Global Linker. Given that there are so many different services and offers and range of capabilities that exist today, it will be overwhelming for you to hear all of it. But I think right from partnering with, for legal services, we have Vakil Search. For accounting, we have Tally. So it's basically a 360 approach in having you as a business not feel lonely. We know it can be very lonely as a business. You don't know where to start. There are many services existing and you don't know how to deal with them in terms of getting a pre-negotiated offer. So we've done all that for you so that you can just go back and concentrate on things that you really need to. For example, let's say you're in the B2B space and you're a manufacturer, you have 100 distributors. These distributors have about 1,000 retailers each. Even this entire supply chain is digitized on the platform today, which means that you as a manufacturer can actually set customized minimum order quantities, customized credit limit, or even discounts. Okay, so that's the power of being on the digital space. I think it's a matter of everybody now trying it out. So I urge you to start doing that. Again, if you'd like to be on ONDC as well, you could do it via Telangana State Global Linker, which is powered by the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malvika. That was a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to invite Mr. N. Sudhir Babu, who is CEO Beanfield Tech Private Limited. Mr. Sudhir comes from a technology background. His company is working closely with MSMEs to help them get off ground once their product is market ready. And he's also currently working with startups from our government-supported incubators like T-Hub and V-Hub.
Hello, everybody. So before I get started, I'll just tell you a little bit about my own journey, because almost 23 years back, I was a student in the US, and I decided I'm going to open my first e-commerce site as well. So this was in the early days of e-commerce. Very excitedly, I ordered some jackets from India, set up my e-commerce website because I'm from a technical background. So early days, Amazon was just getting some traction at that time. The very first, among the first 5 orders I got, I was very, very excited. I noticed there was an order where I was asked to ship to Indonesia. The card was from Hong Kong, and it appeared that somebody from the US had placed the order. Collected the money, sent the order. Then I'm very happy that things were going on, business was growing, until I got my first chargeback. That's when I realized e-commerce, now things have changed quite a bit, but there's a lot of challenges for MSMEs. You may understand your product, but there is a complete breadth of things you need to consider. Fraud, how do you grow? You understand your product, but how do you do digital marketing? What actually works? Do you want to take your product outside of India? What are the challenges involved? Within India, the logistics. Outside India, what are the custom rules? All these kind of things are there. I learned quite a bit with my first e-commerce experience. Graduated, I started running data centers. So we were managing thousands and thousands of websites. We were a fairly large data center in the US. This is where, again, I got additional experience. A lot of our clients were e-commerce. They were trying to get set up, trying to manage everything. What I noticed is clients, at least the clients that I was getting, they understand their product, but everything else is foreign to them. Technology is new. They don't understand, okay, I've got this product, how do I get people to know me? Okay. When I was coming to India, one thing that struck me was China had Alibaba. We didn't have anything similar. India Mart was kind of like the closest. Okay. When ONDC was announced, it was very exciting, because what I've noticed is, as I keep traveling back and forth, India actually is now more on the forefront. It used to be that we were trying to catch up. Every time I came to India, we used to have those modems, the beep, 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 and trying to connect. Now our speeds are good. We have UPI, GPay. I'm noticing that our systems are getting more sophisticated than the ones I'm seeing in US, Canada. That we are definitely on par, but we are doing things that are very, very unique, which, when I think the currency, when all the notes were cancelled and everything, people were wondering what the hell is going on. But now, it's very rare that I actually need cash. All these things together, I got together with a few of my friends, colleagues. We were looking at what the challenges are. What are the challenges? What can we see? Any business to be successful, you need to identify a problem and you need to solve the problem. And there must be enough demand for you to solve the problem. What we noticed is most of the MSMEs, they were completely lost. For them, it was like, okay, I'm used to my stores. How do I get my product online? What is this online? Some language sometimes was a barrier. See, all of us here, we are very comfortable with English. But that's not always the case. We have fantastic products, but they don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to bring it in front of audience, whether it was in India or even globally. Okay. Not every product, we have consulted hundreds and hundreds of companies. What we decided was we set up a company which brought everything together, sort of like a very smaller global linker, where we are saying we are going to help you. You focus on your product. We are going to take care of the rest. Okay. We are going to, if you take up your product, it means we believe in your product. We are going to help you where, not all products, quite frankly, are going to be successful in the global market. Okay. One of the first questions I used to ask was, how are you doing against the Chinese? This was some years back, but okay, you have a product. Okay, it's a good product. Can you compete with the Chinese? Okay. Otherwise, how do we take it to the US and how do we help you there? Lot of MSMEs, the problems that they're facing, first thing obviously is they understand the core technology, but sometimes they don't have money. If they are able to find sources of money, they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we use the money? It's not enough to just have money. You need to use it efficiently. How do I set up, who's going to take care of the technology? Who is, what about customer service? How do I handle social media? How do I handle, do I need, spend huge amounts of money on Google Ads? What actually works? How do I know, okay, if I spend money here, it's a much better solution for me than spending it elsewhere. So the common problems, lack of access to finance, limited technological adaptation, inadequate skilled workforce. When you're a small company, you can't hire the best. You wish you could, but the reality is they cost money. It's better to come in and instead of getting somebody full-time, getting in the expertise that you need from a company that is going to do these things for you, that is going to partner with you, rather than treat you as a vendor. The other one would be regulatory compliance. The fifth one, limited market access to information, to marketing, to supply chain, even understanding where the technology is going. In US and Canada, what I see they have a limited workforce. So what they do is they focus more on kind of do it yourself. You have your Shopify, you have WooCommerce, you have Wix, you have a number of technologies. But the thing is, you have to sit down and do it. Here we have a lot of people, and I often found that even people from US and Canada, they're like, you know what? Yes, they're making it simple. Yes, I know it's click, drag, drop, whatever it is. But the thing is, I still need to learn these things. And it takes time for me to learn these things. I wish somebody else would just do it for me. It doesn't matter to me. I want to focus on my business. I want somebody else to take care of all the other problems. So most of the solutions, see, with ONDC, with Global Linker, we are coming up with solutions. What is exciting for me is that India is actually going to potentially make a change. I've seen Amazon, one of the things, I don't know how many people know this, but Amazon also has Cloudtail. Do many of you know about Cloudtail? So what Amazon does is, see, you have a lot of SMMEs going in. What you're doing is you're feeding a huge amount of data to Amazon. They also have their own retail arm, Cloudtail. If the product is selling very well, they will sell it through Cloudtail, which means they will essentially, in the long run, what I was noticing was that MSMEs are going to get wiped out. Wiped out not completely, but you understand. All the most profitable products, unless you're in a very niche market, is going to be taken over by the Flipkart, which also has a retail arm. Amazon through Cloudtail. When I was looking at all this, I was wondering, okay, what is the solution for it? How, we can't have everybody just disappear and just, everything being focused only on one company or two companies. I think ONDC is a fantastic solution for that. It needs to get some traction, but I'm seeing that out of India, what is really exciting for me is so many solutions are coming out that's on the cutting edge. And hopefully we will become the country that decides where the next Amazons and everybody is going to come from. That's pretty much it. It's, if there's any other questions, I'll take care of it. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, I'm Swaminathan Ganeshan, co-founder and CEO of SmartTail. I'm today at IIIT Hyderabad in the Product Leaders Forum to pitch my startup in this amazing conference. So what does SmartTail do? So SmartTail has its deep tech product called as Deep Grade. In a single line, what it does, it grades the handwritten answers of students using artificial intelligence. So how does it do? A simple test that is actually conducted in the school. The answer papers are scanned and that is uploaded into our platform. The handwritten text of the children are extracted and we look at the meaning, the intent and the context of what they've actually written and graded using high-powered NLP and deep technology, and then give out marks, analytics and more to the teachers. So we are helping the teaching community in identifying the exact learning gaps of where children are actually missing out. Thank you so much for listening.
My name is Haripriya Shivaramakrishnan. I'm a Vice President at Straight Street Global Advisors. Today I have been moderating the panel on mastering product skills in the Gen AI era. It's been fascinating to have a very experienced panel with product, academia and industry experts. Great forum to represent as well. My takeaway has been continuous learning to keep yourself updated and try ChatGPT. Don't fear from that. Do as much as you can and learn so that you are ahead of the game as well. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, myself Harsha. I'm founder of a startup called FatCat. So we are incubating right now in CII IIIT Hyderabad. I came here to pitch the startup idea. So my startup is about serving the analytics for higher education institutions. Most of the colleges and schools are using ERPs and LMS for the data management. We extract the data from the ERPs and LMS and we craft the analytics to them. We predict these analytics would be of a student performance, faculty performance, and along with that, we automate the OB process of the higher education institutions, like crafting the reports that need to be submitted to the NAC and NBA, mandatory bodies. So that's how we have, and we are in the MVP stage. We have bootstrapped our startup, and currently we have 3 colleges in Hyderabad. So hopefully I'm looking for a funding here. Thank you.
My name is Rishikesh and I'm from Pushpa.ai, acting as a product manager, and we are pitching our product over here from Pushpa.ai. The basic motto of that is providing safety and security using the CCTV analytics, and as well as in the e-commerce industry using the same object detection and almost providing the e-commerce platform where you can automate the entire workflow, like from creating a catalog to having a visual search and removing a background all on the same platform. That we are pitching it over here.
I keep telling people, getting a 9 a.m. start in Hyderabad is like the promise of AI. Okay, it sounds interesting, looks like there are a lot of possibilities, but you're not sure what the end outcome will be, how many people will show up, right? And so far, nothing I've seen today kind of, leads me to believe that there's a variation on that thesis. So next time, maybe Arun and team, think about a 9 a.m. start, particularly on a nice Friday morning. Yeah. Okay. So I think I was just thinking about, as I was driving into this event, I was thinking about what's happening with AI. I don't know how many of you had a chance to read a memo which Sundar Pichai put out, I think, in a couple of days ago. Anyone has read that? Yeah. So please read it. Right. It's a 2,500 word memo on the possibilities of AI. It's in the public domain. You can look it up, and it is surreal. I mean, if you look at how Google is thinking about what they're planning to do with AI, and I think it has profound implications. He also talks about responsible AI and a bunch of other things, but in some ways, again connecting back to the theme of showing up at 9, I was talking to a bunch of folks, including Ranjan here, and I said only people of a certain generation will show up at 9 o'clock, right? So in some ways, I guess we are kind of a little bit privileged that we get to be at at this point in time, looking at what's happening in AI and how it's going to be game-changing, transformative. So I think AI is going to be a really fertile ground for innovation and experimentation. So if you look at one of the things I've seen, right, particularly in Hyderabad, and I have to give a lot of credit to Ramesh here for a number of initiatives which they have kicked off. So about a month ago or a couple of months ago, a couple of months ago, we had an event here. We had a GenAI Summit, which was done along with NASSCOM on T-Hub. Ramesh is always known for his interesting choice of venues. So he did it in a pub called Monastery. So we had about 16 GenAI startups. There was a nice dictionary of there's a nice compilation directory of about 40 plus AI startups. So clearly, I think there's a tremendous opportunity for Hyderabad to play a role as enabling an AI ecosystem and to lead the way, sort of thing, right? So as I was driving up here, I was thinking about how we've already seen. For example, I had to resist the temptation as I was coming in here to go to ChatGPT and say, okay, tell me about the role of AI in product management, because that would be outright plagiarism. So I said we shouldn't do that. So I think you can see already it is affecting the way you think, you talk, you read, you learn, and so on. So tremendous implications for people who are building products and consequently, obviously, product managers, right? I was looking at a report from Gartner, and Gartner, publishes all these nice reports. Some of them have to be taken with a large pinch of salt, sometimes with a large barrel of salt. But I think clearly GenAI is something where the time has come, and I think it will accelerate the innovation process. It will accelerate the quality of what is getting built, the diversity of ideas, and clearly create many more robust and differentiated products. Right. So there were some numbers I was looking at. Another report from McKinsey, right. And I do know sometimes they get some of their predictions wrong, but they tend to be more right than wrong. So they came up with a report where they said the potential of product and business opportunities with GenAI is somewhere in the tune of between 2.6 million to 4.4 trillion in terms of this thing, right? And clearly this is an area where I think as we have a unique opportunity in India. Okay, we have a large workforce. Okay, we have high quality academic institutions. There's a lot of collaboration happening between industry, academia, right, and the startup ecosystem, right? So there's a tremendous opportunity to help businesses to innovate, to streamline, and then to launch new products, right? So if you look at funding, right, which is something which we track closely, in 2022, GenAI generated about 2.1 billion of funding was raised in 1 year. And I don't think there's been any other stream of work over the last 40 plus years of venture investing where so much capital has been raised, focused on one theme. Part of my job, I have to travel quite a bit, and I was in the Valley, I've been to the Valley twice in the last 3 months, and every time we go and meet a VC and talk to them, the only thing they say is, if you're talking Gen AI, come and talk to us, otherwise go and meet someone else. Right? So clearly the opportunity, I think, is huge, and I think when you think about it in terms of what I think the impact is going to be, right? It's huge. I think it's going to impact everything which classic product management requires you to look at. I think AI will help you make more data-driven decisions, right? Obviously, because now you have access to large, to looking at large data sets, crunching and finding patterns which otherwise would be hard to do. Obviously, there's a significant scope for personalization. Okay, being able to deliver specific content, specific messaging, etc. And then obviously many other things around risk management, around automation, around NLP, and so on, right? So I think this is a great forum. I was looking at the list of people who are going to be here, and kudos to the organizers for putting together a high quality list of speakers. I'm sure the deliberations will lead to a lot of discussion, lots of new ideas will get generated. And hopefully this is another step in our collective endeavor here to make both Hyderabad, Telangana, and obviously India the place to be. There's no reason why, everyone knows about the Sam Altman thing, right? You can't build something with 10 million. I think we'll prove him wrong, right? And hopefully whatever we are doing here today would be a good next step in that process. Okay, so thank you for having me here, and I do hope you'll have some really interesting, you'll get to hear to some really interesting folks. But more than that, I think the conversations you'll have during the breaks is what will really enrich a meeting of this type. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
It's so awesome to see so many familiar faces here today. So that was wonderful. Thank you for having me here. So as we kick off this Product Leaders Forum, I'd like to share some thoughts on the exciting future of product management and transformative impact of Gen AI. Additionally, I'd like to highlight the growth of product management in India and discuss our vision for the future. So first and foremost, I'm very proud to represent ADP, a global leader in human capital management with revenues exceeding $18 billion and a client base exceeding 1 million. At ADP, we have leveraged decades of data and expertise to provide our clients with invaluable, actionable insights. We understand that in today's rapidly changing business landscape, data is the new currency, and insights are key to informed decision making. So as we look ahead, we recognize that Gen AI is not just the future, but it is central to our strategy at ADP. So we are dedicated to leveraging the power of Gen AI to engineer products that are not just great, but exceptional. And we have distilled our strategy into 3 simple but profound principles. Make it easy, make it smart, and make it human. So first, make it easy. In an increasingly complex world, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So we recognize that our clients want solutions that are intuitive, user-friendly, accessible. And Gen AI allows us to reimagine user experiences. We've already actually released some versions of Gen AI integration which enables that and makes complex processes feel effortless. and empowers our clients to focus on what matters most, which is their people and their business. Next, make it smart. It's about leveraging the vast reservoir of data at our disposal to provide actionable insights. So GenAI enables us to analyze data at a scale and speed which was once unimaginable. We aim to offer our clients not just data, but the wisdom to make informed decisions that drive their success. In a data-driven world, being able to see the big picture and the tiny details is what's going to set us apart. And finally, make it human. In a world where technology threatens to dehumanize the interactions, ADP is committed to keep the human touch alive. Our products should enhance the human experience, not replace it. And GenAI should help enable better human connections, support meaningful interactions, and foster a sense of community. So what does it mean for the future of product management in India? It means that we are at the forefront of transformative journey. Our country has evolved from being a service provider to a global hub of innovation. And MSR is a classic example. We are witnessing a surge in talent and capabilities, making India a force to be reckoned with in the tech world. As product management leaders, it's our responsibility to nurture talent, mentor the next generation, and continue to raise the bar for excellence in product development. It is forums like this one that play a pivotal role in bringing product people together. They provide a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, challenging conventions, and networking. As we move forward, let's consider how we can strengthen these communities, foster innovation, and collectively shape the future of product management. In conclusion, I do believe we stand at the threshold of an exciting era of product management driven by the power of GenAI. ADP is committed to leading the way by making our products easy, insightful, and human-centric. Together, as a community of product management leaders, we have the opportunity to drive innovation, mentor future talent, and shape the future of our industry in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We have Ramesh Loganathan, who will be giving the keynote address. It's truly an honor to have you with us, Ramesh. Ramesh, I know you personally as well. It's been lovely knowing you for the last few years that I've known you. Ramesh Loganathan is a professor, a renowned personality in the world of technology and innovation. Professor Loganathan, as I should be introducing him as, currently holds the prestigious position of Head Research Outreach at IIITH, where he plays a pivotal role in steering all innovation initiatives. With a remarkable career spanning 25 plus years, Professor Loganathan has contributed significantly to the tech industry. He has held leadership roles in research and development, both in US and India, showcasing his deep expertise and passion for cutting-edge technology. Today, he is here to share his invaluable insights on building products for the future. Please join me in welcoming Ramesh Loganathan.
I've always had huge regard for HPL, I mean the Product Leaders Forum, right? Starting with the Institute for Product Leadership and the forum, kind of two concurrent efforts. And I always used to tell them, like, you need to do more in Hyderabad. And so thank you. I know one event was done some years back, and then the pandemic happened, so everybody, like, I think our just worlds were turned upside down. And so good to see it revived. And I've been nudging Vilash and others saying, like, let's do more. Let's do more tangible events. Like we'll do the conferences, which we should do anyway, once in 6 months or whatever frequency. But let's do more of the monthly events, and where there's more tangible takeaways that can happen. So we will do. So I think the idea was to have this kick it off, right? So talking about, I mean, product for the future is a very right. I mean, always we hope we build. Innovation is radical, right? Innovation is disruptive. Innovation kind of shakes things up. It doesn't always happen, right? If you look at most successful companies, like look at ADP, probably one of the most successful companies, but innovation is subtle, right? It doesn't come and suddenly, ADP will not come and say like, okay, we'll stop doing what we're doing and do something else, right? It is like, it is very subtle. So innovation is everywhere. It's like, yes, a startup can come with a new product because they are starting from scratch and they can. And larger organizations also need to innovate and do innovate to stay in business. We know what happened to Blockbuster. So they didn't, the writing was on the wall. It's a classic case study, right? In the US, if you know the Blockbuster video, they were everywhere. Like a McDonald's, if you drive through US countryside, if you can see a McDonald's, you'll see a Blockbuster, almost. Right? There's hardly any town anywhere in US that did not have a Blockbuster video store for ages. Right? They've been there in that scale for ages, and they just didn't see the writing on the wall. And in just few short years, they had to shut down. Now, and few disruptions happened, right? If you look at the disruptions that happened that affected Blockbuster, and it was not all hard for them, right? Had they seen the writing on the wall, given their momentum and their IP and everything, it was not hard for them to pivot. They could have easily pivoted. They just didn't see the writing on the wall. They just said, look, somebody coming and setting up like a small, there was something called the Red Box, if I remember right. The name was called Red Box. You could just, when DVDs were coming up, right? Blockbuster, you could get DVDs also, but here you could go new, they only had new releases. It's like a Coke vending machine. They used to have it in the supermarkets in the mid-90s or late 90s. And that was the start of the downfall of Blockbuster. They didn't see that. I mean, this was just a vending machine. They'll only have 30. If you go to a Blockbuster store, they'll probably have like, I don't know, several thousand or few tens of thousands of videos and DVDs that they would have. The collections were huge. But this one had only 30 most recent or most popular movies, which is what trends most anyway. And you just go put your card and kind of pick your selection, and that CD comes out, you take it. When you come back, you just drop it off. There's a place to drop it off. Now, they were the first disruption. And then Netflix came. Netflix started shipping it home. Netflix said, like, why go to both were successful. I think the Red Box probably shut down. I don't know what happened to that afterwards. I left US. I didn't track it. Of course, Netflix has become very big. And Netflix also pivoted, right? They started with shipping CDs home. Their innovation was to just ship CDs home. It's saying like, you're going to watch new movies, and they had not a very large collection, and the collection that will move fast, and you get 2 or 3 movies at home at any given time. And there were such book clubs and CD clubs for a long time, but somehow nobody did the movies. Netflix came and did the movies. And then they pivoted again. When they were shipping CDs home, around the time US Telecom was going through a massive rejig, right? They had this like, they used to call it like 3-in-1, 4-in-1, all kinds of fancy terms. Basically like the pipe coming in carries everything. From your internet to your telephone line to cable TV, satellite TV, everything was coming in. So since the wire was bringing internet and satellite TV together, Netflix said, why not, right, on the same wire deliver movies? And they pivoted. I mean, they were reasonably large already, and they pivoted. And they don't very quickly, they stopped sending any CDs home. And they still continue to pivot, right? A large company, because they're large, doesn't mean they were one of the largest. Amazon, I remember in the early, when AWS was launched, Netflix was one of the largest customers, because all the streaming was happening on Amazon AWS servers. And so I think innovation, it's more about looking for right opportunities. There's technology on one side, and there's applied technology, right? Innovation on the other side, right? The whole creative. I feel as a country, as an industry, we kind of lack on the creative side of it. Technology, we are good, right? I mean, we keep up the latest, greatest frameworks, greatest tools and technologies and APIs and libraries and everything. We can pick up very quickly and build, right? As an industry, we can build very well. We can build anything. I mean, today, if somebody were to come and ask any of our companies to say, like, can you build a Netflix grade streaming server? I'm sure we can build, right? It may take 1 year, 2 years, whatever it takes. And like, We have the engineering prowess, we have. But building products engineering is only a starting point. I always ask this question, if Indians in Bay Area can build technology for the world, why can't Indians in India? The backgrounds are no different. Like Ranjan lived in the US for a long time and came back, right? And many of us have lived and come back, right? And the profile is similar. It's just the environment, right? The environment, we don't think, so we're removed from the customer. Like companies like ADP at least is still in touch with customers. Most companies in India would probably never ever understand what a customer is doing. You'd get requirements, you don't know who the customer is sometimes, or maybe you know, but you got the requirements and you start to build, right? You're never generating requirements. And that's a big part of product management, big part of creative thinking. If you want good products, great products, we have to first define great products. It starts with understanding what the customers are doing today, what they need, where the gaps are, right? And coming up with some, and that's a very creative process. I always say there are two types of product managers, right? I don't want to slot any of you, neither of those two types. Both are good. As an industry, we need both, but there are two types of product managers, right? One that are, I call them, again, pardon me for saying this to a room full of product managers, but I call them glorified clerks, right? They're bookkeepers. If you look at like the inputs keep coming in from field, from support, engineering also gives a lot of inputs. I remember when I was in the Bay Area, product management was so weak. They could not say no. I mean, like if a senior director or senior architect, especially architects, like technology companies, architects have a huge say in very strong tech companies. If an architect comes in and says, look, this is the latest communication, actually was there, one such initiative. This is the latest communication framework we have to adopt. Now, absolutely no business case. Business value was zero. The communication framework we had was good enough for servicing everything Inform is needed as a database server. And they still said, like, we have to build this, and the product management organization could not say no. 1.5 years, like almost 25% of engineering time was used to build it for zero market value. No wonder Inform is shut down in a few years. Right? I mean, you can't spend that kind of resources on things that don't have market value. So the understanding, but then we need that also. We need to keep track of all things coming in. There's some minimal value addition that happens in terms of prioritizing and such. But the bigger part is like the creative process. That's why great products happen. Right? If Apple came and said, let's build another mobile phone, they would have been just that, right? Another mobile phone. But that's not what they came and said. So they said, like, let's disrupt. Let's completely reimagine mobile phones. And of course, not that everything Apple has done has become successful. There are many things Apple tried that failed also. But look at the successful products, it's a super creative process. They said, like, it's not just technology. Technology was a very important part of it, but technology was only a necessary condition. The sufficiency was something completely different. Right? The sufficiency was to completely disrupt the thinking. Like, I mean, you hear this often said in the Apple context, but it's true in most contexts. Some things you can't get from your customer. If you ask the customer, tell me what the next new big phone could have been, I don't think anybody would have described Apple phone. Right? They may at most talk about some pains that they're having today. Or they may talk about some things that will be nice. It'd be nice if I can do this also. Like, it would be nice if I can take pictures in the night. It could be nice if I can, some small incremental things might come. But nobody's going to come and say, like, can you think of a phone with a single button? Right? Can you think of a phone with no manual? Can you think of a phone that just feels so different and fresh to the hand? Like, I mean, every aspect, they said, like, let's make it a piece of art, right? And like that, and that wow factor, there are very few phones in the market that came before or after that just wowed the audience, wowed the customers, right? Like Apple iPhone did. Like iPod did some of it, but iPhone just blew like in the US, I remember, by then I'd moved here, but I used to travel a lot. I mean, like, I used to travel at least once every 6 to 8 weeks. And I would see few iPhones. The next travel, I will see more. In no time, in less than 2-3 years, 9 out of 10 phones are iPhones. That's how much of the market they captured. Like, I mean, it went crazy. And that's because everybody was so impressed, right? The wow factor, that's what makes delightful products. The wow factor is so strong. Everybody, you want to tell somebody, you know what? iPhone, did you get it? I got one. Like, I mean, that whole thing, it impressed the customers so much that they became the most vocal champions. I don't think Apple even needed to advertise. And they made sure it's not just the technology. Technology is only one small part of it. Very important part, yes. But not that other leading players had any less technology in their phones. Right? So technology was not the differentiator. How they packaged it, right? How they conceptualized what the phone should be, how the phone should be. Thinking of a phone with one button, thinking of a phone with one button would mean, like all of you know, you all understand UI, right? Thinking of a phone with one button could have been a UI disaster. Right? People have said, like, I just want to make a call. I don't know where to press. How do I make the call? You could have just taken the user into a jungle and then just let the user loose, not being able to figure out where to go next and what to do. But that's not what happened. They designed it so well, you don't need to know anything. You just go, it's very intuitive. How do you make a phone intuitive with a single button? And not have too many buttons. See, they didn't even trick the system. See, today, if you look at most phones, there are 3 buttons, 5 buttons on the screen always. Right? Though they say like it's one button, but Apple didn't even have that. Almost never even had a back button. Today they have, but early days, with that single button, it was intuitive. Right? You could figure out they can always go back to the home screen. I remember my nephew when he is now 11, when he was just about maybe 12 to 15 months old. He figured out Apple phone. I was amazed on, like I said, I used to travel a lot. So I used to go there to visit him when he was growing up. And he would play a video when he was not even max 15 months, right? He could play the cartoon video he wanted. I was shocked. I just said, like, I want to see it. So I just took the phone, put some random thing, gave it to him. He was sitting on his high chair. He figured out that, like, he keeps pressing that single button, it goes back to the home screen. And he keeps doing it until it goes to the home screen. It doesn't matter where what you're doing, and it will take you to the home screen. The moment he goes to the home screen, he recognizes the YouTube icon. The moment he goes to YouTube icon, he knows that, like, if he scrolls once or twice, he will see the cartoon icon that he wants. Using 3 images, the home screen, YouTube icon, and the cartoon he wants. Every single time, I moved the cartoon around. I moved that icon around, and I gave it back to him. He could figure it out. Because he knew that, like, if it's not there, he does this, it goes up, he sees some more pictures. And he needs to do it until he finds a picture. And that's how intuitive. If a 13, 14-month-old can play the video he wants, you can imagine. It is remarkable. Of course, no, everybody follows their paradigm. But coming up with it when phones had big keyboards, like, you remember Nokia came around that time? The Nokia brick. You slide it up like it is 4 mobile phones in one. Right? And very kludgy. Of course, it caught everybody's attention because, like, now when you walk around, one of the most expensive phones in the market. But imagine Nokia brick came around the same time as Apple phone came. Just look at the difference. No wonder Nokia doesn't exist anymore. They just lost it. A company, can you believe, 100-year-old company that has over the years innovated, kind of reimagined, pivoted, just lost it somehow, right? I don't know how it happened. That country is still a very, very creative country. It's one of the most creative countries in the world today, right? In terms of innovative thinking and creative. But somewhere it got lost, right? So it is just, and their whole thinking of a product was that, like I said, technology is necessary, but only a small part. It's not the sufficient condition for successful products. Technology is only a starting point. Now, from the single button, right, the few mandates, it should look good, so the way they packaged it, they said they were the first ones to come with a small, tiny box. Right? Mobile phones used to come in big boxes with some of them used to have manuals. They definitely have small instruction books. They definitely have fold-out instructions. Right? This comes with nothing, almost nothing. Right? And with a pin, it comes just to put the SIM. And like almost no instruction. They were so confident. It doesn't matter who it is. They can use the phone. Right? When you start the phone the first time, it asks for a few things. And once you do that, that's it. It is set up. Now, today everybody follows the model. So they said, like, and the unboxing, the box packaging, the attention to detail that Apple had, right? The box was like from the color to the shape to the texture to the edges, how it feels in your hand. It was not like any other box. Right? Anybody could have done it. They didn't invent any of that paper or cardboard or right anything. They didn't invent it. It's all existing. It's just designing it, right? Putting it in that shape, in that size. When you open it, the way it looks, the way the phone's laid out. So the whole unboxing was like, it starts from there. You're wow. Every step you're wowed. Right? It's not just that once you access, the single button intuitiveness, you're not going to be wowed when you play with it. You'll only be wowed like several days later saying, like, God, with single button I could manage to do all this. You can't, that's not something you can communicate, that you'll experience, right? You'll experience the lack of it. With single button, things didn't work. The second minute you would have said, like, this is crazy. But when it's working, it'll take a long time to figure out that, like, with single button I can do everything that needed like some 8 buttons in my previous phone. It takes some time to realize that, like, I could do so much with just a single button. But the whole thing, the wow factor started from the box, unboxing, the phone, the way the phone looked, the way the phone felt, right? You turn it on, the UI, the icons, they came up with the tray of icons. I'm sure they didn't invent it. I'm sure somebody else must have had it by then. But they were the ones that first made it so neat. They said, since it's a single button phone, there had to be pre-packaged apps. Things that you may normally want to do should all be there out of the box, right? Well, they went and pushed the store a lot later, but they didn't start with the store. When you open the box, most essential utilities are already there. It's not just a phone. Now, so much goes into it. If you look at some of the products, we try to create products here, right? I mean, Triple is an institute, research institute. Not many know that we are a research institute. How many of you knew that we are a research institute? Okay, thank you. At least like a third of the room knows that we are a research institute. Most people think we are an engineering college. We are not like an IIT, right? We are more like a CCMB. Right? Little bit like IISc. IISc is a research institute, right? But we are a research institute that offers undergraduate program, right? Most organizations, research happens only through their PhD program. For us, for every paper that gets published through a PhD work in our campus, at least 6 gets published through undergrad work. Non-PhD, not undergrad, undergrad or postgrad, like work. So we have a very unique undergraduate research program. So we have a dual degree program, which is a BTech and MS by research. It's a thesis program. They have to get 2 publications to graduate. And then we also have the honors program in undergrad. Anyway, so we're a research institute. So we're organized as research centers. We don't have departments. Right? We only have research centers. So we're organized as research centers. The faculty can be part of multiple centers. It depends on what the current research interests are. So we have research centers. We have research-led pedagogy. And we have research. One of our objectives is research that matters. Right? We'd like research to mean something. To the society, broader society. So we don't want to just publish papers. Well, that's very important. Without the research at the core, there's nothing to build. But we also want to build solutions. That's been an objective from the beginning. Professor Rajreddy, who was brought in from CMU to structure the institute, was the chairman till last week. Now we have a new chairman, Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala from IT Madras, the new chairman. But Professor Rajreddy was the chairman for the first 25 years. And a lot of his thinking, they started Robotics Institute, he started Robotics Institute in CMU in the mid-70s. Which was the first formal AI research group in the world. And like, so he has 60 years. By the time they brought him here, he was already 45 years in research, like in CMU at that time. And so a lot of that thing went in experiences, so there's no departments. Everywhere its departments become silos. In India it becomes even bigger silos. So no departments, we have research centers. And like, so faculty can be part of multiple centers. And so we manage research areas. And research should mean something to society was something that Professor Rajreddy pushes a lot, even till date. We have a center we started in his name a few years back in the pandemic, where we work with NGOs to create emerging technology, AI and other technology-based solutions for NGOs. Because who's going to go build them a fancy AI solution or a camera vision solution or an LLM-based solution? Nobody's going to do it for NGOs. And we said we will build such solutions directly from kind of the front lines of research, solving problems they have in the field. Right? We work with NGOs, identify pressing problems which technology could address. We build it. It's an engineering group on campus from latest in research. Now, these are things that he used to push a lot. So we started our incubator in 2008, thinking you start an incubator and like professors and students will just line up to take the research work forward. In the first 10 years, we have had less than 5 startups come out of research, maybe 3. I'm giving benefit of doubt, assuming I forgot something, which I probably did not. Max 5. While we had about, like in the first 10 years, nearly 200, 250 startups come out of the incubator. Our incubator startups from outside can also come and work. It's not necessarily our own students and alum. And today we have had about 500 startups. We just celebrated 15th anniversary last week, 2 weeks back. And so we've had about 500 startups and still not many from research. But so we've done many things. So if you just fast forward today, we have a product lab where we started that in, the idea was there for several years before, but finally we could do it in 18. It's an engineering group, we had to fund it. So it was funded by the institute. And with a product manager, the first person we hired was an MBA from Babson. Well, like all of you would know, many of you might know, Babson is one of the best places for entrepreneurship. So somebody who was working here in Qualcomm went to the US for MBA and decided to come back immediately. They're the first person we had. We said, this group has to have a product manager. If you're trying to build products from research, without a product manager, you can't build. It's not just about, the second thing we said was, this group should not have researchers. If you have researchers, that group will do more research. We'll want to publish papers. We said that group should not have researchers, should have only engineers. We'll work with research groups if we need research inputs or anything from research, but this group should not hire researchers. So strictly no PhDs in this group, right? Consciously. And so it's an interesting experiment. We've had very small team. The team was at no point more than 6 or 7 people in size. We've built about 10 products. Prakash, we got somebody who was in the industry running research in Honeywell for a long time. When he left Honeywell, the group he had started had about 150 PhDs. That was working in Honeywell Bangalore in that group, and then worked for a startup. So we found a person, very good profile, worked a lot with research institutions, and then he's the technology transfer officer and he runs the product labs. So now if you look at our experience in product lab, we got a product manager, we have a UI designer, we have advisors that we get, mentors from the industry who come spend few hours a week, few hours a month. Because we are building a product, you don't need to talk to somebody every day, right? Even if they come and spend 1-2 hours every 2 weeks, it's good enough to give good direction in terms of the product. And we've done about 10 products, and not all are successful. But we said this group will only work on products centrally based on research. Some seminal work or research work published, and that should be at the core. If you look at, going back to my earlier point, if Bay Area can make products for the world, why can't India? One of the key reasons is our connect with academia is very weak. The industry and research don't forget talking to each other. They're just miles apart. You can't even by mistake, you can't touch the other. It is like you have to make serious effort, either the research to come into industry or industry to come into research. They're completely immiscible worlds today. So we said we need to create this, since it won't happen organically, let's do this inorganically. Let's create this, right? Put in cart before the horse. And it's very tough, very, very tough. I mean, if you take the multiple problems, I mean, if anybody's interested, I can share. I wrote a paper based on our experiences. I wrote that in 18, based on IIIT's experiences. I'm very involved with IIIT for many years, though I moved full-time in 16, but I've been involved since 2002, and with startups and with products. So so it starts with, one of the products we took. It got this professor, who's also a current dean of research, in the computer vision space. They have two of their most, one is called CVPR and the other is called ICCV or something. 2 conferences where, as a computer vision researcher, if you get a paper there, even a couple of times in your career, you're considered very, very good. Jawar has a paper there every second year, right? And it's phenomenally well known internationally, definitely nationally. And so his work on badminton, they went and took broadcast badminton. A lot of broadcast videos available on the internet. So they took broadcast video and built this model to recognize, after the game, it will give a kind of the analysis that maybe a coach would give the player. If the coach had observed the game for an hour, right? At the end of it, if the coach were to go and talk to the player, saying you know what, your footwork was very weak today, you were on the lines, you were kind of bad, you missed a lot of points on the net. They would say things like this, right? Your backstroke was weak, your front stroke was good, whatever, things like that. The system will generate that kind of insights, which is fantastic work. So that's the first product we took. We said, let's build it. Now, what we realized through that and few others we did at the same time, right? Research, the objective of research is knowledge creation, right? While they have a broad idea, they don't go randomly and do anything. Most professors have an idea, but imagine they went in this particular area, right? Badminton. If you hit an issue with not finding the right videos, you can reframe the problem. I can reframe the problem because knowledge creation, even if I reframe the problem, I'm still going to create knowledge. I'm still going to get my papers and publications and conferences and such. Now, real world you can't. So we took this and we said, we'll work with academics. And we said, we'll work with one camera. You can't go have broadcast cameras in multiple 8 cameras, so we can't assume that. We said it should be one camera. Right there it came undone. The moment we said one camera, there were all kinds of assumptions built into the work that was done until then, because it was broadcast. Something as simple as a camera angle change, side change is seen as a point. Because it happens. Broadcast, they don't randomly keep changing cameras. They'll show from one side, and then when the point change happens, they'll show from the other side. and that's how all broadcast works in court games like badminton. They'd use that to recognize that a point was won. Now, we can't, in single camera, you don't have that. Now, so just taking your real world you can't reframe the real world. If I'm building badminton, such a solution for the academies, I can't reframe how academies work. I can't go and tell Gopinath Academy saying like, look, you know what, we have this problem, you have to have the players play this way, not this way. You can't. I mean, they do what they do. Technology has to fit in. Now, so to understand the real world is a creative process again. It's not always like saying like somebody comes and says, this is my requirement, build it for me. We have another technology which is kind of getting a lot of interest, but they're struggling to find the right sweet spot, right? Both products came around the same time. We started working in 18, 19, and then they incorporated in 20. So both the startups are around 3 years old. The other one comes from the document AI. We're a very strong language technology group. So language technology, computer vision, and robotics, 3 areas we're very, very strong, among the best in the country, and robotics also among the best in Asia for research output. Now, language technology, I mean, today there's so much of noise on ChatGPT and such. The LLM work has been happening here for the last 7 years. So out of one professor's work, this solution came out, which is like you can ask a question, and it will find information from large documents, right? You have any number of documents, it will find information from large documents. Now, this is like they say in the product world, like they say in the product world, you have a hammer and you have to find the nail to bang. Now, this is a hammer, it's a tool, right? A hammer doesn't do anything. Unless I find the right nail, I can't just go keep banging everything. I have to find the right nail, right? They say like the silver nail or the golden nail. You have to find the right nail to bang. So this is a tool now. Now, they're trying to find. Now, building the tool is pure technology work. Look, a little bit more than technology. You still package it. There's engineering involved, there's packaging involved, there's usage. There's some of that involved. It's a little bit of engineering, more than engineering. There's technology, there's some engineering, and there's some product packaging. Now, identifying what this can solve, right? A question answering system, what real world problem it can solve. There are very, very wide possibilities. It can become a virtual tutor, like in the education world. It can become State Bank is the first customer. They're using it for their SOPs, right? The 250,000 employees. They have a SOP. They have like some 20,000 one-page FAQs today, and they do that because they can't find information from their 300 SOPs, very large documents. So now they're putting this QA system there, so they can ask any question on policy, process, and such. It will find the information from those documents. Now, it could be for SOPs. It could be for customer support. Now, they tried customer support. The problem with customer support was, if I just find the information from an existing knowledge base, that's not answering the question. It has information to answer the question, right? To answer the question, you need to go into generative AI. The moment you go into generative, which they can do very easily, because if they can find 3 pieces of information that is relevant, they can quickly kind of massage it and create a nice paragraph out of it. When they do that, like which is the problem with Gen AI, right, today, ChatGPT, you get incorrect information, you get new information. And customer support, you can't give new information. You can't go and tell like my thing said, like there is some 4 balls here as switches, you roll the 4 balls and the mic will come on. Well, there's actually a simple red button here. Now that's the kind of, it generates information which is not kind of real. Now, they're figuring out, they're in the market very actively for the last 1.5 years. They're getting some customers, they're still trying to figure out, now that's a creative thinking process you have to observe, right? Sometimes you get lucky where some customer will come and tell you like, do this for me. Right, State Bank came and told, do this for me. So they got excited. State Bank asked, so every bank should want. They've talked to every single bank. They say, often they say, no, our SOPs are not that big. State Bank is large. Our SOPs are much smaller. Or they say like, yeah, it is there, but not such a bad problem. We won't pay for it, at least, right? Now, so when somebody comes and asks, that may not be. So it's a creative process where you have to observe and connect. So that is the creating technology products for the future, right? Technology is only a starting point. The observations and connecting the dots is a much, much larger problem. If we don't do that, we can't create products for the future. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Jeva. I'm part of ServiceNow. I work at Hyderabad office, and I got invited to this product leadership forum where I had to talk about generative AI and all the use cases and how it's going to be useful for PMs. So generative AI is a very nascent technology. It's very new. It's just coming up. And it is important for everyone to use that technology. But most importantly, the product managers have to know how to use that technology and how to define it and how to create end user experiences out of it. And this is where this talk I thought will be helpful for all the product managers who attended this product leadership forum. Thank you.
By the way, it's so awesome to see so many familiar faces here today. So that was wonderful. Thank you for having me here. So as we kick off this Product Leaders Forum, I'd like to share some thoughts on the exciting future of product management and transformative impact of Gen AI. Additionally, I'd like to highlight the growth of product management in India and discuss our vision for the future. So first and foremost, I'm very proud to represent ADP, a global leader in human capital management with revenues exceeding $18 billion and a client base exceeding 1 million. At ADP, we have leveraged decades of data and expertise to provide our clients with invaluable, actionable insights. We understand that in today's rapidly changing business landscape, data is the new currency, and insights are key to informed decision-making. So as we look ahead, we recognize that Gen AI is not just the future, but it is central to our strategy at ADP. So we are dedicated to leveraging the power of Gen AI to engineer products that are not just great, but exceptional. And we have distilled our strategy into 3 simple but profound principles. Make it easy, make it smart, and make it human. So first, make it easy. In an increasingly complex world, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So we recognize that our clients want solutions that are intuitive, user-friendly, accessible. And Gen AI allows us to reimagine user experiences. We've already actually released some versions of Gen AI integration which enables that and makes complex processes feel effortless and empowers our clients to focus on what matters most, which is their people and their business. Next, make it smart. It's about leveraging the vast reservoir of data at our disposal to provide actionable insights. So Gen AI enables us to analyze data at a scale and speed which was once unimaginable. We aim to offer our clients not just data, but the wisdom to make informed decisions that drive their success. In a data-driven world, being able to see the big picture and the tiny details is what's going to set us apart. And finally, make it human. In a world where technology threatens to dehumanize the interactions, ADP is committed to keep the human touch alive. Our products should enhance the human experience, not replace it. And Gen AI should help enable better human connections, support meaningful interactions, and foster a sense of community. So what does it mean for the future of product management in India? It means that we are at the forefront of transformative journey. Our country has evolved from being a service provider to a global hub of innovation. And MSR is a classic example. We are witnessing a surge in talent and capabilities, making India a force to be reckoned with in the tech world. As product management leaders, it's our responsibility to nurture talent, mentor the next generation, and continue to raise the bar for excellence in product development. It is forums like this one that play a pivotal role in bringing product people together. They provide a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, challenging conventions, and networking. As we move forward, let's consider how we can strengthen these communities, foster innovation, and collectively shape the future of product management. In conclusion, I do believe we stand at the threshold of an exciting era of product management driven by the power of Gen AI. ADP is committed to leading the way by making our products easy, insightful, and human-centric. Together, as a community of product management leaders, we have the opportunity to drive innovation, mentor future talent, and shape the future of our industry in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Have a second panel discussion, the topic being mastering product skills in Gen AI era. I invite Haripriya Shivramakrishnan, who's the moderator for this session. Haripriya, welcome. She currently is serving as a vice president at State Street Global Advisors. Prior to her role at State Street, Haripriya held key positions in prominent organizations including Citi, JP Morgan Chase and Company. Extensive experience also includes roles at Sun Microsystems, TCS, ABN AMRO Bank, NV, where she honed her skills in areas such as trade, operations, GIS analysis, and quality leadership. With a wealth of experience and expertise in the banking and business strategy domains, we welcome Haripriya to the dais and moderate the session. Our other panelists are Trinath Reddy. We are delighted to have you with us. Trinath Reddy, a dynamic, multi-skilled individual and head of technology at KK HR. Having spent almost a decade at KK and companies like Technovent, he played a pivotal role in shaping the company's technological landscape. Our second panelist is Ashish Mittal. Ashish, I know you personally as well. It's wonderful to have you here. He works with Srinidhi group of institutions. He's heading the HR department. He works as a chief HR officer. Ashish is a renowned figure in the HR industry, having earned recognition as one of Asia's 100 power leaders in HR and securing a spot in the prestigious Forbes India top 50 leaders. I think we need to give him a good applause. Also served as a general manager, head HR, and deputy general manager in companies like Pearson, Infosys, BPN, Manipal International University. He has also held key position in Akshaya Patra Foundation and the Heritage Foundation. Next panelist is Professor Raghu Reddy. He is an accomplished professional currently serving as the Associate Professor and Head of Software Engineering Research Center at IITH. With a tenure spanning 12 years at IIITH, Raghu has held pivotal roles including program head for MTech in product design and management programs, director and for PG certificate in software engineering for data science, as well as previous positions at prestigious institutions like Rochester Institute of Technology and Colorado State University. With his extensive background and continuous contributions to the field of software engineering, we welcome you, Raghu. Our next panelist is Sai Satesh Vedam, a versatile and accompanied product leader. He is a chief product officer and co-founder at the Institute of Product Leadership, where he plays a pivotal role in shaping product leadership and education. Sai Satesh's expansive career travels around, includes a remarkable stint at Oracle. I wouldn't like to call it stint, a huge tenure, where he has held roles such as principal product manager, director of product management, and senior director of product management, along with contribution to Sun Microsystems. Welcome to all of you, and Haripriya, I hand it over to you.
So broadly, we'll cover impact of Gen AI on the product skills, the role that HR will bring in, the product management, plus the continuous learning in Gen AI era. We'll touch a little on Indian market and specifically to organization, and last, how we build future product leaders. So with no further ado, I'll get started. Probably Professor Sai, I'll get started with you. You bring in a rich experience in product management, and your passion towards products is very, very inspiring. If I may ask, with generative AI integrating with product lifecycle, how do you think the traditional skills will have to diversify to, kind of blend into the new one?
So allow me for 30 seconds
Sure.
to just understand our audience.
Perfect.
Like a good product manager, you should really understand whose needs are you addressing and how you're going to do that. So a really quick question. How many of you here are in product management roles with more than 10 plus years experience, or more than 10 years? Or at least you think you're in a product manager role? Now I'll tell you why I'm asking that. Because we have very creative titles in India, isn't it? For product managers especially. You could be a requirement scientist for all you know. This is an emerging title in many companies that I see, right? So good, so about 30% of you are in product roles with at least 10 plus years experience. The remaining ones either are aspiring to get into that role or you are curious about that. That's my assumption, right? Aspiring to and do that. Okay, so now before I jump into and answer that generative AI thing specifically, let me here is the perspectives that I will bring in. There are 3 points of view that I will bring in, right? The first one is for all the programs that this IPL, not the other IPL, Institute of Product Leadership, works with lots of industry practitioners and leaders who are building products in various companies, building companies, right? And continuously we work with them. And one question we ask them regularly: what is changing in the landscape that you think we should bring about to help people get better at? This is a continuous question that I ask. That's the first perspective. The second one is the hiring manager's perspective. Because almost about 8 to 9 companies every month come to hire at IPL, and all of them are looking at different skills, and are they changing? So how important is generative AI? Are they looking for any of those skills right now while hiring? And the third one, my own journey, my own perspectives as a product coach, as an executive coach, who I work with hundreds of people in helping them transition into those careers. Now, fourth, I did not do deliberately. I have not consulted ChatGPT. Right? So these are the 3 points of views that I will try to bring in so that you know where they are coming from, right? Now, I'd like to jump in and talk about, before generative AI, what are the core product skills? And there are lots of competencies in that, right? And let's, just to level set everybody's understanding, at least for the purpose of this discussion, I want to frame what product management is. As I said, there is lots and lots of definitions, lots of misunderstanding in the industry. I spent 25 years working as an engineer, 14 years as a product manager and product leader, and I work with hundreds of companies which are trying to hire, right? So when I say product management, I'm referring to role, not a title. And so what is that role? That role is very simple, very difficult to achieve, but very simple. It's an art and science of identifying the market needs and driving the team towards creating compelling, profitable, and competitive products. Now, there are a few key words here. The art and science. Second one is driving the team. Now, if you're a product owner, you might be thinking you own the product. And a lot of you may have heard of these cliches that product manager is the CEO of the product. Right? You are driving the team towards creating compelling, competitive, and profitable products. That's it. That is essentially product management. Now, in that context, what are the core skills? Market analysis, which has many competencies. I won't go into that unless you have questions, right? And because we want to see how generative AI now impacts or influences all these things. Strategic planning, product planning, go-to-market, and sales enablement. The go-to-market and sales enablement part comes at a product leadership level. where you interlock with product marketing and do that. But the first three, market analysis, strategic planning, and product planning in the context of products are super important. So now let's bring in this new beast.
The Gen AI.
About, right? The generative AI. Now, I'm sure everybody has heard, and that's why you're all here. And I believe we are at a tipping point of the hype curve right now. Right? You guys know the hype curve, right? The next one is trough of disillusionment. I hope it doesn't fall into that, because lots, and I've seen in my own career 7 such disruptive things come. Some of them stuck around, some of them just went away. But this is truly disruptive. There's no doubt about it. Right? I hope you guys can hear me, right? Yeah. Now, if you look at every such skill that I talked about, there are 2 ways to think how you as a product manager can leverage this generative AI part of it. When I say generative AI, I'm not just talking about the large language models of text, but also image, audio, video, all kinds of content. Right? Now, you put this into 2 categories. One, you as an individual product manager working towards improving your efficiencies and speed up your creative process. Today, that's where the most use is. The second part typically is generative AI in the enterprise, which means companies trying to leverage that to build products to compelling experiences. Now that has a long way to go, and I have my reasons, and I'll come to that later, right? But every aspect, including market analysis, which basically involves customer insighting, validation, competitive analysis, right? Strategic planning includes product strategy, portfolio analysis, and these things, right? And the third one, product planning, which a lot of product managers in India are currently in, which is requirements management, requirements definition, user stories, prioritization, roadmaps, and design. This is a subset of the overall product management skills, right? Would you agree? The most of the PMs in India especially are in that product planning stage. Now, every step, every competency can be 10x, 50x improved in terms of productivity and efficiency with Gen AI. I can give several, I'm sure panel has lots of examples to do that. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Raghu, maybe I'll shift gears to understand. I know you're leading the product management and design at IT and has also been leading the data science and software work streams here. So if you have to pinpoint on the specific skill set or competency that you would require from the traditional, whatever we have seen, I think Professor Sai touched a bit, if you can throw some light with your experience.
Thank you, Haripriya. So I guess, so we are in the zillionth Gen AI panel, and I'm sure out there in Mars, there's one more probably going on in terms of Gen AI panels. That's how it's become, right? So every other street you turn to in an IT city, you will probably find a Gen AI panel. Fortunate or unfortunate, I'll leave it up to you guys, right? I know he touched upon a lot, and I'm sure from a product management perspective, right? So broadly, if you look at a product, I would want to at least divide it from an engineering lifecycle perspective and a management lifecycle perspective. And a lot of talk goes on from a management lifecycle perspective, right? We also, as product managers, need to look at the engineering lifecycle perspective. And to me, there's a lot that will probably happen from an engineering lifecycle perspective, because unless you drill down to actually being able to identify what's the specific support, right, that's available. And when I say support, it's not just in your team, it's the ecosystem. What support does the ecosystem provide you? If you don't have it, your product is bound to fail. No matter how complex your algorithm is, or how exaggerant or fantastic your actual management lifecycle is. It does not matter, right? Ultimately, you have to have the supporting ecosystem. And that requires a lot of tool support, right? So to me, a lot of skill set, at least from an engineering lifecycle perspective, needs to go into building these tools and managing these tools, right? Don't look at it as a large product, right? Small products, whatever that might be, that's going to support. Because you have a life cycle where you're looking at a traditional engineering life cycle going from requirements all the way to maintenance, right? And of course, at some point, end of life. And everywhere at this point, you'll have to look at what's the skill set needed to develop these tools and manage these tools. That to me is more important. Whether it be, let's say I'm building a tool set for math, right? What's the mathematical knowledge that I need to build this tool set and use Gen AI to generate maybe a step-by-step solution for a particular math problem, right? Whether it's a SciMath or a Wolfram Alpha type tool, for example. Or maybe you're developing a product, I need to create design prototypes, right? What's the specific tool set that's needed? Because it's not just plug and play. You're typically looking at tailoring a particular solution, because it's not as if you're going to use ChatGPT as it is. It's not as if you're going to use Llama 2 as it is, right? Your large brain, which are the large LLMs, have to be transferred into a small brain. That's the skill set that's needed. How do I transfer them and apply it in the context of your particular solution? Generics, yeah, well and good, that ChatGPT can provide, right? But as managers, how do we bring that value? The additional add-on values is that transfer of knowledge to your problem, your product, your organization.
Absolutely, and in the tea break, he also touched upon how engineering is one of the key streams, and it was good to know the statistics, 68% research still happening on computer. Thanks for that. I'll move into understanding the HR role. Mr. Ashish, your experience in HR spans across, corporates, NGOs, which is very interesting, and also academia. And you stress a lot upon work-life balance too, so it's interesting. Could you share insights on how HR practices and talent acquisition strategies have adapted in response to the changing technologies?
Sure, thank you so much. So I'm going to start actually, I would say I would like to, with the Gen AI, I would like to focus on 3 key areas. Okay, we're looking because as the HR leaders, we are bombarded day and night. Every day is a different day for HR leaders. You can ask anybody, and nobody knows where we are going to be for the next 15 minutes. So 3 main areas where you're looking is, first is improved efficiency. Okay, so the point over here is, since there's a lot of data and we want quick analysis, and so we want generative AI to help HR leaders to take better informed decisions. Okay, and so with this context, I would like to share one particular incident which just happened on 5th September, 3 days back. I'm just linking that. It just struck me just a few seconds back, and I thought this is the best place. 5th September, I kind of reached home around 6 p.m. I was completely exhausted. Last 3 days were kind of roller coaster ride. And I was about to hit the sack. And just when I got a call from one of the senior academicians, I do not know why he called me, probably, yes, he knows me pretty well. He said, Ashish, I have decided that I want to commit suicide in the next 15 minutes. Of all the blues, I received this call. I was zapped. And I said, yes, this person definitely needs my help. And I said, just give me 20 seconds. I just had 20 seconds to take a decision. I had not done any physical fitness for the last 3 days. So I said, let me carry my power bank, let me carry my Bluetooth set. And I decided, and I connected with him, had a non-stop conversation for 4 hours non-stop. Understood his entire problems, what he or she was going through, gave a resolution, and after 4 hours, he was completely decided normal. And the challenge didn't end over here. I had 2 more employees, major escalations. They wanted my time. I said, Ashish, anyways, I'm walking, so let me just continue my walk. So the question which rang to my mind, today was, as we have so many PMs, project managers sitting in this room, can we do something that, what if I had a board review presentation next day? And if I didn't have time, because you don't know. So can there some tools be developed which can actually help, we call it early warning indicators, wherein a person is not well, mental wellness, so that the right help is provided to the right individual at the right time. We're talking about Industry 5.0, which talks about technology taking care of human beings, right? So is there some kind of tool? Secondly, as HR leaders, we want all the routine works, redundant transactional works to be taken over by Gen AI, so that we can actually focus on strategic areas. We can understand interacting with the employees, trying to understand their pain points, and trying to see that we can give our best. So this is one of the key things, and yes, so I would say a lot of expectations are there in terms of from Gen AI, from an HR perspective. We are looking how to make the life of HR leaders work at a very strategic level, removing all the transactional jobs out.
Thank you, Mr. Ashish. Mr. Trinath, I know Keka urges us to reimagine HR, right? So, we always talk about Workday, so I was just trying to understand how is Keka bringing a change. So, in your experience with HR technology, what innovative tools and solutions could help HR professionals in assessing the right candidates?
So, at Keka, we have kept employee experience in the forefront. In fact, we go by for the love of employee experience. Let me take a simple journey of an employee where it starts, right from employee persona and from hiring manager persona that we touched, and the well-being of an employee. So in most of the cases, the tools, the technology where it can enable for a hiring manager when he gets to screen hundreds of resumes, be it 500, 600, because of the volume of resumes or the candidates, inflow of the candidates that they are getting, they typically go with algorithmic sorting kind of thing where they add some blind rules, 4+ years of experience, or we should have so and so XYZ skill set. Rather, in this era, you can avoid or you can overcome those kind of bias, trying to understand the skills, the responsibilities that you need for a particular role, and mapping with the candidate resume. You can analyze with the tools that we have today. You can analyze and summarize the experiences that he come from, rather doing blind check with skills and the keywords that are there in the resumes. Coming to the employee well-being, if we touch the next aspect of it, which is the primary essence or function of the HR, there are many micro interactions that you get signs of an employee. If they are applying for a leave, how was their day? If they are just applying for a leave, we can simply check the pulse of an employee, a kind of a thing where you just rate. They're still, I'm happy, I'm not happy, it's not a right day for me, it's not a great day. With these indications, over time, it will be able to tell you the pulse of an employee, how they are feeling in an organization, overall, what's the happiness indicator in the organization, which will greatly help the HR personnel to gauge the mood in the organization or the teams. Or if you further drill down, you get to know which teams are having more sort of issues, or which teams are not feeling great at work, and how you can connect or align with your organization goal. So these are few factors where technology can enable and bridge the gap between the HR personnel and the employees.
Very interesting. I think a lot of personalization, we try and do that as well to get into candidates. Before we switch gears to understanding about the continuous learning, let me pause to see if any questions from audience. We can take one question from audience. Please go ahead. Why don't you call out your name and then ask your question?
Thank you. So one thing that has been coming out to the fore is sifting through resumes and helping hiring managers take those right calls. So whenever you're using GenAI, there can be two aspects to it. One, you are using it as a mere language model trying to understand the keywords. And the other is an outcome-based GenAI where you are actually understanding what led to successful outcomes. So when you're sifting through resumes, there could be numerous biases of hiring managers which might impact outcomes. So, like for example, there could be very well a case where certain kind of people from a certain colleges or... All right. So my question is, how will you manage these biases if you're using GenAI to sift through resumes?
Mr. Trinath, you want to give a try?
So with GenAI, particularly with GenAI, if hiring managers are going through the profile, see, one thing is for sure, GenAI is not going to replace the human factor of hiring manager and his decision-making skills. It's just going to be an assistant for him, or kind of AI assistant or a co-pilot, which is working with the hiring managers and giving indicators which profiles are a good match for the given role. And in fact, GenAI can in fact even hide the details like demographics of a candidate or gender of a candidate, where you can configure in the products, which will reduce the biasing factor to a great extent. It's more of matching the responsibilities that you need for a particular job and the experience that the candidate carry.
Thank you.
Just one context to it. In HR, we have something called blind hiring, Okay, so we do the blind hiring for a few roles alone. So of course, it's debatable, but very high all the demographics, everything, so that we can just focus on the skill set alone and not anything else. So there we kind of help to reduce all the various biases.
I want to give a simple answer. I don't think anything changes because of Gen AI. Okay? The problem of fairness and bias has existed since 1980s, right? Gen AI, just because the buzzword came in, nothing has changed. So you would still want fairness, you would still want bias to be eliminated. And what's the background, what's the data set that's needed, what's the balancing that's needed from your entire data sources, that still applies.
Thank you. We'll try and understand right now about a little on continuous learning. Professor Sai, you have played the role of product management, a coach, been a co-founder as well, I think, and been in academia. So you bring in all together, right? So in this evolving Gen AI landscape, how crucial is continuous learning, and what is your suggestion for individual learning as well?
Well, I think there's no debate about continuous learning, irrespective of generative AI,
yeah.
right? But here is a slight difference that I'm at least viewing it as. I believe that we are kind of at a tipping point of what was called as a knowledge era for a long time, which means the intent of accumulating knowledge through a learning continuous habit. It's a habit, right? Some people have developed that habit because I want to accumulate knowledge. I don't know when it'll come to use, whenever it comes to use, and I have a phrase for this, it's called inventory of skills. Right? So a lot of people have that, and it served well for a while. I believe now, because a lot of things are very dynamic and complex, we are shifting to what I call as a single loop and double loop based learning. Let me explain that single loop and double loop. Single loop is very simple. An event has happened, and you have observed the result. Now you need to analyze that and figure out why it has happened and come up with a solution for it, which is what most of us do, right? But we are doing these things repeatedly, continuously, and at a rapid pace now. And what that means is there is no time for deep learning, pun intended, right? There is really no time for spending enough time to learn. So we have to learn things very efficiently, rapidly, and move on, right? Yeah. So that's now double loop learning is after you analyze and make a decision, it's important to take a pause and say, can this be applicable in any other situation? Now that is something that I believe we all have to ask, right? And this is where I strongly believe it's not just about Gen AI. Gen AI is going to accelerate this. Is interdisciplinary learning is going to become critical. Because things that have happened in your world are going to be applicable and can be made applicable in other, which has always been there. It's going to become more urgent. So if you are the person who are able to connect these dots together across disciplines, right? You may come from engineering. I come from engineering. I was part of the team that built Java, right? And that experience, don't leave it there. Now, are you able to connect with some other, chaotic scenario in business? And to me and so I'll summarize in two parts, right? There is something called extraction and there is something called transfer in learning. Extraction is what I just talked about. What will you draw from it? And so that not with the intent of solving that particular thing, but able to apply it in different contexts. Now, transfer is super critical because transfer includes linking, as we said, connected. And I strongly encourage and urge many of you to start teaching. Teaching is the best way of learning anything, right? In whatever way that you can. If you develop this habit of teaching, then the moment you read something, the moment you experiment something, and you go and talk about it, you go and tell 10 other people, that sticks in your mind.
Thank you. And I'll bring it to our organization, like State Street, wherein everybody wants to be in part of Gen AI, right? That's the latest one. So you're, like you said, the interdisciplinary skills, that's really going to move people, mobilize people internally. I think that's going to be a great support as well. Mr. Ashish, you have penned a very good article on power of employee experience. Why don't you talk about, as HR professional, what strategies and resources do you believe are efficient in continuous learning?
So I would actually just like to walk 2 steps back and say,
Sure.
in terms of skills, because today's skill itself become like a commodity, just like a product has a product life cycle. We know that what skills we have today, high possibility will be redundant, outdated in the next 2 years. Unlike the olden times, like you just learn something and you're going to retire with that skills. So I think today one of the areas which, as HR leaders, where we are trying to focus is more on personalized learning, because it's not one shoe fits all. Everybody in the education space, we talk about bite-sized learning, micro-sized learning, right? So because employees want to learn at their own pace, right? They want to probably learn at night 12 or morning 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., whatever. They need to have the right tools, right infrastructure, right facilities, right opportunities for them. So as HR leaders, we try to ensure that we provide this best personalized learning, because this personalized learning will help us to get a lot of data, which particular concept a particular employee has understood or not understood. So with this, we are able to understand and provide the right kind of training inputs and training programs for employees at an org level. So this is what I want.
Yeah, perfect. And I think that will lead to what Mr. Trinad touched on, happiness index probably. So that's good. Professor Raghu, I'm sure you have addressed many Gen AI kind of discussions, but can you share some insights and strategies that would be more efficient for an Indian market? If you can touch a little about that.
Okay. Now that's an interesting question, especially because a lot of us obviously always talk about what's happening in US, what's happening in Europe, right? And just curious again, going back to what you started out with, how many of you actually have even looked at LLMs from India? Any LLM from India? Have you even heard about it?
Yoga GPT, Gita GPT, no? Okay.
Huh? It's now 9.5 months since OpenAI released its first version, right? And I'm surprised we haven't heard, right? That in itself should give us an answer why we need to work with an India-specific context, right? Especially with huge governmental support in terms of language. Projects like Bhashini, which do machine translation from multiple languages, right? So you start looking at it, you want to build data sets which are India-specific, whatever be the case. Forget about LLMs. Start off by looking at data sets that are India-specific. Data sets for Indian driving conditions. And look at it, we are talking about autonomous driving cars, ADAS level 1, and then I proudly come back and say, oh, mine is level 2. And then we really don't understand what is level 2 in an Indian context. Right? What does it really mean to have ADAS level 2 in an Indian context? No, it's really different from level 1 in US versus level 4 in US versus here, right? So I would probably say that we need to start looking at building data sets as the first step from an Indian context. That will give us a lot more problems that are India-specific, not just language, education, right? How do you educate? We talk about personalization. All these models, all these training sets are from somewhere. Can I now use that on some random person who's there in Chhattisgarh? It has to be contextual, right? We talk about prompt engineering. That's the latest designation, isn't it? Prompt engineer. I want to be a prompt engineer. Your prompt engineer, unfortunately, is based on US data. So start thinking about it, and this is a genuine request to all the managers out here who are building products, right? Please look at creating India-specific models.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think tying it back to what Professor Ramesh spoke in the morning as well. Indians, instead of Bay Area, Indians for Indian market, right? That's something that he touched upon. Very interesting. Thank you.
I don't know. Let me ask you and the audience here. In March, in one of the big forums of MIT, Ashwini Kumar gave a hint when the interviewer asked him, so when is India going to have its ChatGPT moment? Did anybody watch that? Or maybe I'm the only obscure guy who's watching this stuff. So he actually asked this very specific question. So when is India going to have its ChatGPT moment? And you know what he said? Just wait for 2 more weeks and you will be surprised. Hold on, that happened in March. And I was equally excited as you. I'm still excited. I don't know what about. Right? I'm sure there is a lot of stuff going on. But I think, everybody, especially in public domain, open source projects, these are the ones that need to contribute essentially, just to summarize Raghu's thing, number one, when we talk about LLMs, we are talking about 4 things: data, language, and context. 3 things. That's all. But we have to build these 3 things, and it's not an easy job. I know engineering head, a CTO of a company called Reverie Technologies, who's actually an alumni of IPL, but this guy runs an engineering team who's doing a real-time translation of Indian language websites. Real-time, through mobile apps and everything. Right? So some interesting work, but to your point, I think the responsibility is in all of us. There's nothing else.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll do one last question to this panel. Trinath, maybe I'll start with you. What are the key insights you share regarding the role of bridging academia, bringing and building future product leaders? Where do you think we should, what we should do to be future ready, I would say?
So I'll start with open source contributions. That's something that is going to help students and particularly academia to understand what's happening in the space. There are many interesting projects, and if we talk about, if we speak about we have Swechha, which does a lot of events around. A couple of you might have heard about it as well, where they have been doing sessions on different technologies and primarily focused on the open source technologies, where gathering industry experts, students, and then encouraging them for the contributions. The recent projects, like they've been working on one of the transport module to help understand the timings of metro or timings of public transport, where they're building an app particularly for different metro cities. So contributing for these open source projects is going to greatly help bridge the gap between the needs of the industry and the academia as well.
Perfect. Mr. Ashish, your thoughts on how do we, bridge the gap between, academia and the industry, if I may say?
See, one of the biggest aspects is, today we churn out a lot of students, IITs, IIMs, or various universities. But how well are they kind of having an industry exposure? Because gone are the days of bookish knowledge, right? And we have ChatGPT and various tools. So I think the best way to bridge the gap is to give them real-time projects, and also have a lot of academicians to work in the industry, so that they are able to go and translate and add value to the students, so that the students understand the concepts and also how to apply these concepts on a day-to-day basis. So once these two are kind of mixed, that will really help the students.
No, absolutely. I'll echo that. I'm also pursuing my executive MBA product leadership, and the product labs. That is one of the interesting things, wherein we learn experiential learning, a lot of learning. While in theory you can learn, and Professor Raghu, we just touched a little about that. So why don't you give your insights there?
Okay, I guess as an academic,